Divine Prefecture Calendar, Autumn of Year 9999, East Sea. City of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was a sacred place in the city of Qingzhou. Over half of the strongest individuals from the wealthiest families and most prominent clans had attended this academy. Thus, citizens of Qingzhou took pride in being able to develop themselves there. If the opportunity presented itself for one to attend the academy, they would undoubtedly study with the utmost diligence. However, it seemed that not everyone felt this way. In a classroom in the academy, there was a young man fast asleep at his desk. Lecturing at the front of the room was a young woman, clothed in a long teal dress. She took notice of this. A wave of anger flashed across her face as she made her way towards the young man, who was in a deep slumber. Qin Yi was 17 and an official disciple of the academy, as well as a lecturer for outer sect disciples. She was blessed with a beautiful face and an alluring body. In the classroom, all eyes followed Qin Yi as she moved. Even when she was mad, every move she made was elegant. This guy again. I can't believe he fell asleep during senior sister Qin's lecture again. It seemed as if the rest of the class had not noticed their sleeping classmate until that point. Many of them did not know what to say. It was obviously not their first time witnessing this. Senior sister Qin is serious eye candy. I don't know how that guy could have fallen asleep, whispered a fellow classmate. Among all the lecturers, Qin Yi was without a doubt the most popular. The reason as to why was evident as soon as one laid eyes on her. She was considered a goddess by many. Her lectures were always made to a packed classroom. Falling asleep in Qin Yi's classroom was seemingly impossible. Qin Yi's steps were light. She arrived at the young man's side without making a sound. Standing in front of the desk as she eyed his face in deep slumber, her beautiful face frosted over. "Yi Futian," a soft voice said. The voice was not Qin Yi's, however. It had come from behind Yi Futian. As if he had heard his name called, Yi Futian's body moved slightly. With his hands holding up his head, he slowly opened his eyes. Through his blurry vision, he was able to make out two round peaks. "So big," Yi Futian muttered unconsciously. His voice was very soft, and he had only murmured to himself. In a quiet environment like this, however, his unexpected comment was heard loud and clear by the entire class. In an instant, everyone froze, then immediately grew angry again. "I can't believe it. How can he be so openly disrespectful to senior sister Qin? This shameless bastard." Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian, piercing him as sharp swords would, which caused him to shiver. He could feel that something was wrong. He shifted his gaze upward and away from the glorious view in front of him. His eyes landed on a face as exquisite as jade, but also filled with anger. "Ah!" Yi Futian was dumbfounded. It was Qin Yi. Had it not been Xianxia calling him? Turning around, he saw the glaring eyes of a seemingly innocent 15-year-old girl. Yi Futian took a glance at the young girl and immediately cursed under his breath. He had been played. No wonder the cup size had been wrong. "Senior sister Qin, Yi Futian attempted to explain. "Yi Futian," Qin Yi coldly interrupted him. She asked, "What is the history behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy?" It was obvious Qin Yi wanted to avoid the awkwardness by changing the subject, but Yi Futian could clearly feel her anger radiating towards him. He could even feel the will of sword flowing through her body. It was as sharp as a knife cutting into every inch of his body. 300 years ago, the Great East Phoenix united the divine prefectures of the East and commanded all dukes to establish martial arts academies in order to promote martial arts. This was the reason behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy, Yi Futian answered. Of course, what he had said had come straight out of the history books. In the unofficial history books of his clan, another name was connected to this event. However, this tabooed name must not be brought up. What types of occupations are involved with development? Qin Yi continued her questioning. Development can be divided into martial arts and the art of divination, Yi Futian replied. Development in martial arts is associated with occupations such as warriors, knights, swordsmen, and so on. Development in the art of divination involves occupations such as mages, alchemists, armorers, and so on. Mages can also be divided into subcategories. Of course, There are also people who are naturally gifted and choose to work on both arts. It seems like you missed one type of occupation, Xianxia stated solemnly. I couldn't have possibly missed anything, the young man said with a radiant look on his face. The divine prefecture acknowledges mandate sorcerers as the most powerful occupation of all, as they possess a gift from the heavens. Most of those who possess rare gifts are mandate sorcerers, conjurers, beastmasters, and astrologers, for example. No matter which art form they decide to pursue, they are able to surpass all others. Everyone in the classroom was focused on Yi Futian's words. Being a mandate sorcerer is a legendary occupation. They operate on the will of the heavens and are blessed by the heavens as well. Not only that, but even the most ordinary mandate sorcerers possess an innate capability for both martial arts and divination arts. Xianxia glanced at the young man in front of her, impressed. However, she was still angry. She said, I didn't expect you to know so much about this. Well, of course, said Yu Futian as he looked at Xianxia. I am a mandate sorcerer. Not far away, a young man began choking on his water and was now coughing up a storm. Many pairs of eyes looked at Yu Futian as if he were crazy. Everyone began to think that it was possible to be that shameless. Yu Futian was a legendary character at school and his notoriety was well-deserved. Not only had he disrespected senior sister Qin in public, but he was now falsely claiming to be a mandate sorcerer. Could it be that he was doing this to attract the attention of senior sister Qin? Who did he think he was? In his 3 years developing at the academy, he had been stuck on the collection plane of the first level of development, awakening. His body was weak. It was clear that he had yet to reach the enhancement plane. How could this loser claim to be a mandate sorcerer? How could he be so blatantly shameless? Xianxia's chest puffed out again. It was truly a magnificent sight. She looked at Yi Futian angrily. Since you're a mandate sorcerer, you must have spirit in your life palace. Set the spirit of your life palace free and prove your words to be true. My life spirit is still in a deep slumber, it cannot be summoned. It is also the reason why I fell asleep in class, Yu Futian answered calmly. Yu Futian, Xianxia called out abruptly. Her beautiful eyes pierced into those of the young man facing her. 3 years ago, you arrived at the academy as a 12-year-old boy. Back then, I observed the entrance talent inspection as an outer sect disciple. Your ability to perceive spiritual qi was at the highest level, shocking the academy. Despite the care of many instructors, you have not made any improvements in surpassing the first level of awakening for the past 3 years. Having spent your days lazing around, not paying attention during class, have you developed at all? And now you even dare to falsely claim to be a mandate sorcerer, going as far as using it as an excuse for sleeping in class. In these 3 years, whether it be the spring quarter examinations or the fall quarter examinations, you always drop out of testing, automatically making you last in ranking throughout the entire academy. Yi Futian, do you really not feel ashamed? Following Xianxia's enraged outburst was a silent classroom. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched Xianxia as she fumed. It seemed to be the first time any of them had seen her like this. Yi Futian was frozen in shock as well. His dark, black eyes stared at the delicate face in front of him, which was now red with anger. Has it already been 3 years? He thought to himself. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed, but the commotion in his life palace was still the same, unchanging. He was also a bit surprised because senior sister Qin, a goddess to many, was usually an ice beauty. However, it appeared that she had been keeping tabs on him, and doing so since the entrance talent inspections at that. The room was filled with a dead silence. Xianxia carefully looked over the young man before her eyes. He had a handsome face with sharp features, with eyes as clear and deep as the night sky. At the young age of 15, his only shortcoming was his thin frame. In a few years, he would definitely grow to become an attractive man. Xianxia silently questioned herself. Was her tone too harsh? She noticed the slight sadness in Yi Futian's eyes. Her anger dissipated slightly. There is still 1 month before this year's fall quarter examinations. If you fail or give up again, no one will be able to save you from being expelled. The academy is not going to let you stay. Do you understand that? Xianxia continued. The class watched. It seemed that the academy had reached its limits with this guy. Was he finally going to be expelled? If it did happen, it would be one for the history books. After all, it was not easy to get expelled from Qingzhou Academy. If he goes, I go. From the back of the room, someone spoke up rather indifferently. Many looked over to the young man who was sitting in a corner. There were looks of envy, jealousy, worship, and worry as well. The academy has already decided that Yusheng doesn't have to participate in next year's spring quarter examinations, Qin Yi said. He can choose to develop at the academy battle house with the Society of Knights or in any of the divination schools. His future can't be tied to you. You will only hold him back. Qin Yi looked at Yi Futian and sighed. Yusheng and he were destined to head in two separate directions. Hold him back. The corners of Yi Futian's mouth curled into a soft smile, revealing a hint of cynicism. Shut up, Yusheng said from the back of the room. He stood up, his eyes shooting daggers at Qin Yi. Sit down, Yi Futian said lightly, not turning to look at Yusheng. Yusheng's gaze dulled as he looked at the silhouette in front of him. He then took his seat quietly as if Yi Futian's words were absolute orders to him. I've decided. Yi Futian had a frivolous smile on his face. He continued as he looked at Qin Yi. I am officially participating in this year's fall quarter examinations. In the back, Yusheng's eyes sparkled. After 3 years, was he finally going to take things seriously? Over his 3 years of development at Qingzhou Academy, everyone knew of Yusheng's exceptional talent. His ability to perceive the element of metal was of the highest level. He was also highly gifted in martial arts. He could continue developing in either of the arts. Even though he was an outer sect disciple, his plane was higher than many lecturers at the academy. But even so, who could really understand Yi Futian? Your body is frail, plus you're still stuck in the first plane of awakening, the collection plane. Even if you were to participate in the fall quarter examinations, how do you expect to pass? Qin Yi eyed Yi Futian, inwardly releasing a deep sigh. Even if he were to start working hard now, it might already be too late. And what if I pass? It seemed that Yi Futian did not have a clear understanding of his own abilities. His voice was filled with confidence. If you pass, then you are free to do as you please in the classroom, replied Qin Yi. A peculiar light flashed in his eyes as he took in the captivating figure standing in front of him. His eyes unconsciously made their way to a place where he should not have been looking. He asked weakly, Is it really okay for me to do anything I want? This guy, what does he mean by that? Many wondered as they stared at Yi Futian. You shameless asshole, where do you think you're looking? The other students had finally realized what his eyes were trained on. Oh, how they all wanted to hit him. How could he still be saying such disrespectful things to senior sister Qin? Naturally, Qin Yi was aware of Yi Futian's gaze as well. The little pity she had for him died in an instant. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Futian with rage once again. She bit her lip and answered his question, Whatever you want. Qin Yi stared at Yi Futian fiercely. Seeing the smile on his face, she was reminded of what had happened 3 years ago at the Academy Entry Talent Inspection. Yi Futian had only been 12 years old at the time. In front of all the masters at the Academy, his smile still remained natural and proud, completely different from the nervousness of the other youngsters. The test had finally determined his talent to be of the highest level, which meant that his perception of spirit and chi was great. This made him a natural at martial arts. Now that 3 years had passed, his perception had not changed, unfortunately, nor had his plane. He had remained casual, lazy, and frequently absent from classes. However, his eyes were still bright and clear. What if you can't? Qin Yi asked. It's your call, Yi Futian said. Please, do not put Mr. Yusheng's future in jeopardy. Qin Yi looked up at the resolute boy sitting behind Yi Futian. Yusheng's metal element perception was of the highest level. He was already in the 8th awakened plane, the metamorph plane, and was even stronger than Qin Yi, who was at the 7th awakened plane, the mystery. His future should not be tampered with. Sure, Yi Futian promised. But was this possible? Qin Yi walked back to the podium. Her beautiful eyes looked around at all the students. Then she said, There is only 1 month before the fall quarter examination. Please use this time wisely. If you wait until next spring, another batch of new students will join and compete. Especially you, Ling Xiao. You are on the 6th awakened plane, the invincible, and Feng Qingxue, you have stayed on the 5th awakened plane, the juggernaut, for too long. I want you guys to make progress on the spring quarter examination next year. The first level of development was Awakening, which was then divided into 9 planes. Collection, Enhancement, Venation, Adamance, Juggernaut, Invincible, Mystery, Metamorphosis, and Unmaker. To become an official student in Qingzhou Academy, one had to reach the 7th Awakened plane, the Mystery, before the age of 18, and perform accordingly in the spring quarter examination. I will, Ms. Qin. Ling Xiao nodded. Feng Qingxue made a fist, feeling more determined to reach his goal. You are dismissed, Qin murmured. She then began to walk outside, her graceful figure followed by the eyes of the boys in the room. Finally, after the figure was gone, they all viciously looked at Yifutian, the bastard who, in their eyes, had just been disrespectful toward their goddess. Yifutian, turn around, a cold voice said in Yifutian's ears, attracting a lot of looks. It was Feng Qingxue, who was seated behind Yifutian. Even at just 15 years old, she was already a beauty, with delicate eyes and exquisite facial features. Her body was full of youthfulness, endowing her with a sense of purity and attractiveness. When she stood up, her legs appeared slim and graceful. How could you do this? Feng Qingxue stared at Yifutian with anger. Yifutian suddenly realized what had happened and laughed. You are jealous, aren't you? Feng Qingxue suddenly froze, speechless. A little while later, she continued, how will you explain this to your father? Explain what? Yifutian blinked, then remembered his father having spoken about Feng Qingxue and how she would be a good mother because of her childbearing hips. He couldn't take his eyes off of her curves. Stop thinking of weird stuff. We are still young. It's not time to be talking about having kids yet. Yifutian's words suddenly brought silence upon the class. The other boys felt nothing but anger. They believed this bastard was shameless. Just minutes ago he had been flirting with Ms. Qini, and now he was talking dirty to Feng Qingxue, who was so gorgeous and young. What was wrong with this guy? Feng Qingxue completely froze. She suddenly remembered that Yifutian's dad had made an inappropriate joke to her dad about her and Yifutian having kids together. She blushed badly, thinking this shameless bastard was intentionally making fun of her. I meant if you were to be expelled from the academy after the fall quarter examination. How would you explain that to your dad? Feng Qingxue was breathing hard. Her chest heaved. She was confused about what Yifutian was even thinking about. Apparently she did not believe Yifutian would pass the fall quarter examination with only the first awakened plane. I will pass, Yifutian said as he looked at her, shaking his head a bit. Come on, you have been stuck on the first awakened plane for 3 years, yet you are still confident? Seriously, Yifutian, please spell the word shame for me. Another cold voice said from behind him. People looked back and saw that it was Ling Xiao, the boy sitting behind Feng Qingxue. Ling Xiao had already reached the 6th awakened plane, the Invincible. He was such a talented wind element mage that he was considered extraordinary in the 15-year-old class of Qingzhou Academy. He would hopefully become an official cultivator after passing the spring quarter examination next year. While he was speaking, he did not look at Yifutian for even a moment. His eyes were drawn to Feng Qingxue. He continued, Yifutian, you are the worst in this class, yet you are talking nonsense to a talented girl like Feng Qingxue. You are obviously getting your confidence from nowhere. No wonder people say, he who knows not, fears not. Ling Xiao was actually speaking on behalf of the rest of the class, who were now looking at Yifutian. They believed that he was definitely the most shameless in the class. Yusheng walked beside Yifutian without any attention. His mere existence gave him an aura of power, which suddenly demanded the respect of the other's eyes. Brother Yu, Feng Qingxue mumbled. Hi! Yusheng casually nodded. His eyes locked onto Ling Xiao. He was giving him such a powerful look. He who knows not, fears not? Yifutian did not seem agitated by Ling Xiao's words. In fact, he had heard so many insults over these last 3 years that it was no longer a big deal. It was common for people to insult others in an effort to make themselves look superior, especially when someone beautiful was present. You think you are the doctor, don't you? Yifutian said. For development? That's not even a question, especially compared to you, loser. Ling Xiao was confident because Yi Futian had been stuck on the first awakened plane for so long, and he was always absent from class. Okay, then tell me how a warrior could beat a double-element fire Vommetal mage? Yi Futian suddenly asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a second, then answered sarcastically, "Are you kidding me? Even a single-element mage would easily defeat a warrior unless the mage were such an idiot that he let the warrior get into melee range. In a one-on-one battle, this would be the only way, let alone a double-element mage. The spells of a mage could attack a warrior from a far distance, which could cause a clear advantage for the mage over the warrior in battle." You idiot. A warrior wins when he is on a higher level plane, Yi Futian said satirically. Ling Xiao looked gloomy. People looked at Yi Futian and wondered how shameless he really was to have asked such a question. You raised a question about battle between different classes without telling me they were on different planes. Is this question even meaningful at all? Ling Xiao fired back. Same plane, huh? What if the warrior had increased strength and enhanced agility? Yi Futian asked again. People suddenly realized that he was making some sense. A warrior that had increased strength would be good at blitzing. With enhanced agility, the warrior would be able to get in close range quickly. Come on, you are talking about a double-element fire Vommetal mage. He would have a fire shield spell and enhanced armor from metal element spells. Even in close-range combat, there's no chance the mage loses, Ling Xiao sneered. Then what if this warrior knew rampage cleavage? This is a specialized armor-breaking technique. With the power from strength concentration, metal element armor would be nothing more than a piece of paper. Yi Futian continued. As for the attack from the mage, you know it is nothing. Ling Xiao became gloomier. In fact, a strength concentration warrior with enhanced agility would surely evade the attacks of a mage. Yi Futian was making a good point. This conversation is nothing but strategy on paper. Just stop it. Ling Xiao was reluctant to admit his loss in the debate. Right, how could a mage ever lose to a warrior? Someone followed. You are just repeating what you know from books, pretending you know everything and that everyone else is ignorant. Okay, then answer this simple one. How do people differ in development over the first awakened plane, the collection? Yi Futian kept asking. A cultivator feels the spiritual qi from the universe and collects them in this plane. A mage possesses better perception over the qi of a certain element. Thus more pure power is gained from the collection. Therefore, if we are talking about collection of a certain qi element, there is a major difference. However, for general development, there would be little difference. For mage collection, each mage definitely differs in their respective collection plane because of their different elements. Ling Xiao answered slowly, confident that he was including every possibility. Idiot. Yi Futian glanced at Ling Xiao with scorn, then turned his back and walked away. What do you mean? Ling Xiao said, frowning at Yi Futian's back. Pretending to have the last word by walking away when you can't answer? You loser. Yi Futian is a douche, people murmured. Suddenly, a piercing glow burst out from Yi Futian's back. It was a cloud of qi, spreading all around him like a brilliant rainbow. The students dropped their jaws in amazement, completely shocked. Yi Futian was trying to make a statement. Even people in the collection plane could be different. Some could be superior, like he was. Ling Xiao seemed upset about this scene. The glow from Yi Futian was so brilliant that he could not believe he was only on the first awakened plane, the collection. Could it be true? Yusheng followed Yi Futian and they left. After they had disappeared, the class was still blown away by what they had just seen. I gotta admit, this douche is unique in the collection plane. So what? He has been stuck on this plane for 3 years. Of course there's going to be a difference. If we ever got trapped on the first plane, we would be the same. That's right. He has been stuck for 3 years already. How the hell does he have the nerve to be so arrogant? And how dare he talk dirty to Ms. Qin and Feng Qingxue like that? Damn this scumbag. Ling Xiao, take it easy. No matter how much he talks, you would beat him in an instant if he ever dared to challenge you. Someone told Ling Xiao. Others mumbled in agreement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, then felt confident again. The others were right. A low-level cultivator like Yi Futian was not going to confuse him. Feng Qingxue, that boy is a prodigy. I know you have known each other since you were very young. But still, stay away from him, Morong Qing said. She was Feng Qingxue's friend, and was trying to persuade Feng Qingxue to stay away from Yifutian. She had always looked down on Yifutian, mostly because she believed Yifutian was always showing off when he had no actual ability at all. He is out of line, isn't he? Feng Qingxue also seemed mad. Morong Qing noticed that Feng Qingxue seemed distracted. She began speaking seriously. Wake up, girl. You are going to be an official cultivator soon. It's time for you to seriously think about your future. Even being around him will ruin your reputation, but you don't seem to care about this at all. Can you imagine what people will think of you in the future? Is it even worth it for a guy like him? Feng Qingxue frowned. She was speechless. She had not thought that far ahead yet. Time to grow up. Stay away from him forever, Morong Qing said. At Qizhou Academy, with Mount Tianyao as its background, occupied quite a bit of land. Even an outer sect disciple would be able to have a personal residence on campus. Yifutian returned to where the residences of the outer sect disciples were located. With Yushang trailing quietly behind him, Yifutian walked into his own residence. Yushang, I want to give up, he said slowly as he stopped in his tracks. Even if the mandate has yet to awaken, you're still incredibly gifted. Yushang looked at the youth in front of him. When Yifutian had identified himself as a mandate sorcerer, everyone had laughed at him, but only Yushang knew that it was no laughing matter. Yifutian was indeed a mandate sorcerer. I know that. It's just that I've worked so hard. Yifutian smiled bitterly. It's been 3 years. If this goes on, I really will get left behind by you. It looks like I'll have to work harder. Come on, let's go train. Yifutian turned to look at the young man behind him. Yushin was a head taller than him, with a frame larger than most. He naturally had a strong aura about him. The two walked into the designated development area inside the residence. Yifutian sat down cross-legged, instantly closing his eyes. A bright airflow surrounded him. The spiritual qi in the small area he occupied was going crazy and began rushing towards Yifutian. Yushang watched all of this from behind without a word. At that moment, Yifutian was like a formidable vortex, engulfing all the spiritual qi. If the others were to witness this scene, they would be rendered speechless out of fear. The frightful flow of air drifted through his body, his inner mind its destination. This was the location of his life palace. Possessing a spirit in your life palace, also known as the life spirit, was an attribute of a mandate sorcerer. Currently, in Yifutian's life palace, there was a large ancient tree thick with jade-green leaves. However, the land around the tree was barren. As the spiritual qi drifted into the life palace, the tree greedily absorbed it all. The crisp green leaves rustled, moving without the help of wind. An apparition appeared under the tree. It was Yifutian. He looked at the magnificent tree in front of him and said quietly, 3 years of absorbing spiritual qi, yet it hasn't made any difference. You only know how to take. If you're going to be like this, then I'm no longer going to transfer any of the spiritual qi I absorb to you. He had said everything that he needed to say. The apparition he had created with his consciousness disappeared. The spiritual qi that was flowing through his body was no longer headed in the direction of his life palace, but traveled to the rest of his body instead. A great wave of spiritual qi washed over his body. He was ready for the enhancement plane. Right at that moment, however, a strong force emerged, pulling all the spiritual qi backward. It began rushing straight back into the life palace. The sudden change caused Yifutian to shudder. Boy, he was pissed. For the past 3 years, he had sent every last bit of spiritual qi he had collected to the life palace, but saw no results. Now it was forcefully taking it away, keeping him from developing. Just the thought of this made Yifutian want to fight. The forceful energy ignored his feelings, however, and continued its crazed absorption of all the spiritual qi. The force then began to absorb all the energy in Yifutian's body. In only a few moments, Yifutian's complexion began to turn pale. Asshole! Yifutian cursed. Accompanying the raging rush of spiritual qi into the life palace, he felt a violent shaking in his head. It seemed as if there was a drastic change going on in the palace. His consciousness attempted to interrupt it, but was destroyed by a wild force. Ah! A deep growl escaped his lips. Yuxing stood up abruptly, witnessing the change in Yifutian's body. Not only was his body changing, but all the spiritual qi he had previously collected from around him was rushing towards him as well. Even more, the flowers, grass, and trees in the surrounding area all began to wilt at an alarming rate. Yusheng's eyes lit up as he realized what was happening. He stepped closer to Yifutian and took a seat right behind him. When he placed both of his hands on Yifutian's body, he immediately felt an enormous force. It absorbed the spiritual qi Yusheng had in his own body, just as he thought it would. Was it finally awakening? When Yifutian woke up, all he knew was that his body felt extremely weak. The sunlight pierced his eyes as he opened them. A night had passed. What happened? Yifutian sat up and saw the withered plants. Seated beside him was a weakened Yusheng. Thinking of the events of the previous day, Yifutian closed his eyes, his consciousness entering his life palace. Yifutian jumped at the sight of his previously barren life palace. There was now a moon in the sky, shining down on the vast land as well as mountains and streams. The ancient tree the life spirit had resided in stood as tall as ever, looking greener than ever before. It was full of spiritual qi. The world tree, the apparition of Yifutian, created by his consciousness, appeared under the ancient tree once more. Could it be that his old man had lied? His father had once told him that his ancestors were mandate sorcerers who had gone against heaven's will. The world tree could take the spirit from anything on earth. However, it had failed to be passed on, and Yifutian was the only one who had inherited their ancestors' innate abilities. Could it be that freedom meditation is real? Yifutian thought of the freedom meditation mantras he had repeated over and over as a child. He was excited. With his eyes closed, the mantras flowed from his mouth. He quickly became focused, controlling all his thoughts. It was as if he was galloping between heaven and earth. Just as quickly, a dense force of spiritual qi appeared in his meditative mind. Within that dense force, he was able to see different colored spiritual qi. Those were the purest kinds of elemental spiritual qi. Each color represented a different type of element. Flames. Yifutian's thoughts locked onto the blazing red spiritual qi. It was the fire element spiritual qi. The world tree life spirit took on the blazing red color. It was truly a dazzling sight. Suddenly, outside the life palace, the fire element spiritual qi flowed feverishly into Yifutian's body. It wandered into every organ, giving him a strong burning sensation. Wood element. Yifutian shifted his focus to the green spiritual qi using the freedom meditation. His body flooded with wood element spiritual qi, instantly replenishing the energy that had been taken from him. Metal, earth, wind, water. Yifutian played around with this for quite a while. Finally, he stopped, opened his eyes, and stared blankly into the space in front of him. Is this real? Yifutian looked down at his hands in disbelief. Of course it's real. You're a full attribute sorcerer. Sitting behind him, Yusheng had clenched his fists in excitement, to the point that the veins in his arms were clearly visible. He stared straight ahead at Yifutian. Plus, you're a full attribute mandate sorcerer, who is able to develop in both martial and divination arts. Then, isn't my gift? Yifutian's eyes shimmered. Against the will of heaven, Yusheng finished. There's no one else like you in the city of Qingzhou. His face cracked into a big smile. So many of the elders in his family had been unable to inherit their ancestors' great gift. Yet he had. Was this the mandate of heaven? A mandate sorcerer, operating on the will of the mandate? Let's go. Yifutian stood up suddenly, heading outside the residence. Where to? Questioned Yusheng. To the back of the mountains, replied Yifutian. The mountains he was referring to were the Mount Tianyao Mountains behind Qingzhou Academy. Demons scour the back mountains. Why do you want to go there? Yusheng asked. We'll just go near the border. Besides, what do I have to be afraid of with you next to me? He was out the door before he finished his sentence. Yusheng did not have much to say, so he followed after him. Mount Tianyao was an extensive chain of mountains. The terrain was steep, and demons walked the land. Not many people knew exactly how deep the mountains were. It was said that the reason for building Qingzhou Academy in front of the mountains was to prevent the demons from coming out and causing harm to the citizens. At the same time, It also provided a place for the academy's disciples to train. At noon, the two youths climbed up Mount Tianyao and stood on a boulder that was resting on top of a cliff at the border of the mountain range. Looking down at the massive academy grounds, Yifutian exhaled. It had been 3 years. Knowing his identity as a mandate sorcerer, how could he have possibly been satisfied developing in only martial arts? There had been no change in his life spirit, creating a hint of disappointment under his proud exterior. It had finally come to an end. He was going to keep reaching for his dream of becoming a powerful mandate sorcerer. The scorching sun beamed on Yifutian as he looked up at its rays. His squinted eyes gave off a powerful sense of confidence. The freedom meditation's key points were observation and thought. Right now he was observing and thinking about the sun. As Yifutian observed and thought about the scorching sun, he stood atop the large boulder. The rays of the sun turned into flames and permeated his surroundings. They then pierced Yifutian's body. The forceful blaze of fire flowed around him, reaching every internal organ and each of his limbs, filling his entire body. Yusheng watched as Yifutian turned into a man on fire in front of his very eyes. Those same firm eyes showed happiness. The sleeping dragon had finally awakened. Crackling sounded as Yifutian's skin burned red from the blazing flames. Under the incineration of the sun's flames, his body continued changing. After a long while, Yifutian's skin glistened like crystals, but also bright like a fire. Within his body, fiery dragons rushed into every vessel, causing a loud rumble. There was a lot of activity and many loud, frantic noises. Luckily, there was no one else at the top of the mountains, so Yushin was the only one that heard them. It was shocking that entering the enhancement and Venation planes could cause such a ruckus. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The sun was setting, and Yifutian's entire body was engulfed in flames. It felt like a storm was raging inside his body. His bones were crackling continuously. He finally stopped when the sun disappeared below the horizon. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, a beam of fire shot out from his pupils. "You broke through 3 planes in a day," Yusheng stated in shock. After having been suppressed for 3 years, he had broken out in 1 day. Borrowing the power of the sun for the calcination of his body, he had powered through both the enhancement and Venation planes in one go. He was now in the 4th plane of awakening, the adamant plane. He now possessed an impenetrable iron body. "This is too cool," Yifutian muttered. It would have taken at least a few months for an ordinary person to achieve an iron body. To become a mandate sorcerer, he had used freedom meditation to observe and think about the flames of the sun, and with some help from his life spirit, he had been able to achieve it in half a day. At that moment, he felt completely energized. He stood up and walked over to an ancient tree at the top of the mountain. With a quick wave of his fist and a loud snap, the large tree that had once stood in front of him split into pieces. The area where his fist had landed on the tree trunk was now burned black. "Even those in the Juggernaut plane wouldn't be able to handle a punch from you," Yusheng gasped, seeing the result of Yifutian's work. Those in the Juggernaut plane had immense strength, but the force of that one punch from Yifutian definitely surpassed the strength one would normally possess in the Juggernaut plane. Yifutian was shocked by the power of his punch. Delighted by what he had just accomplished, something suddenly slipped into his mind. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness went into the life palace. The apparition of Yifutian appeared under the world tree. His eyes filled with excitement. At that moment, the jade-green tree was faintly covered in flames, looking radiant with fire element chi. What shocked Yifutian even more was the bright, sun-shaped matter that hung in the sky. It exuded a breathtaking flame, though it was far from the dazzling effect of the real sun. The mind of an actual cultivator always had some kind of artifact in their life palace. For some, it would be a mountain or river. For Yifutian, it was a bright sun. This power felt so strong that it almost absorbed the essence of the universe. Yifutian was shocked as he stared at the sun in his life palace. Suddenly, he felt as if he were the sun himself. The spiritual chi of the entire universe had flowed inside him, then into his constellation and the world tree. The world tree now had flames, and the sun above had grown even brighter. Oh my, this scorching feeling. Yifutian felt like he was in the middle of the sun. His joints, muscles, and bones were continually being forged by the flame of the sun. "My spirit lies in my life palace," Yifutian mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something that could possibly be happening. He began to focus, and soon after the glow of the sun had burst out of his head and shone all over the place. It gave his face a sense of holiness. "Your spirit in your life palace, is it a sun?" Yuxing asked, standing beside him. Yifutian suddenly opened his eyes. The glow was now gone. He looked at Yuxing, slightly confused, then mumbled, "I seem to be able to make spirit in the palace." He realized the sun in his life palace was obviously the spirit. It had boosted his cultivation and even showed increased improvement on his body. Yuxing was thrilled, his eyes opened wide. He stared at Yifutian and asked sincerely, "Then please, create one for me?" Yifutian was speechless. Yuxing was so out of line. How could he even think to ask Yifutian to make him a spirit in his palace after having been thrilled like this? "Keep an eye on your imagination, buddy." Yifutian nodded, turning away. Yuxing was confused again. "Where to?" "Time for cultivation. We have to observe some animals." Yifutian laughed, seemingly in good spirits. The sun was pushing him through planes so fast that it would be entirely possible to reach the Juggernaut plane from the Adamant plane. Though it would require the extreme coordination of strength and spirit, once he arrived at Juggernaut, he would be able to integrate his mind, strength, and spirit. Every technique and move would evolve into a new level of power in the Juggernaut plane for him. He had to put in the effort. Mount Tianyao was surrounded by herds of demons, even on its perimeter. Soon after they marched into the mountain area, Yifutian and Yuxing were met with a level 4 swift demon panther. "Yuxing, go wait to intercept her. I will chase after her," Yifutian commanded Yuxing. Hearing the order, Yuxing flew like an arrow, with a momentum that somehow shook the earth. The panther sensed the threat, and suddenly tried to run away like a bolt of lightning. "Soul generates mind, mind guides strength, creator of the universe, break your limit and unleash all your power." Yifutian mumbled out the spells of unleashed cultivation power. As he ran, the panther created a shadow figure, sprinting in his mind. It seemed that almost every single one of Panther's moves were being repeated and slowed down in his mind. Gradually, his body had unconsciously copied the gestures of the panther. When he leapt into the air, his right leg curled a bit to burst harder into the next step. It was almost as if he were the panther himself. Though he ran fast, he was still not proficient enough for the panther's moves, so the panther was almost able to get away from him. Fortunately, Yuxing managed to cut off its escape. It's not just strength, it's the power of the wind. Yifutian could perceive the wind element power surrounding the panther. He began to feel that his body had also absorbed energy from the wind, his clothes rustled, and his movements became even more fluent. Half an hour later, he merged with the wind just as the panther had. "Yuxing, leave her alone. I'm done." Yifutian stopped running, and Yuxing let go of the panther. "You are such a great imitator," Yuxing complimented. He had watched Yifutian gain the essence of the panther's moves in only half an hour. "I have a sense of wind element power. As long as I practice my techniques as the panther has, I will have her speed. Still not enough though. It looks like you have more work to do for me these days." Yifutian laughed. Yuxing did not say anything, but followed him in silence. The following few days, Yifutian developed in Mount Tianyao. He observed and imitated the movement patterns of monkeys, tigers, lions, and even birds. He progressed every single day. On the 10th day, he made it to the 5th plane of awakening, the Juggernaut. That day, Yifutian and Yuxing walked deep inside the forest. The earth began to shake lightly, as did the trees around them. A terrible voice came roaring in their ears. They looked at each other to make a decision, then walked towards the source of the voice. The shaking became even worse. Finally, they saw a giant, furious monster, which was over 5 meters tall. "Wow, that is a level 9 demon. Ape the Furious." Yushang's eyes looked sharp. The giant demon was a real threat to him. What was surprising, however, was seeing a graceful beauty standing right in front of the ape. The girl was dressed in all white. Her hair danced along with the wind, as did her skirt. Her facial features were so perfect that she would definitely be considered a Helen of Troy when she grew older. "It's Hua Jiu. I know her. This girl was a legend at Qingzhou Academy." Yifutian marveled at her beauty. "Should we help?" Yuxing asked. "Wait, the ape is injured." Yifutian noticed that the ape had wounds all over while the girl looked safe. "Hua." The ape suddenly stepped towards the girl with a loud roar. Because of the size difference, it seemed clear that the girl could not withstand one attack. However, Hua Jieyu swiftly flew towards a tree to evade the attack. The ape knocked down the tree, then picked it up as a weapon to swing at Hua Jieyu. The strength of the throw was terrifying. The girl remained calm. She bounced all over the air. She also used leaves as her weapon. The leaves charged towards the ape as if they were blades, and each one made a sound as they flew through the air. The ape tried to block the leaf blades with the tree in hand. The leaves were everywhere, and after a while the tree had almost been cut into pieces. Gravel and boulders flew all around. Hua Jieyu fell behind another tree and closed her eyes. Suddenly, all the flying rubble charged towards the ape. Each piece of debris was like a small blade. Together, they were eroding the defense of the ape by cutting into his skin bit by bit. Even more horrifying was the extreme razor-like lance of rubble that had been formed by Hua Jieyu's chi and was pointed right at the ape. Such a powerful spell. Yu Futian was completely shocked. A moment later, he witnessed the lance pierce right through the eye of the ape. The giant monster growled in extreme pain and began to run away. He knocked down every tree on his way. The girl did not chase after the ape. She slowly descended to the ground as if she were a goddess gracing the planet with her presence. Enjoyed the show, didn't you? Hua Jiyu smiled softly. Yu Futian and Yu Xing walked out of their hiding spots and looked at the girl, who was their age, in shock. You are a multiple element mage? Are you serious? Yi Futian asked. I know you. Hua Jiyu didn't answer Yi Futian's question, instead choosing to look at him. Sounds like I am famous. Yi Futian also smiled. He seemed genuinely honored to be known by the legendary beauty of the academy. It was 3 years ago at the entry test of the academy. I overheard what you said when we first met. Ha! Yi Futian sensed the awkwardness in the air, but he soon calmed down and asked, What did I say? Hua Jiyu gave him a sweet smile that nearly took his soul away. You asked if I was a fairy. She kept smiling, then turned back into the forest. Of course. Yi Futian was paralyzed for a second, then nodded at the figure as she left. Looks like you remember it. Yu Shang also watched her as she left. Yi Futian thought back to 3 years ago. When he had first met the then 12-year-old Hua Jiyu, he had told Yu Shang, She's too beautiful to be a human. In a few years she's going to be a fairy, and dangerous for men. People say that she has reached the 9th plane of awakening already, and that she majored in both strength and spells. I cannot imagine how awesome the spells she used were. Most people in the 9th plane of awakening cannot do the same things she did. Rumor also has it that she is a mandate sorcerer. Some great master in the academy already made her their private disciple. Guys are going after her, but none of them could even remotely match her beauty and talent. Yu Sheng mumbled. She's caught your heart. Am I right? Futian mocked him. Yu Sheng shook his head, then said in a serious tone, I think she's here for you. Come on, Yi Futian said as he patted the top of Yu Sheng's head. Just stop thinking then. He turned back and suddenly smiled like a child. To be honest, though, I do want to marry her. She's definitely qualified to be a wife candidate, Yi Futian chuckled. Yu Sheng stumbled upon hearing this. He stared at Yu Futian from behind. Just a candidate? What a rude joke. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. 2 silhouettes were seen leaving the back mountains, returning to Qingzhou Academy. There had been a significant amount of change to Yi Futian's body. His eyes had never been filled with such energy, and his physique was better than ever. As he walked on the academy's cobblestone road, it all felt like a dream, as if he had been gone for a long time. This rascal is finally back after hiding for so long. He probably couldn't hide any longer. The fall quarter examinations are only 8 days away. People in the academy whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Yi Futian. The events of Qin Yi's lecture 20-some days ago had already spread. This infamous character, who hadn't broken through a single plane in 3 years, disrespected their goddess, senior sister Qin. Then he turned around to flirt with Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian was now the talk of the academy. Seems like people are looking for trouble. Yi Futian's hearing had sharpened quite a bit. He could now hear even the lowest of whispers. How do you feel about that? Yu Sheng eyed him with pity. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue were both extreme beauties. The two were very popular in Qingzhou Academy and had countless suitors, especially Qin Yi. At the ripe age of 17, she had the looks and the body to captivate any man. So, when this guy flirted with both ladies in a day, he irritated many people. It's nothing. I know you have my back, shrugged Yi Futian. Shouldn't you be able to handle it by yourself now? Yuxing asked confusedly. Yi Futian was already on the brink of breaking through the Juggernaut plane. His power might have been able to surpass someone on the Sixth Awakening plane, the Invincible. I have to keep a low profile. Yi Futian walked away arrogantly, with his hands behind his back. Yusheng looked at the hateful figure ahead, completely speechless. Was this the same person who had announced his identity as a mandate sorcerer to the world, despite being stuck on the first plane? Now that he really was a mandate sorcerer, he wanted to keep a low profile? How could he be any more contradictory? Not long after, the two returned to the dorm where they resided together. As expected, there were many other people making their way over there as well. What's more, it was not just one group of people, but two. The two groups met along the way and exchanged wary looks, ready for a fight. Putting their differences aside for the time being, the two crowds became one as they walked towards Yi Futian's residence. It's people from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts and people from the School of Divination Arts, said a bystander. Many people were headed in Yi Futian and Yusheng's direction. These individuals were all official disciples of Qingzhou Academy. It did not seem like they were there out of jealousy from what had happened with the two girls. Things were not that simple. The School of Martial Arts within Qingzhou Academy consisted of the Battle House, the House of Swordsmen, and the Society of Knights. The School of Divination Arts was made up of the 7 great elemental pavilions. One of the two groups was dressed in silver. These people were from the Society of Knights, where the strongest knights were groomed. On the other hand, the second group of visitors was donned in gold. The two metallic colors reflected off one another. This group was from the Metal Pavilion. Senior Brother Mo Lanshan, a 3-star Glory Knight, and Senior Brother Han Yi, a Metal Element 2-star Glory Sorcerer. I can't believe they're here at the same time. Someone recognized the leaders of the two groups. Their intentions were now clear to everyone. Wow, what an honor. If both schools were there, then it couldn't possibly be for Yi Futian. Inside the dorm, Yi Futian stood off to the side and looked at Yusheng, who was standing in front of the two parties. He smiled lightly. Yusheng had always stood behind Yi Futian, but even then, he still shone brightly. His future would only be brighter. Yi Futian believed in him, just as Yusheng had for him. Senior Sister Qin had previously mentioned that Yusheng would be exempt from next year's spring quarter examinations and that he would be free to choose whether to join the School of Martial Arts or the School of Divination Arts. Back then, Yi Futian thought that there might be a possibility the higher-ups would take action first and recruit him instead of waiting for him to pick. Just as predicted, they were here now. You should step outside, Mo Lanshan said. Naturally, Yi Futian understood this was directed at him, so he smiled and stepped outside, not minding too much. Outside the dorm, a rather large crowd had gathered. Of the thousands of outer sect disciples attending Qingzhou Academy, only a handful were personally recruited as official disciples each year. For this reason, many people would be jealous. Yusheng is about to be an official disciple while he's about to be expelled. What a joke. The people noticed that Yi Futian was alone, and so they felt no need to lower their voices. There were many others in the academy that did not like him anyway. He only made it this far because of Yusheng. Without him, Yi Futian would have been kicked out of the academy ages ago. I'm really looking forward to seeing his performance during the fall quarter examinations. Everyone around laughed at Yi Futian. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourselves? If you mess up during the exam, it'll be really embarrassing. Yi Futian replied as he leaned on the wall nonchalantly. How arrogant. Fits his reputation. Everyone stared and discussed Yi Futian. Even though Yusheng always followed Yi Futian, he was going to become an official first. Shouldn't Yi Futian be ashamed? Yi Futian closed his eyes and tried to block out the noise. Not long after, the Society of Knights exited the dorm. As they walked past Yi Futian, their leader halted. I heard that Yusheng's father works as a manager for your family clan, Mo Lanshan said, without a single glance at Yi Futian. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. People are indeed often blinded by others' family backgrounds. But, as they grow older, they'll come to understand that people from different worlds should not collide. The more arrogant you are now, the more petty you will be later in life. The people you once knew will soar so high above your head that you won't even be close enough to reach out and touch them, Emo Lanshan said coldly and walked away. From the very beginning, Emo Lanshan never spared a glance at Yifutian. He was worthless in his eyes. Yifutian was confused. His eyes followed Emo Lanshan as he departed. Yifutian was sure Yushang would not have made a choice without asking for his opinion first, and Emo Lanshan knew that. So, why did Emo Lanshan say all those things to mock him? Were they not complete strangers? The group from the School of Divination Arts also started to leave. Han Yi glanced at Emo Lanshan's figure ahead of him. His eyes then landed on Yifutian. You've got some guts. Flirting with a senior sister like that. Yifutian was speechless. Had the gossip reached the official disciples? Emo Lanshan is from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts, and even though Qin Yi is from the House of Swordsmen, they're still from the same school. Han Yi left this for Yifutian to think about as he walked away. Yifutian thought about that for a while and his eyes lit up. He finally understood Emo Lanshan's cold attitude towards him. Yushang looked as if he had something to say when he saw Yifutian re-enter the dorm. Don't waste your time thinking about this. How can they ask you to just decide like this? Isn't this a mockery of your abilities? Don't choose either school. If nothing happens, they'll be able to see what a genius you are at the fall quarter examinations. Yushang was dumbstruck by what Yifutian said. It didn't seem like Yifutian wanted to discuss this situation, so even though Yushin already had his thoughts on the topic, he simply nodded. Yushin trusted Yifutian more than he trusted himself. It was 7 days before the fall quarter examinations. Early in that morning, a bell rang all across the Qinzhou Academy campus. People left the dorms and all headed in the same direction. Around this time every year, the academy would gather all the outer sect disciples and make announcements regarding the fall quarter examinations. It was also a time for pre-examination inspections. The outer sect disciple gymnasium was enormous, able to accommodate tens of thousands of people with ease. Even though the outer sect disciples filed in continuously, the gymnasium remained unfilled. The outer sect lecturers had arrived early on. Qin Yi was wearing something tight-fitting that showed off her curvaceous figure and attracted the attention of all those around her. He's here. The news had come from a small group in the crowd. They were all making a fuss while looking in the same direction. From that direction came 2 people. I heard that senior brothers from both schools went to recruit Yushang yesterday. That sort of treatment isn't for just anyone. How dare that loser walk in front of Yushang like that? Everyone watched the school's infamous character, and they were not too happy with him. Yushang was going to be someone important in the future, but what was Yifutian going to amount to? Probably nothing. None of this bothered Yifutian though. Others could not possibly understand his relationship with Yushang. Senior Sister Qin, Yifutian greeted her with twinkling eyes. With a face and a body like that, it was no wonder that a glory knight like Emo Lanshan wasted his time getting mad at a nobody like him. Qin Yi's face fell when she saw Yifutian. Where have you been these past days? I went cultivating, of course, he replied. Since I made a promise to you, I should give it my all. It did not seem like he was lying, so her expression warmed up a bit. As long as it was possible to encourage him to develop, and he did not do too badly during the fall quarter examinations, maybe it would be possible to persuade the academy to give him some time. Have you progressed into the enhancement plane? Qin Yi asked. Senior sister, I've already stepped into the juggernaut plane, he said with a serious look on his face. After she heard his words, her face fell once again and she glared at Yifutian. She couldn't believe that she actually trusted him and that she was even considering putting in a good word for him. Haha. Everyone around began to laugh. Ling Xiao walked close to the 2 and questioned Qin Yi while staring at Yifutian. Senior Sister Qin, what should we do about this guy? You're running out of time, Yifutian. If you want to stay in the academy, you have to pick up the pace and try harder to reach the enhancement plane. Qin Yi was a bit disappointed. Thinking back on the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago, it seemed like such a waste. Yifutian seemed to understand how she felt. His face broke out into a warm smile. Even though she didn't seem to believe him, he knew she truly cared about his well-being. "Don't worry, senior sister. I won't let you down." His smile was a display of his pride. The morning sun shone off his handsome face. Xianxia's heart warmed at his words, but just as she began to feel this way, Yifutian said, "Don't forget what you promised, senior sister." "You." She stomped her feet and turned to walk away. She was only a young 17-year-old. She did not know how to deal with this type of thing. Many people were dumbfounded. They glared at Yifutian furiously, but also with a bit of jealousy. Even though it was quite shameless of him, they were jealous that he could joke with Xianxia without worry. Why waste your time on a person like him? A male lecturer stepped beside Xianxia and asked. She spared him a glance and said, "He is actually quite gifted. I still don't understand why he couldn't manage to break through the collection plane over the span of 3 years. Maybe a miracle will really happen at this year's fall quarter examinations. I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him." The fellow lecturer beside her shook his head and looked at Yifutian with disdain. At that moment, Yifutian wondered and questioned Yushang, who was standing beside him. "How come no one believes me when I tell the truth?" Yushang had no answer for him. Who would believe that anyone could make it from the collection plane to the juggernaut plane in less than a month? "We'll become official disciples in the spring of next year. Should we give Feng Qingxue a hand as well?" Yifutian asked. Yushang took a quick look at Feng Qingxue and nodded. If she was able to develop with Yifutian, then she could definitely make it to the mystery plane by the spring quarter examinations. Yifutian located Feng Qingxue and began to make his way over. The crowd made way for him unwillingly. Of course, this was because he had Yushang behind him. Before he could get close enough to her, someone stepped out in front and blocked his way. It was Feng Qingxue's best friend, Murong Qing. "What do you want?" Murong Qing asked emotionlessly. "I want to speak with Feng Qingxue." Yifutian gave out a smile. "I know. You can say what you need to from here," she said. Yifutian lifted his head, ignoring Murong Qing, as he looked towards Feng Qingxue and said, "I have to talk to you. It'll be the same if you said it from over there." Feng Qingxue was avoiding his eyes. "Feng Qingxue, what do you mean by all of this?" Yifutian was confused by this situation. "You don't understand? It means that Qingxue doesn't want to be near you. So mind yourself," Murong Qing answered. Yifutian's gaze sharpened and he turned serious. However, Feng Qingxue continued to avoid meeting his eyes. "Forget it." His eyebrows unfurled and he spoke softly. "Yifutian wanted to ask you to train together from now on." Yushang spoke out abruptly from his spot off to the side, his gaze sharp as always. Yifutian was shocked as he turned towards Yushang. He was never a man of many words, but the Yushang that Yifutian was looking at now looked extremely mad. At this point, Feng Qingxue lifted her head and noticed the look in Yushang's eyes. She then greeted him timidly. "Yushang." Their interactions attracted the attention of others. Yifutian wanted to invite Feng Qingxue to train together? That's rich. Was he dreaming? However, it was Yushang who brought this up, so no one dared to interfere. "I know that Feng Qingxue really looks up to you, but do you really think that Yifutian is worthy enough to have her train with him?" Murong Qing asked Yushang. Yushang paid her no attention. His eyes were still focused on Feng Qingxue. "I want to know what think." Feng Qingxue clenched her small fists. She was shaking. She looked at Yushang, then at Yifutian. Shaking her head, she replied, "Yusheng, we're all grown up now. I think it would be best for us to keep our distance." After saying this, she let go of the breath she had been holding in. A rock had finally been lifted off her shoulders and she was feeling much more relaxed now. However, she knew that she had just lost something. Yifutian finally got the answer he had been waiting for, although it was not the answer he had hoped to hear. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She really had grown up. Feng Qingxue's answer met the expectations of her peers. They believed Yifutian was too bold, asking Feng Qingxue to cultivate together, which seemed like poorly disguised flirting. How rude was that? Even though people knew they had some history together, mostly friendship over the years since they were young, it still meant nothing, especially when it came to boundaries. When Feng Qingxue had said they were both adults, she had apparently been making her point. "Rejected, huh? People mocked Yu Futian seeing him in this position. In fact, Yi Futian had been so bold that he had left himself no leeway. Seeing their expressions, Yi Futian soon realized what the others were thinking of him. What a cheap novel show he was creating. He shook his head and left. I am such a fool for asking her in public. It was my fault. Pushing her into a place where she had no choice, Yi Futian sighed. Can't you tell that she was obviously making a point when she let Murong Qing stand between you? Come on, man, you've known each other for so long. She told you to keep your distance. What does that mean? Cutting off all ties? Yushin seemed angered by Feng Qingshua's attitude. He looked like a ferocious lion. It's okay. She is only 15, she is still young and easily persuaded by others. Yu Futian did not seem ashamed by what had just happened. In fact, he was still trying to stand up for Feng Qingxue. Don't forget what she just said. Yu Shang said with authority. She was throwing those words right in your face. Why can't you understand your friendship with her is over? She made her choice. Yu Shang knew Yi Futian better than anyone else. He looked cynical, but deep inside he was warm and understanding, especially towards people he knew well. He knew that Yi Futian was trying to forgive Feng Qingxue and give her another chance. However, Yu Shang was not going to just let it go. He felt that he must protect Yi Futian's pride and self-esteem for him. He knew what Feng Qingxue had just missed out on. He never forgot what his father had told Yi Futian. People saw things the clearest when they were down in their lives. It was not a big deal because one day when you became a king, the world would kneel before you. A noise in the crowd came from the battle arena, drawing the attention of the students. Yi Futian and Yu Xing looked back and saw several people flying over the arena. They had wings that held them suspended in midair. They are seniors from the College of Sorcery, wind element mages who can actually condense air to create wings with wind element spells and fly with them. The crowd watched in admiration as they were still in the awakening planes, trying their best to break out of their physical constraints and combine their spirits and bodies in perfection. These mages were in the glory plane, which meant they were proficient in all kinds of spells. In the divine prefectures, mages outranked ordinary cultivators. Only the wind element mages were able to fly in the glory plane. We are here to inform you that a certain area of Mount Tianyao has been cleared, a flying mage said. In this area, there will only be demons and monsters within the awakening plane levels. The following 7 days will be the hunting season before the fall quarter examination. You may hunt in this area to test your own gains from the past year, as well as hone your techniques in real combat and imminent danger. Another flying mage began speaking. You'll leave this place sooner or later. Without being seriously tested by real situations, you will never become a true cultivator. However, safety must be your priority. We suggest you partner up with other people to look out for each other. People nodded to show that they understood what was happening. Every hunting season before the fall quarter examination, the academy would clear the area to make sure that it was safer than usual. However, some daredevils would still go into Mount Tianyao even when it had not been cleared. During the fall quarter examination, the academy will hold a homecoming event. People from the city of Qingzhou will come to watch, possibly even your parents. Make sure you perform well during the event, and do not let them down. The mage continued giving information most students already knew. The fall and spring quarter examinations were remarkable events for both the Qingzhou Academy and the city as a whole. The fall quarter examination was bigger than the spring quarter examination because the latter was for the selection of official students and focused only on a few people. Okay, now go and prepare yourselves. The mage waved goodbye, then the group flew towards Mount Tianyao. The arena buzzed with excitement. People gathered around for the fall hunt. This was an opportunity no one should miss. Yu Futian, what's your plan? Qin Yi asked Yu Futian from a distance. What do you mean by plan, Ms. Qin? Yu Futian looked at her. It's a great opportunity, especially for you. You could go with Yu Shang. It will be safe. Also, you may reach a new plane during the hunt, Qin Yi said. Nah, not this time. Yu Futian shook his head. After all, he had just come back from the mountain. He figured he should save himself the trouble. Qin Yi stared at him and said, You are still young. Relationships are not everything. Do not give up on yourself after being turned down once. Qin Yi was worried about Yi Futian feeling defeated after the apparent rejection he had received from Feng Qingxue. Yifutian blinked and realized Qin Yi misunderstood what had happened. He scanned the shapely body of Qin Yi and mumbled, "You know, I'm not that young." Qin Yi fell speechless for a second. Soon she realized that Yifutian was hitting on her and became angry. She turned around and said, "You're hopeless." Seeing she was mad, Yifutian laughed even more. "My pleasure, Miss Qin." Qin Yi stopped, then kept walking. "She's nice, you better consider her," Yuxing said. Yifutian looked at him with confusion. "Consider what?" "She could be a wife candidate." Yushang looked serious. This guy," Yifutian rubbed his head. "One could really be influenced by his friends." The academy was full of activity these days. Endless groups of people were marching towards Mount Tianyao, most of whom looked high-spirited. It happened every year. But in a few days they would return frustrated, defeated, and injured. During the hunting season, the academy cleared the area for students, making sure the monsters were safe to deal with. However, some level 7, 8, or even level 9 monsters would still be a nightmare for some unfortunate students. This hunt served as a trial but also as a purgatory. Under the mountain, students entered in groups. Some of them looked familiar. "Look, it's Feng Qingxue." People noticed the girl in this particular group. She was dressed in scarlet. She looked even more attractive and charming than usual in such a beautiful dress. The guy next to her, "Who's that?" Some people were surprised to see a charming young man next to Feng Qingxue, in addition to her friend Murong Qing. "He's Murong Qiu, Murong Qing's cousin. He is the pride of the Murong family. He's already in the highest plane of awakening, the Unmaker." "He's with Feng Qingxue for the hunt?" No wonder she. People thought of that some poor guy who had experienced a harsh rejection at the hands of Feng Qingxue. They shook their heads and sighed with pity. Keep their distance? Then why the heck was Murong Qiu here? They could not help imagining how frustrated Yifutian would be if he saw this. He was rejected so badly. I guess he's gonna quit the fall exam. After seeing Murong Qiu accompany Feng Qingxue into the mountain, people began to gossip. Yifutian soon heard about this from the others. He was a bit confused as to why he had somehow become the main character. Even though he had never thought about pursuing Feng Qingxue, he still felt slightly pissed off. It was not out of love, but pure agitation. Still, he did not mind much anyway. He had a more important job to do before the fall quarter examination, which was to further cultivate into a new plane. Days later, in the dorm, Yifutian was cultivating quietly. The burning flames of the sun were all over his body. It forged his joints, muscles, and bones. He owned the life spirit of the sun, which indicated that he was supposed to major in fire element techniques. While he was on Mount Tianyao, he had perceived wood element chi from plants and water element chi from waterfalls. However, they did not compare to the power from his life spirit, the sun. He wondered whether he was being too greedy. It had only come about by accident. Someone was approaching. Yifutian stopped his work and looked at the approaching figure. "Yuxing, what happened?" He knew that Yuxing would not bother to come in unless something terrible had happened. People were evacuating the mountain recently and some of them brought back terrifying news, Yuxing said. "What is it?" Yifutian was caught in curiosity. Some claimed that they saw a dragon in the cleared area. Yuxing's eyes were lit up with excitement. "A dragon?" Yifutian's eyes also shined brightly. He was shocked that even after being cleared, the hunting grounds still had a dragon. The mere presence of a dragon would bring the entire city of Qinzhou into a panic. They only ever seemed to show up in the restricted area. The dragon was a sign of pure power, the emperor of demons and monsters. "Do you believe it?" Yifutian asked. Some swore that it was true. The academy should have evacuated the whole place already. If the academy actually had, it could possibly be true, Yushang said. "Let's go for a walk." Yifutian stood up and walked towards the yard. By now, many students had returned. Some students refused to go into the mountain, knowing that they were incapable of ensuring their own safety. When the two arrived at the mountain, they saw people fleeing in groups, which seemed unusual. They looked at each other. Then someone in the crowd asked, "What's going on?" Some true evil broke out of the restricted area. "The masters are now demanding that everyone leave the area as soon as possible," someone answered. "A true evil?" Is it something that cannot be killed by the masters? People were shocked. I heard it was a giant thunder boa, thousands of years old, with a threatening sense of demonic power. No one can do anything to her for now. The crowd bubbled with excitement. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt slightly confused. What was it exactly? A boa? Or a dragon? Hordes of people were making their way out of the mountains. Some felt lively while others were drained of energy. Almost all of them, however, had discussed the topic of the demon boa as they traveled. The instructors had already made a decision. Those who claimed to have witnessed the demon boa must have been mistaken. After all, demons in cultivation may have a similar appearance as a dragon. Yi Futian saw a familiar figure making her way down the mountain road. Although Feng Qingshua's bright red clothing was covered with a thin layer of dust, her beautiful face remained clean and radiant. She seemed to be in a good mood, chatting with Murong Qiu, who remained at her side. After seeing Feng Qingxue and Murong Qiu together, many people peeked unconsciously at Yi Futian. Their actions confused Yi Futian. When Feng Qingxue noticed this, she could not help but take a look at him herself. However, when her eyes landed on him, she quickly looked away, not wanting to make eye contact. Her conversation with Murong Qiu halted. Beside her, Murong Qiu took notice of her sudden quietness. His eyes followed the descent of road and found Yi Futian a distance ahead of them. Even his side profile oozed with pride. His smiling eyes showed his carefree nature. After a quick glance, Murong Qiu looked away. Yi Futian paid little to no attention to his classmates. Turning to Yu Sheng, he asked, "Do you think the academy would keep it from us if it was a dragon?" Yu Sheng stayed quiet for a little bit, then nodded slightly. "Yes. Let's go check it out before they place the entire mountain on lockdown." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Futian's legs carried him up the mountain in a sprint once again. Bystanders stopped to take everything in. Feng Qingxue stood in shock. She stared as he made his way up, getting closer to her. Did her actions finally break him? She continued to stare as he came closer. Her lips twitched. Just as she was about to speak, he breezed right past her. So he wasn't coming for her. Yu Sheng brushed past Feng Qingxue and Murong Qiu, but not without a chilling glance. What are they doing? It seemed that everyone else had thought the same as Feng Qingxue, but they were all mistaken. Why were the two of them going back up into the mountains at a time like this? Is he crazy? He didn't want to go before, but now that a demon boa had been sighted, and everyone had to be evacuated, he wants to go back up. People were unable to understand Yi Futian's logic. But even Yi Futian did not know what he was doing. However, this was a dragon they were talking about, a creature from the legends. If it was beneficial to observe animals under the freedom meditation, what would happen if it was a dragon? Yu Xing wanted to know what dragons looked like, too. The main road leading to the top of the mountain was blocked off. Senior brothers of the Qingzhou Academy stood guard at the blockade. Only people leaving the mountains were allowed to pass through. It was good that Yu Futian and Yu Xin were prepared for this. They took a small side road far from the main, a shortcut of sorts. They passed by several blockades on their way up, but these obstacles only heightened their curiosity and at the same time confirmed their suspicions of a cover-up. We can't keep wandering blindly. Which direction should we head in? Yu Sheng had enough of sneaking around in the mountain forest. We should go where the largest amount of people is being evacuated, Yi Futian said with determination. Yu Sheng immediately understood. They began to travel towards the most heavily regulated area. Time passed little by little. The sun had descended and the night had come, making it easier for the two to continue unnoticed. There seemed to be fewer and fewer people around. We must be in the center of the lockdown zone. Let's test out our luck and wait here. Yi Futian leaned his back against a nearby tree, resting his tired eyes. The sky got darker. The area had a strange silence. No demon activity was detected. Suddenly, a flash of lightning brightened up the night sky, casting a light on the tightly knit forest. Presently, everyone on guard in this area looked up with a solemn look on all their faces. Was it here? Thunder rumbled. Flashes of lightning appeared more and more frequently. Yi Futian felt excited, but also nervous at this strange sight. A dragon! It's really a dragon! A voice rang out from somewhere in the area. Yifutian jumped up from the ground he was sitting on, eyes locked on the sky ahead of him. There he saw it, a dragon dancing in the night sky. This creature, a couple 1,000 feet long, disappeared into thin air and reappeared in a different location. The rumblings got louder and louder. The whole area was engulfed in lightning and thunder. Dragon! Yushang stared at the sky. It was impossible to put into words what he was feeling. From above came multiple figures, their aura brighter than anything else. A simple look at their silhouettes was enough to let people know that they were individuals with extreme power. They must be the best of the best. Another figure appeared in midair. This person looked to be middle-aged and was extremely handsome. In his presence, the men from before retreated slightly. It was obvious that this man was greatly respected. That is not a dragon. The middle-aged man watched the creature in the sky with his hands resting behind his back. His first words sent shivers down everyone's spines. It only looks and acts like a dragon. This creature was purposely released here, the man continued. To create a creature that replicates a dragon so perfectly, they must have been in contact with a real dragon. How could this be, and why have they come to Mount Tianyao? So that's why it hasn't caused any harm since its appearance. If it were a real dragon, we'd all be goners, said one of the men in the group. Even though it's not real, we still don't know what its appearance at Xianxia Academy means. The middle-aged man floated in midair, looked down at the group of youths. All of them had come from a different direction. You guys have quite some guts. Below him were Yifutian and Yusheng. It turned out they were not the only ones who didn't leave the mountain. Others were probably curious about this legendary creature as well. These rascals. Someone in the group of men scolded the youngsters. How dare they break in during a lockdown? Yifutian thought of nothing but the dragon in the sky. He kept recalling the movements of the dragon. The freedom meditation was in progress. Lightning and thunder went off within his life palace. A dragon appeared as well. Thunder spiritual chi rushed to gather around Yifutian as the lightning coursed through his body. His consciousness was faltering. In his eyes, only the mystical dragon existed. Every scene was engraved deep in his mind. A flash of lightning abruptly struck him between his eyes. The image of the dragon bored into him. The fearful vibrations of thunder took over Yifutian's entire body, causing him to growl deeply at the sheer power. He was no longer able to break free from this state. Every movement of the dragon was engraved deeply in his mind. Upon the sight of the magnificent dragon approaching him, Yifutian shuddered slightly but was unable to move away. Watch out! Yushin shouted when he felt something amiss, but it was too late. The dragon charged at Yifutian at a crazed speed and entered his body through the spot in between his eyes. Yifutian let out an ear-splitting scream with the thundering pain. It was as if a real dragon had entered his mind. Boom! His mind shook and his consciousness scattered. You've finally grown up. A voice sounded in his mind. His body fell straight back. The anomalies in the area disappeared. What's this? The group of men wanted to know. Their eyes focused on Yifutian's fallen body. What just happened? What an unlucky guy. It looks like he was attacked by the fake dragon, someone said. That was so gutsy. Let's check to see if there's anything wrong with him, said someone else. He's fine. The handsome, middle-aged man spoke. By Yifutian's side, Yushang looked up to the man and heard him say, Entrust him to me for now. I'll bring him back and have him examined. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Yusheng had something to say about this. Elder, may I come along? Don't worry. Nothing will happen to him. I'm just going to be at the academy, said the middle-aged man. There was something strange about his eyes that made people willing to trust him, and thus, Yusheng nodded. Please take care of him, elder. When Yifutian finally awoke, he did not feel a single shred of pain, which he thought was strange. His consciousness slipped into his life palace. Just as he thought, above the word tree was an area of lightning and thunder. A dragon flew around the sky, a truly majestic sight. I can't believe it actually came into my life palace. He was shaken up. After fainting, he could hear something, but he couldn't recall what it was. He had already fainted twice since officially beginning to develop. When he thought of how unlucky he was, he could only smile bitterly. If he could benefit from it somehow, though, he wouldn't mind fainting a couple more times. As if he could feel that something was out of place, he shot up and realized that the clothes he was wearing were not his own. It was also obvious to him that he was not in his own dorm. Standing up, Yifutian pushed open the door and was able to see that he was in a quiet, elegant residence. Ahead was a pavilion, and quietly seated there was a young lady. It looked like she was drawing. Beside her was a middle-aged male sipping on tea. It was such a peaceful scene. With a light foot, Yifutian made his way to the pavilion. His gaze fell on the young lady's drawing. She was using a special type of paper, and she wasn't drawing. She was continuously inscribing lines and streaks. From those inscribings seeped a bit of spiritual chi. It's an amulet. Yifutian was shocked. This young girl in front of him knew how to inscribe scrolls? Then wouldn't that make her an inscriber? That's so awesome. Have you seen one before? The middle-aged man put down his teacup and looked towards Yifutian. Not in person, I've only seen them in books, Yifutian replied. A shield is inscribed on the scroll paper with metal spiritual chi. This must be a defense spell. You can see it? The middle-aged man was surprised. Yeah. Yifutian nodded. Through freedom meditation, his ability to perceive spiritual chi had improved greatly. The man smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Yes. He nodded again and immediately bowed to pay his respects. Disciple Yifutian would like to pay formal respects to master. He worked fast. Yifutian understood the importance of being an inscriber. It was a more rare occupation than being a sorcerer. It was also a high-status occupation. An inscriber also had to be a gifted sorcerer. You're as shameless as they all say. The young girl put down the pen in her hand and looked at Yifutian. Yifutian didn't care, he just smiled. Seeing her amazing looks, he said, "Hey, beautiful. So we meet again." The girl who had just showed up was Huajiyu, the legend of the academy. She had become a legend not only for her unmatched beauty, but for the fact that she had managed to ace every test of the fall quarter exam from the first year she had been admitted. You call her a beauty? The middle-aged man looked at Yifutian with confusion as Huajiyu stared at him. Professor, she is just too gorgeous to be human. Yifutian laughed and explained. It was apparent to him that there was some relationship between the professor and Huajiyu, which made the compliment necessary. Okay. Sounds like you know how to talk. The professor smiled and sipped his tea, then looked at Yifutian. Everyone in this academy could be your master. If you want to learn more in the future, come see me. I would be okay with you calling me master. Huajiyu was confused by her father. He had stopped accepting students for so long. How talented would Yifutian have to be to get him to make an exception? Greetings from Yifutian, your humble student. Yifutian saluted. The professor nodded and said, I never cared about these unnecessary and over-elaborate formalities. The fall quarter exam is about to start. Go prepare yourself. What? Today? Yifutian was shocked. He had not realized how long he had slept. Ding, ding, ding. As if responding to him, the academy bell rang, the sound reverberating all over the place. Yifutian looked off towards the distance. It was finally time. Jiayu, send him out, the professor told her. Jiayu noticed that Yifutian looked a bit proud. Come on, let's go. Jiayu began leaving. I haven't changed yet, Yifutian said. The clothes on him had to have belonged to the professor. Then go change. Jiayu was giving him the cold shoulder. Yifutian caught up to her and asked, So, what should I call you? Ms. Hua Sr. or Ms. Hua Jr.? Neither. Well then, Fox it is, Yifutian shrugged. What plane are you in now, Fox? Jiayu ignored his questions. People say that you are a mandate sorcerer. Is that true? Yifutian kept asking, still without a response. Have you ever dated anyone? Yifutian would not let her go. No comment means yes. No. Jiayu slightly bit her lips as she stared at him with anger. Me neither. What a coincidence. Seeing her angry actually made him smile. Jiayu suddenly stopped. When Yifutian looked back at her, he noticed that her young and delicate face was shining in the rays of the early morning sunlight. This made him forget everything he had had on his mind. You are seriously shameless. Jiayu turned around and left. A smile appeared on Yifutian's face when he saw her gradually disappear. The academy was busier than ever today. Crowds of people were continually entering the academy. Every fall quarter exam, the big local chiefs of Qingzhou would join the event. as would the parents of the current students. They were all qualified for entry. Those who could not enter would wait outside, looking forward to finding out which students had stood out this time. Although all the exam participants were kids, the eldest of whom were still under 18, the stars of this exam would definitely be prominent chiefs of Qingzhou in the future. Most of the big chiefs that watched this event were also former students of the academy. The exam drew attention from all over the city. The legendary girl of Qingzhou Academy, Hua Jieyu, has aced the written test all 3 years. I bet she will take our breath away this time. Xianxia has been right behind her in second place for the past 3 years. He might outperform her. Murong Qiu, the son of the remarkable Murong family, is already in the unmaker plane. In fact, he has already qualified to be an official student. Rumor has it he wanted to be official along with the unquestioned number 1 of the fall quarter exam, so he refused to be official without the exam. This might be his last try. Don't forget the son of the chamberlain for the Yi family, Yuxing. He would have been an official student last spring if it weren't for Yi Futian. Remember, he is only 15. The crowd outside spoke as if they knew everything about the academy. It showed how influential the academy was around the city. Yi Futian returned to his dorm. Yu Sheng was reassured seeing him back, and asked him, "Are you all right?" "I'm better than all right," Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, his body started cracking with the sound of thunder. Thunderbolts ran through his body with absolute control from his mind. Wow, amazing, that is the power of the invincible plane. Yu Xin was surprised that Yu Futian had it made into another plane with the power of thunder. It seemed the interaction with the dragon had made him even stronger. "You can try some basic spells now," Yu Xing said. "Not enough time, buddy. The fall exam has started," Yi Futian said. "Your father is coming to the event to watch you." "He's coming." Yi Futian was shocked for a moment, then smiled. He realized that this time might be a big surprise for his father. Yi Futian changed. Then he and Yu Sheng left the dorm for the battle arena. The arena was equipped with 3,000 desks, all lined up in rows. In the front, over the staircases, there were many official students and professors from the academy. The stands on the sides were filled with people, including the big chiefs of Qizhou and parents of the students. Yi Futian's presence drew some attention, most of it out of confusion. The story of him being rejected by Feng Qingxue, and Feng Qingxue being accompanied by Murong Qiu during the hunt, had spread all over the city. Then there was the story of his altercation with the demon boa in Mount Tianyao. He was only adding to his notorious reputation. In fact, he looked tough. Few would survive after being attacked by a demon boa. The academy officially announced it was a demon boa that attacked you, Yu Sheng told Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and scanned the far corner of the stand, then smiled. "Come on," he said, running towards the corner. There was a small group sitting there. Yi Baichuan was chatting with another middle-aged person. He saw Yi Futian coming and called out, "Listen, I am only here for you. Do you understand? If you perform horribly, never tell anyone that you are my son again." Yi Futian felt humiliated. "Seriously, Dad? Not in public. Can you at least try not to embarrass me? Now you know you have a reputation to protect?" He was surprised at Yi Futian's response, as he had heard how shameless his son could be. "I feel so sad," Yi Futian said, patting his own forehead. "Stop pretending." "Did you offend my future daughter-in-law?" Yi Baichuan just would not let him off the hook. Yi Futian soon found that Feng Qingxue was sitting quietly next to Mr. Feng. She avoided making eye contact with him. "Yi Baichuan, when the hell did I promise you that my daughter would be your daughter-in-law?" "Stop that nonsense," Feng Rahai told Yi Baichuan. "Uncle Feng." Yi Futian was disturbed by what was happening. "Boy, how are you doing in your cultivation recently?" "Any better?" Feng Rahai asked him. "Of course, there has been some progress. Otherwise, I would not have shown up for the exam," Yi Futian told him. "Good for you. You are still young. You should focus on your cultivation. Do not think and talk about nonsense like your father." Feng Ruhai stared at Yi Baichuan. "Roger that," Yi Futian laughed. "Yu Sheng, we really have some expectations for you this time," Feng Ruhai said, looking at Yu Sheng. "Okay." Yu Sheng seemed indifferent. "Go prepare yourselves for the exam," Feng Ruhai said. They nodded, Then Yi Futian and Yu Shang turned around and left. Later, Feng Qingxue left in another direction. What's wrong with these kids? Do you have any idea? Yi Baituan frowned, feeling confused. Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue had quarreled with each other all the time when they were young. Something must have been wrong if they were just staying silent. People spoke casually amongst themselves. Even though it was only the written test today, the audience still showed high interest. Knowledge was as crucial as talent, and served as the foundation for their futures. The weaker students with profound experience could beat out those who were stronger than them in the future. The students entered and took their seats. There were 3,000 of them. How grand it was! Yi Futian and Yu Shang entered and sat down in a row. Yi Futian took a deep breath. This was his first time taking the fall quarter exam. It was impossible not to be nervous. It's her. Hua Jieyu. A girl entered and suddenly drew all the attention from the crowd. She was in a light-colored suit, but she was so beautiful that she seemed to shine over everyone. God, such a beauty. The students were amazed. She is so gorgeous and she is only 15. I bet 3 years from now she will be a Helen of Troy for the boys. People believed that with her beauty and talent, she would definitely be a troublemaker in the future. Even some of the big chiefs knew that she had quite a history. People say that Murongqiu was rejected by her? In the stands, a member of the Murong family seemed disappointed by these words. It's okay. With such talent, how can you expect her to accept any boy in the city? It's a pity for Murongqiu, though. He would have been an official last year if not for her. Someone said to the member of Murong family, trying to comfort them. Yep, she is a fox. Yi Futian also noticed her and the fact that she had drawn everyone's attention. No one else could ever manage to do this except her. Hua Jieyu stood for a while, scanning the rows for a spot. Soon she began walking again. All the students that had already sat down were praying to themselves that she would stop next to them. However, none of their fantasies came true. She finally stopped and picked a seat. People stopped praying and began to wonder who was the lucky bastard she had chosen to sit next to. Suddenly, they all froze in shock, completely baffled by her choice. Hua Jieyu sat down beside Yi Futian. This was the same Yi Futian who had opted out of exams for 3 years, gotten rejected by Feng Qingxue, and was about to be kicked out of Qingzhou Academy. What a lucky dog! Many people were very jealous. How come he got to sit next to Hua Jieyu his first time joining the fall quarter examinations? Furthermore, Hua Jieyu was sitting in an aisle seat, which meant that only one person had the privilege of sitting next to her. Seeing this opportunity given to Yi Futian, one could only imagine how the others felt about this. Yi Futian could feel the hateful stares directed at him. He took a glance at the girl sitting beside him. She was sitting there silently, elegant and natural. It was as if she had no idea who he was. This fox, she definitely did this on purpose, Yi Futian thought to himself. He had originally planned to participate in the exams quietly, but now he had become the center of attention for all the wrong reasons. As more and more people gathered around, the area surrounding Hua Jieyu became the most sought-after seats. People glared at Yi Futian as they passed by. Then, a delicate-looking youth approached him and asked, "Can we switch seats?" Yi Futian looked up, his eyes meeting with a boy about the same age as himself. His delicate face glowed with pride, his voice natural. It's Xianxia. Many people's attention was still on where Yi Futian's was. Xianxia had placed second in the written examinations for the past 3 years. He had always wanted to surpass Hua Jieyu, and a lot of people knew he had a crush on her. Xianxia had not only done extremely well in the written examinations, he was also extremely gifted. He was already on the 7th awakening plane, the mystery plane. His ability to perceive fire spiritual chi was also at the highest level. He truly was a genius. Losing to Hua Jieyu only in the slightest bit, he was still one of the best outer sect disciples. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and thought, wow, now that's rude. Of course, said Yi Futian. The people around him were stunned. Was he really just going to give up that easily? Not, he finished. Hearing these 3 words, the smile on Xiangshia's face was now frozen. He saw Yi Futian smile. It looked like he was mocking him. I know you. You gave up on participating in any examinations for 3 years and are about to get kicked out of the academy. A person like you shouldn't be wasting time here. Xianxia was not mad, he was simply trying to mock Yi Futian back. But I want to. Yi Futian was still smiling. Then I hope that it won't be too embarrassing for you after the written exam. Xianxia laughed lightly. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time. After mocking Yi Futian, Xianxia gave Hua Jieyu a look before he headed back to his seat. He sat back down and got extremely serious, like a warrior before a battle. What a sad life. Yi Futian looked at Xiaxia's silhouette with great pity. Yi Futian's rejection did not shock anyone. This was what he really was, a legendary, arrogant loser. However, his legend would come to an end after this year's fall quarter exam. Yi Futian was going to be expelled. As the outer sect disciples entered, the official disciples surrounded the entire gymnasium. There were 3,000 tables, but only a little over 1,000 people were participating in the fall quarter examinations. After all, a lot of the first-year outer sect students lacked the confidence to get a decent grade. They knew it was difficult to do well, so they chose to opt out of the examination and keep a clean slate than to have a bad grade on their permanent record. However, to give up participating in the examination for 3 years like Yi Futian had done was simply unheard of. This was why he was a legend. Even the academy had had enough of him. At the front of the gymnasium, many of the official disciples were present. Qin Yi stood there and glanced in Yi Futian's direction. After 3 years, he was finally here. He wasn't giving up on the exams again. Let's hope for a miracle. Xianxia already made a deal with the School of Divination Arts. After the fall quarter examinations end, he's going to be admitted into the school as an official disciple. I don't even know where that useless loser, Yi Futian, got the guts to talk to him like that, said Emolan Shan. He was chuckling lightly beside Qin Yi. Qin Yi's eyebrows furrowed. Yi Futian did have some problems, but she still wouldn't call him a useless loser. Do you have something against him? She asked Emo Lanshan. Of course I do. Emo Lanshan felt no need to hide his feelings. How dare he say those things to you in class? I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him. Why do you waste your time on him? Qin Yi did not know what to say to defend herself. Maybe it was because she could not forget the amazing results he had achieved during the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago. He should not have ended up like this. It's time. Hand out the test papers, said an elder seated behind the two. Official disciples rose out of their seats and began to distribute the written examinations. This meant that the fall quarter written examinations had officially begun. The enormous crowd was in complete silence. The people who came to observe the examination process consisted of parents and family as well as many well-known individuals of the city of Qizhou. They understood that they had to stay quiet too. As everyone got their test papers, Feng Qingxue took a deep breath. She hoped to rank well in this year's fall quarter examinations and gain the privilege to access the second floor of the Qingzhou Academy Library. This way, she would have unlimited access to some of the most powerful spells. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Futian before looking down at his test paper. When he noticed the beautiful Hua Jieyu seated beside Yi Futian, he could not hide the look of jealousy on his face. Ling Xiao had always had a crush on Feng Qingxue, and Hua Jieyu was the girl of his dreams, unreachable. How was Yi Futian worthy of sitting next to her? Hua Jieyu remained quiet after receiving her test papers, probably because she was just that confident. Somewhere near the front of the room, Yang Xiu's fists clenched tight and then relaxed, in preparation for the exam. As for Yi Futian, he looked through the test questions once and a smile appeared on his face. He then picked up his pen. His very first fall quarter examination was finally here. He knew many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself and looked forward to seeing him be expelled. What a pity. They were about to be disappointed. The test questions went from easy to difficult, starting with basic questions about cultivation. Most students were able to answer these questions. Yi Futian's pen danced across the test paper. He answered the questions with ease. Interesting, said Yi Futian as he read one of the test questions. During a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you have done? What if you were the sorcerer? He scribbled down his answer quickly. Time was passing by quickly. Some students were now sweating. Towards the back of the test packet, the questions got more abstract and more difficult to answer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian was already on the last question. This question seemed easy enough. The question was, a group of martial arts cultivators and a group of divination arts cultivators on the same plane and level fought. Which side won? This was a freebie. In a group battle, the martial arts cultivators would have people from a variety of occupations. Naturally, the divination arts group would also consist of a variety of elemental sorcerers. If the sorcerers worked together, the amount of power they possessed could destroy the opposing group. There wouldn't be much fighting. Yi Futian thought of this and smiled. After writing down his response, he put his pen down. Coincidentally, Hua Jiu had also just placed her pen down on her desk beside him. The two looked at each other. Yi Futian gave her a provoking smile. All Hua Jiu did in response was glare at him. But no matter what she did, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Nobody amongst the test-takers noticed their little exchange. But at the front of the room, someone took notice of Hua Jiu. "She's still the same, always the first one to finish," said an elder at the academy. She was always the focus of the room, even if she just sat quietly, focused on her exam. "That's not true, the young man next to her finished just before her, but his responses are probably rubbish," said another elder. He smiled and shook his head, thinking of how hard it must have been for Yi Futian to focus with Hua Jiu sitting next to him. "Wow, look how quickly he finished. You worked so hard to give him a fighting chance." But all he's thinking of is how to put on a show to attract a girl's attention. Mo Lanshan's words were directed at Qin Yi. Her eyes went to Yi Futian and she felt a twinge of disappointment. Slowly, more and more people finished up their exams. Some excited, some not so excited. Finally, an elder stood up on the stage and signaled the end of this year's fall quarter examinations. The official disciples were waiting. Once the elder stood up, they moved forward to collect test papers. Even though the test papers had been collected, everyone remained seated in the gymnasium. Qingzhou Academy's fall quarter written exams had always been graded on the spot, and the results were announced the same day. A group of academy elders and outer sect lecturers graded the exams together with great speed. As they graded, the students looked on nervously while the audience chatting lightly. When the lecturers began to separate the test papers by score, the atmosphere intensified. After a while, one of the lecturers walked up to face the students, holding a list. Everyone knew that the list of people who had passed this year's fall quarter examinations would be announced first. Liu Fongyun, Mo Hanjiang. With every name the lecturer announced, students began to relax one by one. Of course, there were also many who looked very disappointed as they had hoped for better results. Other than the list of those who passed, there were also lists of rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 students yet to be announced. After the names on the first list were announced, it was revealed that there were 72 people in rank 3, 36 in rank 2, and only 3 in rank 1. Qin Yi listened carefully. After the list of rankings was announced, her disappointment heightened. If he could not even pass the written exam, then he was destined to be kicked out of the academy. Her eyes drifted toward Yi Futian and she let out a deep sigh. Seated in front of Yi Futian, Xianxia laughed coldly. "Just as expected. You were going to fail regardless, why embarrass yourself like this?" Feng Qingxue also looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes reflected her disappointment, but it disappeared shortly. Wasn't this what everyone expected? "Yi Futian, remember what you said in class last time? Now that you're about to be expelled, doesn't it feel like a big slap in the face?" Ling Xiao asked loudly from far away, causing many people to avert their attention towards Yi Futian. Secretly, they were all happy that this shameless bastard was about to be expelled. Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao, who was laughing at him with irony. However, Yi Futian seemed calm as usual. "This list only contains those who merely qualified. Why are you laughing like that?" Yi Futian spoke slowly, then glanced around to see that other people were also chuckling. "Come on, seriously?" Ling Xiao laughed even harder and stared at Yi Futian. "You don't think you made it onto the list of excellence, do you? You have been daydreaming for 3 years, and you are clearly not going to stop now. You know what? You are just hopeless. Look at your face. Stop that outrageous laugh, please. I doubt you will be able to keep it when I make it onto the list of the highest rankings." Yi Futian frowned at him. He knew Ling Xiao had always looked down on him, but how severe was his hatred that Ling Xiao was excited about his failure. "Sounds like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. right? Then keep waiting. Ling Xiao sounded cold. Yifutian shook his head and ignored him. The lecturers were still busy organizing the test papers and lists. After a while, Qin Yi came onto the stage to announce the names of 72 students who had made it onto the list of perfection. Of course, a remarkable student like Ling Xiao was on the list. He was now behaving even more arrogantly towards Yifutian. He was waiting until the end of the list announcement to throw every insult right in Yifutian's face. Feng Qingxue felt excited because her name had not shown up on the list of perfection. She had definitely passed the test, which meant that her name was possibly on the list of brilliance. Once she performed well after the written test, she would have achieved her goal. Feng Qingxue. The list of brilliance was being announced, and Feng Qingxue was first. Her eyes shined as she smiled with ecstasy. She definitely deserved her spot. Yu Xing. The announcements continued. Every name on the list really meant something at the academy. Murong Qiu. This was the last name on the list. The announcer lowered their hands. Murong Qiu suddenly turned pale and looked as if he were truly frustrated. There were 36 names on the list of brilliance. For most ordinary people, it would be glorious. But sadly for him, this was not the case. Anything other than the list of excellence meant failure to him. Last time, he had ranked third on the list of excellence. He had participated in the exam this time to challenge the legendary girl, but he had failed again, and by an even worse margin. In the stands, a member of the Murong family also looked pretty gloomy. Murong Qiu only made the list of brilliance. There's not even a rank for this list. The Murong family member mumbled. They were right, as only the top 3 could be ranked for being on the list of excellence. Other people were also wondering and discussing to themselves. There should be 3 on the list of excellence. Common sense said that the legendary girl and Yang Xiu would be the top 2. But if that was the case, who had taken Murong Qiu's place and forced him onto the list of brilliance? It was even more mysterious because the famous students had all already been listed on the list of brilliance. People could not find anyone that was missing. Looks like we have a dark horse. But who is it? People started looking around to figure out who they were missing for this possible honor. This mystery had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He watched Yifutian intently, believing he was just bluffing and pretending to be calm after the first 2 lists had been announced. In the very front, several masters of the academy were having a debate over the ranks of the last 3 tests. Yang Xiu took a deep breath. He was not sure whether he would beat Hua Jiyu this time. He had already promised the College of Sorcery that after this fall quarter exam that he would join the college and become an official student, which meant that this was his last chance to beat Hua Jiyu. Finally, the masters reached a consensus. Someone recorded the decision, and a master went towards the crowd, prepared to give the final announcement. The whole place was suddenly cloaked in silence. Everyone's ears perked up for the final decision. Yang Xiu, number 3 on the list of excellence. The master gave the first name. Everyone immediately began gossiping. Yang Xiu was only number 3? For real? Yang Xiu, someone who had always ranked under Hua Jiu, was suffering the same tragedy as Murong Qiu? Who had caused that? Impossible. Yang Xiu had gotten nothing but disappointment from the wait. He seemed lost. This has to be impossible. His entire mind had been fixated on being ranked over Hua Jiu. However, this time it had turned out even worse. How was he supposed to accept this reality? Who is it? For God's sake? People were becoming even more curious. They began focusing on the master announcing the list. Number 2 on the list of excellence, Hua Jiu. Another name came out, and it bewildered the entire crowd. Hua Jiu had consecutively ranked number 1 for 3 straight fall quarter exams. Now she was number 2? How could that have happened? What was even more strange was that neither Yang Xiu or Murong Qing had beaten her. There was only one thing on the minds of everyone in the building. Who was this John Doe? Hua Jiu was even a bit surprised herself. She subconsciously looked at Yifutian and suddenly realized that something unusual might have been happening. The tension was at an all-time high. Everyone waited in suspense to find out who it was. He made it. Yu Shang tightened his fists. He was kind of excited. No one knew why he was suddenly behaving like this, or whether there was anything worth being excited about. However, he was the only one who knew what was coming. The eyes of the master passed all over the crowd, eventually stopping on a boy. The master seemed astonished and surprised. For 3 years he had been a nobody at the academy, but now he was going to be the superstar? The number 1 ranking on the list of excellence for the Qingzhou Academy fall quarter examination is... The master paused, then said slowly, Yifu Tian. The crowd immediately shut down and became silent upon hearing this name. It was as if the entire building was muted. Every possible expression was showing on the crowd's faces. They had considered every possibility, but not Yifu Tian. How could their imagination have been that wild? This guy had abandoned the exams for 3 years and had been stuck in the collection plane. Yifu Tian, champion of the written test, sounded like the worst joke ever. However, people soon realized that the masters of the academy would never pull a prank like that for this exam. Suddenly, they were even more shocked by the decision. Yifu Tian, champion of the test? Tell me I am dreaming, please. Some were doubting whether they had heard the announcement correctly. Yifu Tian. Qin Yi was next to the master. She repeated the name, seemingly dumbfounded. Nobody had thought that his name would show up on the list of qualification. They thought he wouldn't have done well enough to even accomplish that. It was incredible that he had performed so well that he had made it onto the list of excellence. Ling Zhao's face turned to stone. He had believed Yifu Tian would be expelled from the academy soon and had prepared a long, humiliating speech for Yifu Tian. Now Yifu Tian was number 1. How could that have even happened? Feng Qingxue was in such awe that she could not speak. Her eyes moved from the master who had announced the list slowly to where Yifu Tian was sitting. Yifu Tian sat in his spot quietly. The smile on his face was the same as usual, calm and light. It seemed like he knew he deserved this honor and that nothing was shocking about the outcome to him. What strong confidence he had. Could it be possible that the last 3 missed years had only served to make this moment more glorious? Hua Jieyu was sitting next to Yifu Tian. She observed this boy with her beautiful eyes. This boy had broken her record, but she did not seem too disappointed. It was not like the bitterness that was on the faces of Xianxia and Morongqiu. Instead, she felt curious and surprised. Her father had told her that Yifu Tian was as talented as she was. At first she had refused to admit it. Actually, she had looked forward to this fall quarter exam, because Yifu Tian would not have been able to conceal his talent anymore. She was eager to know why her father had broken his rule and accepted him as his student. She was quite surprised by the results. Something must be wrong. Someone yelled all of a sudden. All the eyes were suddenly drawn to the shouter, Xianxia, who was standing in front of Yifu Tian. It was already disappointing enough to be listed as 3rd place on the list of excellence, but it was even more humiliating to see that it was Yifu Tian who had made this happen. Yifu Tian had been humiliated by him moments before the lists were announced. How could this have happened? Had he made himself look like a total fool? What's the problem, Xianxia? The master looked at him. Xianxia paused for a second, then glanced at Yifu Tian with contempt. He sat next to Hua Jieyu. He must have cheated off of her to earn that score. Yes, plagiarism, that's definitely it. Ling Xiao followed. Many others seemed to be in agreement about this reasonable explanation. Who do you guys think we are? Professors? Or just a bunch of old blind folks? It was like cold water was being thrown right in their faces. The test papers of the top 3 had gone through the strict review of multiple masters. How could plagiarism have gone unnoticed by them? Yifu Tian slowly tapped on the desk with his fingers. He was casual and relaxed. He believed that all the doubt would be silenced by the truth. You are all honorable masters, but people just have different preferences. I cannot accept the fact that I am listed as number 3, and that Yifu Tian is number 1 because you preferred his viewpoints. Xianxia was completely agitated. He was desperately trying to pull Yifu Tian off his throne. The master looked at Xianxia with disappointment. It seemed that this student had little patience for failure. Without ever enduring failure, even a talented student like Xianxia could never make significant achievements in the future. Yifu Tian looked at Xianxia. He was so persistent, even when it only brought shame onto himself. Everyone's eyes were on Yifu Tian and Xianxia. Another one of Qingzhou Academy's elders walked up on the stage and asked Xianxia, "Could it be that you want to grade the exams yourself?" I would not dare to have such thoughts. Xianxia shook his head. I only want to know why he scored higher than me. What was I lacking? The Qingzhou Academy elders sat in silence. Finally, one of them nodded and said, All right, since you have your doubts, then we will let you know the reason why. All of the students and everyone observing from the stands remained quiet. They too were curious. What responses could Yi Futian have given to surpass Xianxia? The first question: during a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you do? What if you were the sorcerer? How did you answer this question? The elder asked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he said with confidence, if I were the knight, I would continue my attacks until the sorcerer's spiritual qi ran out and end them with a final blow. If I were the sorcerer, I would try to find my opponent's weak point and attack at full force once the opportunity presented itself. Many people began to nod. To them, Xiao's response was well-rounded. Many people would have answered the same. So where did he go wrong? Even the VIP guests on stage were intrigued. This question was given to test the students' ability to adapt to an emergency situation. In their eyes, Xiao's answer was not bad. How would Yi Futian answer this question? Yi Futian, please tell us your response. The elder looked at Yi Futian, who in turn stood up and looked at Xianxia. He then said, if I were the knight, I wouldn't give my opponent a chance to retaliate. I would attack continuously until he falls. If I were in the sorcerer's position and collected the wind element, then I would escape. If I was a sorcerer of any other element, I would pretend to be completely drained of power. If needed, I would even take a hit from the offense and then, when they're least prepared, attack with my last remaining power. Why did you respond in this way? Asked the elder. In a battle between the two, if the knight can drain the sorcerer of his power, then that means that his foundation is probably already stronger. Under continuous attack, the only person making any mistakes would be the sorcerer. The bug in Xiao's response is if the sorcerer was able to find the knight's weakness, then he would have done so during the previous exchanges. If you want your opponent to trip up, you must pay the price. Yi Futian answered slowly. Upon hearing this seamless response, Xianxia paled. Everyone on stage began to nod in agreement. In comparison, there truly was a big difference between the two. The elder nodded as well, then turned to look at Xianxia again. The last question. In a group battle between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who would win? How did you answer this question? It would be difficult to determine the results if everyone was on the first few planes of awakening. If everyone was in the same higher plane and if both sides were equal in number, of course, the victory would go to the sorcerers. Xianxia did not waver in his response. He himself was a sorcerer, so he believed that sorcerers were better than martial art specialists. He was very prideful. Yi Futian, and your answer? Asked the elder. At awakening, the martial art cultivators have a higher chance of victory. Anything above this level, sorcerers would have a higher chance, he replied calmly. Ridiculous. How could martial art cultivators win against sorcerers, even at the awakening level? Furthermore, sorcerers wouldn't have a higher chance at a more advanced level. They would have a complete victory, no questions asked, Xianxia said coldly. Explain it to him. The elder made his request to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia and asked, between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who has the better fitness, stamina, and speed? Indeed, those are a sorcerer's weaknesses, but martial art cultivators wouldn't even be able to get close to the sorcerers. Xianxia stared at Yi Futian. At the awakening level, sorcerers cannot cast their spells from a far distance. If the martial arts cultivators choose to surround without attacking, what do you plan to do? That's a stupid question. Then I would obviously choose to attack first. Even at the awakening plane, sorcerers have more powerful attacks, Xianxia retorted. You attack, I recede. You retreat, I surround, said Yi Futian. His words gave shivers to many of the honorable guests. He was able to calmly deliver his battle plans. If a person with a lot of battle experience had said this, no one would have been surprised. But these words came from an inexperienced youngster still in the academy. This was what made it so impressive, but chilling at the same time. His battle tactics showed his detailed understanding of strengths and weaknesses of both martial art cultivators and sorcerers, and he was able to incorporate this knowledge into his plans. His tactics were extremely passive-aggressive. Martial art cultivators were stronger, have better stamina, and were faster than sorcerers. Sorcerers in the awakening plane cannot attack from afar, so all you had to do was wait for them to deplete themselves of power. Xianxia did not look well at this point. He stared at Yufutian and said, "The awakening plane leads to overall enhancement. If sorcerers focused on the enhancement of their spiritual powers, then they might not lose to the martial art cultivators in strength, stamina, and speed. You already said to disregard the first couple planes of awakening. Once sorcerers reach the sixth plane, the invincible plane, they would have to focus on learning to control their elemental spiritual powers as well as other spiritual powers between heaven and earth. They would have to focus on training in sorcery, as the amount of energy they can exert for enhancement is very limited. Martial art cultivators, on the other hand, don't have this problem. Your ideal situation right now is edging closer to cultivation in both arts," Yifutian slowly explained. "Even though the cultivators in the two groups do not have that much of a difference in the awakening plane, the comparison is still there. Naturally, it would be most beneficial to cultivate in both martial and divination arts." "That's enough," the elder spoke once again. "As for the reason behind why it would be possible for martial art cultivators to win at higher levels, we'll leave that for you to think about yourself. Remember, understanding yourself and others is the key to victory. The strong are strong regardless of which art they cultivate. Xianxia, if we placed you against Yifutian in a fight under fair circumstances, you would be fated to lose. Since the start of Qingzhou Academy, the spring and fall quarter examinations always included a written test. These youngsters have had no actual battle experience, so the most important thing to do is to engrave basic knowledge into their brains." "Fated to lose?" Xianxia was now in a somber mood. He then lifted his head toward the elder and said, "I acknowledge my defeat." The elder looked at Xianxia and knew he had yet to accept this reality. It was not easy to change the mind of a youth. "The fall quarter written examinations will end here for today. The most important portion of the test will continue tomorrow," announced the elder. Students began to stand one by one, wanting to go up to the stage and greet the VIP guests. This was the end of this quarter's written exams. However, so students had yet to settle into their feelings. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Yifutian. For the past 3 years, he had been ridiculed numerous times for being a legendary loser, but now he had thoroughly shocked everyone. Who would believe that he could be ranked first on his first written test? Xianxia turned to face Yifutian. He said coldly, "I take back what I said to you before. I guess you have learned a lot in the 3 years you wasted. But even if that's the case, everything written on paper is useless. There is no use in having all of this knowledge if you are physically incapable. With no powers, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant to defeat you. Are you trying to make yourself feel better after all that embarrassment? How disgraceful. Do you want me to step on you like an ant?" Yushang stood up, his large physique shadowing over Xianxia. His aura was enough to suffocate the latter. In the blink of an eye, Xiangshia's expression looked even worse than before. Of course, he had heard of Yushang. This psycho knocked out all the teeth of a senior brother 2 years ago just because the brother had insulted Yifutian. After punching out his teeth, Yushang picked him up by the collar and tossed him outside the academy gates. Since then, no one has dared to insult Yifutian in his presence. Even though many people had forgotten about this incident in the passing years, Xianxia remembered. He cowered in front of Yushang. Scram! The thunderous shout from Yushang scared Xianxia to no end. He quickly looked at Yifutian and said, "See you tomorrow." Before leaving, he did not forget to take a look at Hua Jieyu, who remained seated beside Yifutian during all the drama. He could not believe that he was made to look like such a fool in front of her. His mood worsened at the thought. Yifutian just smiled, not saying anything. A quick glance at Ling Xiao revealed that he was also looking at Yifutian. Yifutian could not help but to give a sarcastic smile, thinking of all the things Ling Xiao had previously said to him. Just one smile was enough for Ling Xiao to know that Yifutian was taunting him. Ling Xiao's fists tightened as he stared at Yifutian. 3 years, you're pretty good at hiding secrets. Even though you haven't developed at all, you gained quite a lot of book smarts. This doesn't change a thing though. Even if you got first today, you're going to drop back down to your loser status tomorrow. You might still have a chance of being expelled. Can you imagine how interesting that would be? Idiot. One word from Yi Futian was enough to wipe the smirk of Ling Zhao's face. He was reminded of the last time Yi Futian had insulted him in the classroom. That bastard. Yi Futian looked around him. He was full of pride. He had just ranked first after all. There were already a lot of people who looked at him less harshly than before. There were even some people who could not look him in the eyes. At this time, Hua Jieyu got up slowly from her seat beside him. As she walked towards the exit, Yi Futian watched her. Hua Jieyu took a couple of steps and suddenly turned back with a smile. Nothing could compare to her beauty in that second. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. She smiled brightly. People's gazes froze on her smile, their hearts melting at the sight of it. However, this smile was not for them but for Yi Futian. Leaving her smile imprinted in everyone's minds, Hua Jieyu turned to leave once again. Yi Futian blinked and quickly realized that people were shooting daggers at him with their eyes. Those who did not dare look in his eyes just a minute ago were now looking at him with pure hatred. Everyone seemed like they were out for blood. After seeing those looks, Yi Futian could imagine what was waiting for him tomorrow. In that split second, Yi Futian finally understood the purpose of Hua Jieyu's smile. He could not help himself and cursed her in his mind. That fox set me up. Yi Futian was upset. The others were just jealous. Was Hua Jieyu smiling at him? Did they already know each other? It was impossible. How could this legendary loser have gotten the chance to know the real legend of the academy? It must have been that his performance on the written test had made her a bit curious about him. People tried to justify why Hua Jieyu knew none of them. Yet she knew Yi Futian. Yep, that must be true. Yi Futian will fail tomorrow anyway. What happened today is just another part of his daydream. The crowd was dismissed. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked towards the stands, where Yi Baichuan was waiting for them. When he saw the boys, he laughed. Good job, boy. You really are my blood. Good job? Who was gloating about having an excellent son minutes ago to everyone. Where are those big words now? Feng Ruhai was also laughing. You are impressive. Congratulations. Sure, so is Qingxue. She made it to the list of brilliance. Yi Baichuan said. Come here, son. I have to ask you something. Yi Baichuan walked away, his son following him. Yi Baichuan stopped and showed a sly smile to Yi Futian. Tell me, are you being mean to Qingxue because you are going after someone better? Be honest with me. Yi Futian felt so awkward. It seemed that the smile Hua Jieyu had given him had also caused some silly misunderstanding for his father. This is really complicated. Leave me alone. I will deal with it. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Yi Baichuan gazed at his eyes and said, Okay, you take care of this. It's none of my business anymore. Now that you have aced the written test, what about tomorrow? Yi Futian looked serious and showed a curious face to Yi Baichuan. In our family ancestry, were there any great mandate sorcerers with cultivation specialized in freedom meditation? Of course. I take it you have awakened already? Yi Baichuan immediately realized what had happened. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Good. Yi Baichuan suddenly slapped his son on the shoulder. He was so excited that his palm made a cracking sound when it hit Yi Futian's head. He retracted his palm when he saw the painful expression on his son's face. What are you doing, Dad? Yi Futian stared at his father. So, if we have great family ancestors, why am I the only one who awakened with that special talent? That's definitely because of my efforts. Yi Baichuan was taking this for granted. Yi Futian frowned. His father must have been even more shameless than he was at his age. I'll tell your godfather the good news. He will be so happy for you, son. Maybe he will come and watch tomorrow by himself, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Ever since he was a child, his godfather had told him that one day he would be awakened, and it had finally happened. He could not wait to see the happiness on his godfather's face. As the two were talking, Feng Ruhai also began to speak with his daughter. He asked, When did Yi Futian meet Hua Jieyu? Has he been mean to you since then? Apparently both fathers believed that Yi Futian had betrayed Feng Qingxue for another beautiful girl. Feng Qingxue realized the misunderstanding and shook her head to deny it. Then what's going on? Tell me the truth. Feng Ruhai wanted to know what was going on. Feng Qingxue hesitated for a second, then slowly told her father the whole story. That is stupid. Feng Rahai seemed angry about what she had said. That's not how you deal with relationships. You have known Futian for years. You guys have been arguing and joking forever. There should be nothing that you cannot just sit down and talk about. How rude of you to let someone step in between that. It was not a rejection of pursuit, it was a farewell. Not to mention that this boy has always loved to joke. There is a clear difference between asking you to cultivate and asking you out on a date. As for you, Shang, how could he not be angry enough to be unfriendly to you in public? You even hung out with Murong Qiu after all this happened. Have you ever stopped to think about Futian? How is he supposed to deal with the aftermath of your inappropriateness? Nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and me. We only went hunting together because of his cousin, Murong Qing. I needed some extra help from someone powerful. Feng Qingxue began to defend herself stubbornly. I know he likes to make jokes, but come on, Dad. We are both grown-ups. He definitely crossed the line with a joke like that. I believe what Murong Qing said about keeping some distance makes sense. I know that nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and you, but hanging out with another guy after turning down Futian? That is humiliating. Can't you understand that? Feng Rahai sounded more serious as he stared at his daughter. You have known each other since birth and your Uncle Yi is my best friend. We respect your choices in handling the relationship between yourselves, but you have embarrassed me. Feng Qingxue tried to be strong and keep herself from crying because she seldom saw her father being strict like this. She felt uncomfortable. She looked at her father and said, I hope what I did is not getting in between you and Uncle Yi. We are both grown-ups and we will never regret our choices. Come on, girl. Feng Rahai shook his head. Don't you realize that all you did was mask your feelings? You rejected him in such a terrible way because you think that you are way out of his league. You believe that you are mature enough to make these decisions. But a pure friendship without interest and calculation is the most beautiful thing in this world. You would not regret it if Futian kept being laid back as he has always been, but what about today? He just became the new star of this academy. Please tell me you don't regret your actions even a little bit now. She reluctantly acknowledged to herself that she did regret what she had done, especially after seeing the new Yi Futian, but she remained silent. I have seen Futian grow up over the years. He looks lazy and casual, but deep inside, a tiger is waking up, Feng Ruhai continued. He has been bearing the insults from others for 3 years at this academy. Can you think of anyone else with as much tolerance as he has? He is not just some normal guy that you'd never regret missing. Trust me. After his speech, Feng Ruhai shook his head and left, leaving Feng Qingxue dumbfounded. A tiger waking up inside. Her eyes turned to a figure in the distance. Soon she turned back and went to the dorm. Yi Futian also said goodbye to his father. He looked towards the arena and found that Qin Yi was staring at him from far away. He pointed his forefinger towards the sky and smiled at Qin Yi with a strong sense of confidence. This gesture conveyed a simple message. Just wait. Qin Yi eyed him, then walked away. She was also disturbed by what he had done. She had never imagined that this guy could ace the written fall quarter exam. She had a faint feeling that another miracle would happen tomorrow. Suddenly, she realized that she had a weird sense of hope and expectation. The crowd was finally gone and the arena became quiet. However, tomorrow this place would be even more busy. The fall quarter exam had always been the annual focus of the city. After the lists had been announced, the crowd waiting outside the academy soon heard about what Yu Futian had done. It was absolutely fantastic for someone to win over Hua Jieyu and Yang Xiu on the written test. Those who knew this infamous boy before felt even more thrilled by this miracle. During lunch, the restaurants of Qingzhou were full of customers. Inside a fancy restaurant next to Qingzhou Academy, a group was hatching a plan. Morong Qiu, student of Qizhou Academy, now sat in a private room. Beside him were the elders of the Murong family. They were led by the current head of this big family, Murong Yunshan, Murong Chou's father. The fall quarter exam today reminded me of our past, decades ago. Brother, we were both big shots in the academy, do you remember? Murong Yunshan looked at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. How could I ever forget that you were the champion and I was in second place for so many years? The middle-aged man laughed. I can't believe you remember. It's been decades. Sometimes I still want to go back to being careless youth, but it's impossible now. I have been glued to mundane business and the passion I once had is gone. Your life looks way easier than mine, I must say. Morong Yunshan laughed. Are you serious? You are the head of an influential family. Why are you so modest when you have so much power? Me? I just hang around in the academy and teach my students some spells to kill time. That's all. The middle-aged man shook his head. Actually, he did not just hang around. He was Shizhong, the director of the Earth Element Hall, which was one of 7 branches in the College of Sorcery. He was one of the Academy's true masters. Modest. Morong Yunshan kept laughing. Okay. Let me be honest. I do have some business that I need your help with. Shizhong got down to business. Just lay it out. I am sure you know the situation of our family. Competition is fierce for the leader position. My son has so many of his own cousins and brothers competing against him that he cannot afford to lose the test tomorrow. He may not have performed well today, but I have to help him prepare better for tomorrow. You know that his talents and power are among the top, he continued. He is already 17, and he is taking the exam after reaching the highest awakening plane, the Unmaker. Rumors and criticism will surround the family if he does not ace the test tomorrow. Shizhong did not seem affected by what he said. He knew that Morong Yunshan was making the plea for his son's sake. You know that those who are in this exam have mostly been stuck under the 7th awakening plane. Just make sure Morong Chiu performs well enough in the debate tomorrow to beat the others. If he does, I might have some solid reasoning to persuade the panel to name him the champion. Hua Jiyu is too proud to attend the debate. If she does, she will do so well that she will be the champion and end the rumors anyway. If she does not show up, my son will have his best shot tomorrow. Then it is you who will decide his future. Morong Yunshan then tried to bribe him, saying, if you need anything in the future for cultivation, and I mean anything, just tell me. I'll take care. Of course, your business is my business. Shizhong definitely understood what was going on. After Chiu enters your hall, he's going to need a lot of help from my brother. Cheers. To our friendship. Morong Yunshan took his cup and drank. A conspiracy was forming harmoniously inside this room. Qingzhou Academy was home to the largest library collection in all of Qingzhou. After the written exam, Yi Futian returned to his dorm to cultivate. Sometime in the afternoon, he arrived at the academy library alone. He only had access to the first floor of the library. On this floor were books and scrolls containing the most basic of martial art exercises, battle strategies, and simple divination spells. These books were perfect for outer sect disciples in the awakening plane. The second floor of the library was only accessible to official disciples and outer sect disciples who ranked during the spring or fall quarter examinations. It was every sorcerer's dream to be able to view all these powerful spellbooks. Feng Qingxue was one of those dreamers, and therefore it was her goal to be ranked at the fall exam. However, the second level of the library was not the reason why Yi Futian was here today. He had begun properly cultivating. Aside from the freedom meditation, he had not done any martial art exercises, nor had he practiced any spells. Tomorrow's exam might require him to participate in a battle. If he showed up tomorrow with mediocre fighting skills, it would be a huge embarrassment. He could not let that happen. After all, he had ranked first on the written exam. Many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself. The library was split in half, with a martial arts section and a divination arts section. Yi Futian made his way toward the martial arts section. The 6th level of awakening was a point of division. Before the invincible plane, martial and divination art cultivators had essentially trained in the same way. The difference was that one used worldly essence to enhance the body in order to break through the different planes, and the other used elemental spiritual qi. The planes were all the same until the division of the invincible plane. When martial art cultivators were able to understand the artistic conception of the exercises, they could break into the mystery plane. Sorcerers, however, had to seek out hidden elemental spiritual qi using their abilities to perceive these energies. They had to create harmony between these new energies and the spiritual qi they had previously collected in the collection plane. Then and only then were sorcerers able to break past the invincible plane. Therefore, Qingzhou Academy had a requirement to become an official disciple. If you could make it into the mystery plane before your 18th birthday, you had the advantage of joining the school of your choice. Or if you were like Yu Shang, capable of cultivating in both martial and divination arts, you could pursue both. Even though there weren't many people in the library, there was still a fair amount of attention on Yifutian. His results from the written exam put him in the spotlight, but in conjunction with the smile he got from Hua Jieyu, the amount of attention this ex-loser got was through the roof. Rumor had it that he was stuck on the collection plane, so why was he here picking out books on martial arts exercises? Everyone was asking themselves this question as they observed Yifutian quietly. They watched him as he wandered around the library, stopping here and there. It looked like he was trying to find some suitable cultivation exercises for himself. A while later, Yifutian stopped again. He flipped through the book in his hands with great concentration. The release of the dragon power, studied by warriors, it was an exercise of immense power. The body of the cultivator became like that of a dragon, uncontrollably powerful and fierce. The exercise may be harsh, but also powerful. Yifutian was satisfied with what he had found. This is it. He closed the book and was ready to leave. You're going to cultivate the release of the dragon power? An observer asked with a face ridden with curiosity. Is there a problem with that? Yifutian asked, chuckling. No problem. It's perfect for you, said the observer, trying to hide their laughter. Yifutian could not be bothered. He turned to leave, and a round of laughter and gossip ensued behind him. Did he come to the library just to put on a show for us? People questioned his true intentions for coming to the library. What do you know, the release of the dragon power is so domineering, fit for someone who ranked number 1 on the written test. Oh, how could I forget? That's Yifutian, said another person. That's right. First place really is different from the rest of us. The mocking comments and laughter came from behind Yifutian. The release of the dragon power was very well known amongst the outer sect disciples. Indeed, it was a powerful exercise, but it required the cultivator to mimic the movements of a dragon. How could that be possible? There had been people who tried, but none that had succeeded. Since Yifutian came all the way to the library just to take out the release of the dragon power, it was only right to have a little fun. Yifutian did not care about what they said. He headed for the divination arts section of the library when he saw 2 figures headed in his direction, causing him to stop in his tracks. After being scolded by her father, Feng Qingxue was in a sour mood. So she decided to look around in the library to get her mind off of it. Plus, after the fall quarter hunting practice, she had officially stepped into the 6th level of awakening, the invincible plane. She was finally ready to cultivate the divination arts properly, so it would be perfect for her to find something useful at the library. Feng Qingxue had not even thought about the possibility of running into Yifutian here. Her beautiful eyes shone bright, no longer avoiding Yifutian. She looked right at him and said, "Are you here to pick out some exercise books?" "Yeah." Yifutian smiled and nodded lightly. Feng Qingxue did not know what to say. The atmosphere had become awkward. "Feng Qingxue, didn't you want to go look at the spell books?" Beside her, Murong Qing pulled Feng Qingxue into the divination arts section after glancing at Yifutian. Yifutian walked in that direction as well. Seeing him in the same section of the library, Murong Qing furrowed her brows and whispered, "Feng Qingxue, I don't think he's given up on you." Feng Qingxue froze. She then snuck a peek at Yifutian, only to see him browsing through book labels. What a fake. Murong Qing could not help but call him out when she saw what Yifutian was looking at. Even though he ranked first, it was just a written exam. What did he know about actual cultivation? Even if he did cultivate, he should be in the martial arts section. Maybe he just wants to get an understanding of the divination arts. Feng Qingxue lowered her voice. Yifutian's performance on the fall quarter written examinations had truly left an impression on her. To rank first on the written exam required a deep knowledge and understanding of every class in both arts. Martial divination? Murong Qing saw the book in Yifutian's hands. Her sarcastic smile widened and unrelentingly opened her mouth. "If you're going to be a poser, can you try a little harder? You're not fooling anyone holding that baby book." Everyone around heard her words and looked at Yifutian. Most of them began to laugh when they realized what she said was true. He was, indeed, holding a book which contained the most basic of spells. Martial divination were spells that you would only use to trick children. Yifutian closed the book and put it under his arms with the release of the dragon power. He then turned to look at Murong Qing quizzically. "Do I even know you?" Yifutian asked and walked away, not taking a second look at Morongqing. You! Morongqing pointed her finger at Yi Futian's back, not knowing what to say, then she finally mustered, "Seems like you got quite cocky after ranking first on the written test. You even have the nerve to come to the library and try to look good in front of us while holding a book like martial divination. Forget the fact that you're a complete loser. Even if you were a proper cultivator, a martial art cultivator, like you would never be good enough for Feng Qingxue." Feng Qingxue was a sorcerer, as was Morongqing. Sorcerers all think that they are better than martial art cultivators. After all, in some sense, all sorcerers had the innate ability to cultivate in martial arts. All they had to do was cultivate elemental spiritual qi as they would worldly essence. But other than those who were truly gifted in cultivating both arts, no sorcerers would waste their time on martial art development. Yi Futian did not want to be bothered with what she said, but nothing could stop Morongqing as she went on. "Besides, you'll be back to where you started after tomorrow. First rank? What a joke. Once a loser, always a loser. I can't wait to see how you'll make a fool out of yourself tomorrow." Yi Futian took his 2 books to be registered, then left the library. Inside the library was overtaken by a wave of gossip. People mostly whispered about the 2 books he had taken out, the release of the Dragon Power and Martial Divination. How ridiculous was that? Feng Qingxue quietly listened on. She had nothing to say. Even though Yi Futian had smiled at her, she still felt an invisible line separating them. He did as she asked and kept his distance from her, but Feng Qingxue did not know why there was discomfort in her heart. The release of the Dragon Power and Martial Divination. Yu Shang was surprised upon seeing the 2 books. He looked at Yi Futian. "Are you cultivating in both arts and starting with martial arts?" "Yeah, mandate sorcerers are called sorcerers because we're innately gifted with the elements. However, mandate sorcerers are also extremely suited for the cultivation of the martial arts. Naturally, I can't put heaven's gift to waste." Yi Futian nodded and continued. "As for my reason for starting in the martial arts, that's because at my level the sorcery I can cultivate is still not powerful enough. It's all the basics. I can't unleash my full potential as a sorcerer yet." "Then what about martial divination?" Yu Shang was very curious. "It's better to be prepared for everything." Yi Futian gave him a mysterious smile. "Besides, cultivation of martial divination is super easy. It won't take up much of my time." Yu Shang nodded his head, not having any more questions. Yi Futian spoke again. "That fox probably has no interest in the debate as usual and will not participate. If she doesn't, then I will try to get ranked first in the fall quarter examinations overall." "Okay." Yu Shang nodded. If this was what Yi Futian wanted, then this was what he was going to do. He had already gotten on the list of brilliance. If he was able to stand out above everyone tomorrow, then he could definitely get first place for the entire exam. "I'm going to cultivate," said Yi Futian. He then made his way to the designated cultivation area and flipped through the release of the Dragon Power. Looking at the words and diagrams in the book, he closed his eyes. Seconds later, a rumbling noise began. He was surrounded by flashes of lightning, which intensified by the second. The fearful lightning roamed across his body. Yi Futian observed the dragon in his mind as it roared and danced. Its aura was powerful. In his body, the thunder and lightning spiritual qi slowly shaped itself until it was in the form of a dragon. It looked just like the dragon in his life palace, incredibly realistic. Others who had tried to cultivate the release of the dragon power failed to replicate the form of a dragon, but to Yi Futian, this was no problem at all. Using the exercises from the book, the dragon formed by the thunder and lightning charged recklessly throughout his body. It passed through his nerves, organs, limbs, and bones. It was everywhere. Instantly, Yi Futian's face turned bright red, then white. It seemed like he was in great pain. A groan slipped out every now and then. The release of the dragon power was immensely powerful and took a huge toll on one's body. It was all to create the image of a dragon within oneself, allowing your own body to become like that of a dragon. This one session went from day to night. When the sun rose the next day, a figure was dancing in the yard of the dorm. It was Yi Futian. He was still cultivating the tactics in the release of the dragon power, his movements big and powerful. His surroundings were brightened with a curtain of light. Circling his body was a faintly formed dragon, At times it almost looked like a real dragon. A loud roar sounded with a single punch from Yifutian. It sounded like a dragon had broken free. Another loud noise sounded from a distance away. A wall had collapsed. Someone ran onto the scene. It was Yushang. Upon witnessing the crime scene, his eyes fell on Yifutian. You've achieved the artistic conception of martial arts. You're in the mystery plane of martial art cultivation, stated Yushang. The 7th plane of awakening. Yifutian smiled. Looks like we'll have to get someone to fix that wall. Tell them you broke it while cultivating. You're throwing me under the bus? Yushang stared at him in disbelief. Of course. Yifutian laughed and headed back to his room. He was dripping with sweat and needed to shower in preparation for the beginning of today's fall quarter examinations. The morning sun shined on Qingzhou Academy, giving the historic academy a golden glow. Outside the academy, a crowd began forming again. There were even more people today than there had been yesterday. The fall quarter examination was separated into 2 sections, one day for the written test and the next day for the debate. The written test examined the students' knowledge learned over the past year, while the debate tested their talents and planes. There would also be combat to evaluate their cultivation status. Although knowledge was essential for cultivators, power would be the primary texting criteria. Therefore, people considered the debate more crucial than the written test. Boom! Boom! The ground outside the academy suddenly began to shake as a group of knights began approaching. Look! The dark Qilin knighthood! The news quickly made itself through the crowd when everyone saw the knights. The knights were all riding on monsters, dark Qilins. The monsters' bodies were completely dark, which gave them a very ominous vibe. Rumor had it that the dark Qilins carried blood from the ancient Qilin, the true lord of the monsters in this world. It's General Qin Shuai. When people saw the middle-aged general of the knights, they voluntarily cleared the way for the riders with ultimate respect to these knights. The knights were the guardians of the city. People in Qinzhou respected the knighthood even more than the lord of the city. Did General Qin Shuai come here to see his daughter? People asked each other. The fact that General Qin Shuai's daughter was an academy student was not a secret. No, he is here to check out the future talents of this city, someone said. Others nodded agreement. The young students in the academy would become the pillars of the city in the future, and some would even join the knighthood. General Qin Shuai had actually once been a student here. After drawing the attention from the crowd outside, the knights entered the academy. Soon, another group of people arrived with a well-decorated coach in the middle. The lord of the city is coming. Every year, the lord of the city would attend the fall quarter exam in an effort to show how much he valued the school. This year was no exception. Looks like today more than half of the big chiefs in the city are coming. Yep, today some of the students will be noticed by them, people outside said to one another. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the stands were packed to capacity. There wasn't a single empty seat. Most of the students were here, but many of them could only watch the debate. It was a strict rule at the academy that only those who had qualified on the written test could join the debate. It was designed to signify the importance of knowledge. In the stands, Yifutian found his father. He looked around and asked, "My godfather didn't come?" Yi Baichuan shook his head. "He isn't here, but he had some words for you." "What are they?" "The first thing is that you have to stay calm under any possible circumstance. The second is not to show all your power until you are cornered into desperation." Yi Baichuan told him plainly. "Okay, got it." Yifutian nodded attentively, then looked at Yushang, who was standing next to him. "Did Godfather have any words for Yushang?" Yi Baichuan smiled at Yushang and said, "After you become an official in the academy, you do not have to be stuck here and study all the time. We welcome you to come home often." "Sure." Yifutian nodded again, but he seemed a bit disappointed for a second. "Let's go, boys. It's your time to shine today." Yi Baichuan laughed and let them go. They left together for the arena. Seeing them leave, Yi Baichuan felt happy that they had finally grown up. Feng Rihai was also talking with his daughter. "You made it to the list of brilliance on the written test, and you have the second highest level of perception over fire element power. Besides, you are already in the 6th awakening plane, the invincible. Don't be nervous. Just fight for yourself." "Okay, Dad." She nodded slightly and looked at Yi Futian from far away. As she started walking, she suddenly got a small feeling that Yi Futian was very different than he had always been. She thought some miracle would happen to him today. The Murong family members were also sitting together. Murong Yunshan looked at the host of the debate and told Murong Qiu, "Few people in this debate have reached the Unmaker plane. If Hua Jiu does not participate, you have to do your best and beat everyone else. Do you understand?" "Yes, father," he nodded. He was confident that he would win. There were two hosts for this debate. Lung Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords at the College of Martial Arts, and Shi Zhong, the director of the Hall of Earth Element at the College of Sorcery. They walked to the center and glanced around the crowd. Suddenly, Shi Zhong said, "Those who qualified in the written test will take part in the debate today. I believe you guys know the rules clearly enough. Now, all participants, please enter." The students began to enter the arena from various directions. When Hua Jiu showed up, she automatically drew the attention of the majority of the crowd. She was so gorgeous and talented at the same time. Unfortunately, she always refused to fight in the fall quarter exam. She only took the test on her talent and level, but never joined the combat. She had aced 3 straight years of written tests until her first failure yesterday, and she still refused to join the debate? I guess she just believed she was too good to be challenged by the others. An incredible honor like the champion of the fall quarter exam seemed to draw little interest from her. What arrogance! Then many started to look at Yi Futian. Those who were not official students were expecting him to fail this time, believing he had no way of escaping. Among those people, of course, were Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu. They both looked forward to his failure. Feng Qingxue was standing next to Murong Qing. They also noticed Yi Futian, which made Murong Qing sneer at him. Yesterday he was the champion with all the glory, but today he will be the failure again. How hilarious would it be if he got expelled from the academy for being stuck in a low plane even after acing the written test? Most people were thinking the same thing Murong Qing was. They believed that even though Yi Futian had aced the written test, he was still useless because he had been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. For a cultivator, their plane was almost everything. Feng Qingxue remembered seeing Yi Futian at the library yesterday and how she had felt something strange about him. However, she pushed the thought out of her mind. "Yi Futian, a little bird told me that you went to the library yesterday and checked out 2 books. One for martial arts, The Release of the Dragon Power, and another one for sorcery, Grand Meteor," Ling Xiao said as he walked towards Yi Futian, laughing. In fact, the news of Yi Futian checking out these books had already spread around the academy. "That's our champion of the written test. His taste is so distinguished." Some began to laugh with Ling Xiao. Students in both the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery all sneered when they heard the names of these books. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to learn such profound material. What a fool. "I would like to experience the power of these 2 books, but I'm afraid you will have to quit before you use them." Ling Xiao was cold because Yi Futian had aced the written test and humiliated him yesterday, but today Yi Futian would be the one being humiliated. Most of them were looking forward to Yi Futian quitting. How humiliating would it be for the champion of the written test to abandon the debate session? But what if he did not quit? It didn't matter regardless, as he would be defeated and expelled from the academy anyway. This meant that no matter what, this guy who had stolen the thunder yesterday was definitely going to be put to shame today. This ironic contrast would be inevitable. "Yi Futian," someone called him with a cold tone. People looked towards the voice, finding that it was Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu was also ashamed of what had happened yesterday. He was writhing in anger, and was ready to tear Yi Futian to pieces at any moment. "Today people are going to know that you are nothing more than a daydreaming talker." Yang Xiu still sounded bitter about what had happened. In fact, many people were looking at Yi Futian with a combination of jealousy and viciousness. Yi Futian knew how complicated his situation was, and involuntarily looked towards the fox. Almost all the hatred for him had come from the smile she had given him yesterday. In the past, people had only made jokes about him. Now he was public enemy number 1, and it felt as if everyone would spit on him if they had the chance. He was the champion of the written test yesterday, Yi Futian. Looks like he has earned all the hatred pointed at him. Some people in the stands were also looking at him with slight smiles. People say that he has been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. He is talented but has bad methodology. He skipped the last 3 fall quarter exams, but suddenly aced the written test this year. How strange is that? Yeah, he's good, but he's also in trouble. Other participants are going to kill him. People were still talking about how bad things would go for him. The pressure was pretty high. Right in the middle of the stage, there was a spiritual chi testing matrix inscribed by the masters. It would accurately test the talents of the participants and their perceptions of spiritual chi. The students had already been put through this process before, but because their ability would change with cultivation, it was necessary to retest at the fall quarter exam. A master was standing beside the matrix. He said to the students, "You know the rules. Time for our first challenger." "I'm ready," someone shouted, walking towards the matrix. It was Ling Xiao. He stepped onto the matrix and closed his eyes. Soon, the matrix began to shine brightly with the wind whistling through his body. It was the intense power of wind element flowing all over Ling Xiao. His shirt was drifting with the wind, which gave the audience a sense of his youthfulness and authority. Perception of wind element at the second highest level and 6th awakening plane, the invincible, the master announced, judging his ability. "Who will you challenge?" "Yi Futian," Ling Xiao said, looking directly at Yi Futian. He had only volunteered to be first because he wanted to humiliate Yi Futian. Not even Ling Xiao himself knew why he hated Yi Futian so much. Maybe it was because Yi Futian did not seem to know just how much of a loser he was. He even had the nerve to tease the goddess lecturer, Qin Yi, in class and bickered daily with Feng Qingxue. These were all things that Ling Xiao would never be able to do. In addition, Yi Futian got to sit next to Hua Jieyu during the written exam. She even turned back to smile at him afterward. All of these things added to Ling Xiao's hatred of Yi Futian. Just looking at that handsome and confident face of his was enough to start a fire in Ling Yao's heart. Perhaps this was jealousy. Ling Xiao was jealous that Yi Futian was confident enough to do all these things he never had the guts to do. The good news was that the shameless bastard was about to crawl back down to where he came from and go back to being a loser. He was also going to be expelled from the academy. Everyone watched with heated eyes as Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium. They anticipated what was to come. Ranked first in the written exams? That meant nothing in the world of cultivators. This rascal, Qin Yi, was speechless looking at Ling Xiao. He was purposely trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian by calling him out first. Ling Xiao was not going to show him any mercy. She tried to hide her worry for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was too afraid to accept the challenge and forfeited the exam, then being ranked first on the written exam was useless. "I didn't think anyone was going to make a move for him before I did. But this is good, too. Let's see how he's going to try to keep up his facade," Xianxia said coldly. "Watch closely, Feng Qingxue. You'll realize soon that your decision was correct. That disgraceful loser is not worthy of standing beside you," Morong Qing said to Feng Qingxue. Morong Qiu was also looking ahead. He scowled at the sight of Yi Futian, as if he could not have cared less about him. However, it was also because of Yi Futian that Morong Qiu was pushed down from the list of excellence, where he once belonged, onto the list of brilliance. The first round of the debate had already stirred up so much tension, but not because of how strong the competitors were. It was because of how legendary Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium step by step, finally stopping in front of Ling Xiao. "Yi Futian, do you accept the challenge?" an elder questioned him. Everyone's eyes were frozen on Yi Futian, awaiting his response. A huge smile spread across his face. Under the sun, his youthful face looked exceptionally appealing. "I accept," he replied. A look of surprise immediately spread across the faces of many in the audience, but it quickly turned into amusement. Had he finally realized that there was no escape? "When I was accepted into the academy, my perception ability was tested to be of the highest level, Sky. I am also about to participate in the debate. I should not have to go through the matrix inspections, then, right?" Yi Futian asked the elder. If he rejected the debate, he would have to go through inspections and everyone would know what plane he was in, but if he accepted the challenge, everyone would find out during the battle anyway. "That is correct," the elder agreed. Out of the blue, Ling Xiao laughed and said while looking at Yi Futian, "You're about to drop back into reality. How does it feel?" After the written exam, I asked you one thing. What are you going to do if the results turn out differently from how you imagined? Yifutian said, shaking his head at Ling Xiao. If you forfeit now, maybe you won't have to experience the shock and humiliation that's to come. Otherwise, with your state of mind, I know you won't be able to withstand it. Everyone was stunned. How could Yifutian say something so absurd at a moment like this? Has he gone completely insane? How can you still be pretending when everything is about to end for you? Ling Xiao's rage was through the roof. The wind spiritual qi in his body was bursting at the seams. One foot landed on the floor ahead. His body was moving as fast as the wind as ran toward Yifutian. Ling Xiao was a wind element sorcerer in the invincible plane. He was in front of Yifutian in the blink of an eye. He could have easily used the spiritual qi within himself to cast a simple spell on Yifutian, but he was not worthy enough for Ling Xiao to use sorcery. A simple punch would suffice. "Look out!" shouted Qin Yi from afar. She could not help being nervous after seeing Ling Xiao's attack toward Yifutian. If Yifutian was really still in the collection plane, he would not be able to handle this punch. Ling Xiao was too much. Even though almost everyone in the vicinity disliked Yifutian, they could not help but feel pity for him. He was about to get seriously hurt by this single attack. Morongqiu, Morongqing, and Xianxia watched without a worry in the world. It was as if they had been waiting for this to happen. There was a loud boom. An unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Xiao halted. His fist did not land on Yifutian's body. Instead, it was engulfed by Yifutian's hand. Everyone's eyes widened and froze on the scene in the middle of the gymnasium. As Ling Yao's fist had gotten close, Yifutian had lifted his hand and stopped the powerful punch like it was nothing. Could a complete loser in the collection plane do that? Qin Yi, Feng Qingxue, Yang Xiu, Morongqing, and countless others, all focused on Yifutian. They were all so surprised and rendered speechless. To easily stop Ling Xiao's punch, Yifutian had to, at the very least, be in the same plane as him. That would mean that Yifutian was a martial art cultivator in the invincible plane or higher. How is this possible? Ling Xiao looked ahead. The only thing he knew was that his fist had been stopped by a powerful force, making it nearly impossible to advance any further. I gave you a chance. Yifutian looked at Ling Xiao. Afterward, a strong intent for battle emitted from his entire being. The artistic conception of martial arts. He's in the seventh plane of awakening, the mystery plane. Everyone watching Yifutian shuddered at the sight of him. The infamous loser of the academy was actually a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane. Furthermore, his gift of martial art perception was of the sky level, and he also ranked first on yesterday's written exam. He was without a doubt worthy of being called a genius at the academy. How many people have mocked, laughed at, and insulted this genius in the past? Gosh, this guy really pisses me off. Qin Yi was conflicted. On the one hand, she could not believe he had kept this from her. Thinking about the bet they made in the classroom, her face flushed red with rage. This rascal had always been shameless. What if he came up with an inappropriate request? Was she really going to have to accept it? On the other hand, she felt happy. The boy she had seen at the entrance talent inspections all those years ago was still here. He had not given up on his wonderful gift. However, it was still very puzzling when had he reached this plane? Feng Qingxue was completely dazed by Yifutian. She suddenly felt a little lost. A loser? She thought back to what her father had said. After hiding his abilities at the academy for 3 years, he had emerged from his shell despite all the negativity he had received. Yifutian really was special. Standing beside her, Morongqing did not look too well. Neither did Yang Xiu. Everyone was completely focused on what was going on. Yifutian looked at Ling Xiao with the slightest of smiles. What do you think? Yifutian was repeating Ling Xiao's words back to him. Ling Xiao broke through the shock and instantly retracted his fist, wanting to back away. Fighting close range with a martial arts cultivator really was a poor choice. He had to widen their distance. He still had a chance. Boom! Ling Xiao was not expecting an attack. The powerful force from Yifutian's kick to the chest caused Ling Xiao to propel backward. He landed on the ground far away, groaning, with blood in his mouth. It looked like he was injured pretty badly. Ling Xiao managed to pull himself up. He was as pale as a ghost. He glared fiercely at Yi Futian. This is what you've always wanted to do to me. How does it feel to get a taste of your own medicine? Yi Futian did not pity him. He had never done anything to Ling Xiao, yet Ling Xiao had always seen him as an enemy. He was constantly looking for ways to insult Yi Futian. Ling Xiao had made it his goal to see Yi Futian be expelled. Plus, the punch he had delivered earlier had showed no mercy for Yi Futian either. Therefore, just as Yi Futian had said, this was simply to give Ling Xiao a taste of his own medicine. I'll get you back for this, said Ling Xiao. He stood and walked toward the crowd looking dejected. Everyone was still focused on Yi Futian. So, yesterday's written exam wasn't just a fluke. Even if you are in the mystery plane, do you have to be that arrogant? Aren't you thinking a little too much of yourself? Asked Xianxia. He stared right at Yi Futian and continued, plus, since you're a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane and I'm a sorcerer in the same plane, this is the perfect chance for us to settle our little dispute from yesterday's written exams. I challenge you to a duel. During yesterday's written exam, Yi Futian and Xianxia fought over the power of martial arts and sorcery cultivators in the awakening place. Yi Futian thought that martial arts cultivators had a higher chance of victory in a battle between the two, and even the academy elder agreed. As Xianxia brought up, this would be the perfect chance to test out each of their theories. Do you accept? Xianxia asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a quick look at Xianxia. Calmly, he said, You lost to me during the written exam, and you're definitely going to lose to me now. Haven't you been embarrassed enough? Isn't this guy being a bit too cocky? Everyone thought Yi Futian was crazy. How could a martial arts cultivator mock a sorcerer like this? Do you accept? Xianxia asked once again. Why don't you guys ever listen to what I have to say? Yi Futian was a little dispirited by this. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, Fine. If you want it so bad, I'll have to comply. He really is crazy. Everyone in Qingzhou Academy was speechless at the Yi Futian's carefree attitude. Even if you were a genius, you still couldn't mock a sorcerer in the same plane. Since when had martial arts cultivators become so arrogant in front of sorcerers? This boy is really asking to get beat. Even the special guests and instructors on the stage were speechless. Xianxia slowly walked to the matrix in the center of the stage. All of a sudden, he lit it up. Bright flames with strong fire element power were raging all around him. He was at the highest level of fire element perception, the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. It seemed that the surrounding flame aura was binding with Xianxia. The spiritual qi wrapped around his body, gradually converging on him. People were thrilled by the scene. As the flames turned into fire serpents, they spat out fire in the direction of Yi Futian. Such strong spell power. People were staring at Xianxia. For a powerful mage like he was, it would be easy to absorb the elemental power from the universe and combine this power into spells to attack the enemy. In general, the power of spells was stronger than the techniques of a martial arts cultivator. Come on, prove yourself. You said the martial arts cultivators could prolong the fight to exhaust a mage and win. Now it's time for you to eat your words. I will make you suffer. Xiao's pride was typical of almost all powerful mages. Yesterday on the written exam, I remember a professor told you that you need to respect the powers of others to become powerful yourself. I guess you just never learned that lesson? Yi Futian said, smiling gently at Xianxia. What I said yesterday was for general situations. But I do not have to waste my time with you. While speaking, Yi Futian stepped forward to Xianxia. He began to be surrounded by the power of martial arts warriors. The power seemed to combine into one form. He's going to clash head-on? People were speechless at what Yi Futian said. This guy was in the mystery plane of martial arts, yet he had directly pounced on a mage who already had powerful spells. He is going to regret this ridiculous confidence, someone sneered. Xianxia was also laughing, finding Yi Futian's comments amusing. He pounced on Yi Futian. All the fire snakes converged to create their final form, which appeared to be a giant fire python. This fire python was in such a frenzy that the space around Xianxia looked contorted, as the python would engulf everything in its way. Is he insane? Qin realized how terrifying the spell was and looked nervously at Yi Futian. She knew that this spell could be lethal. If that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson today, Xianxia said coldly as he began charging faster. Yi Futian also sped up with all the power surrounding his body. They were approaching the middle of the arena like two thunderbolts. Right at that moment, The power around Yifutian turned purple. Suddenly, this purple power formed into a new shape. It was a dragon. Yifutian's body was now cracking with the roaring sounds of a dragon. The crowd was stunned at what was happening right in front of them. The two finally reached each other and struck at the same time. Xianxia shouted with rage. The fire python charged right at Yifutian. With a roaring sound, Yifutian became the incarnation of a dragon. He stretched out his arms and a purple dragon burst out of them, going straight into the fire python. The thunder dragon and fire python crashed. The python could not handle this dragon power. It soon disappeared, but the thunder dragon still charged until it struck Xianxia's body. Xianxia was knocked backwards by Yifutian's power. This is a technique of martial arts, release of the dragon power. How could he ever manage to do that? All the students were shocked. They knew Yifutian had checked out the book yesterday, but they had thought it would mean nothing. They didn't believe that Yifutian could ever learn the techniques, especially in just one day. Now the joke was on them. Those who had sneered at Yifutian now felt ashamed. Who had said the release of the dragon power was beyond their abilities? Yifutian proved to them that just because they couldn't do it didn't mean no one else could. The release of the dragon power in just one day? What kind of joke this is? The students still could not accept what was happening. The power of thunder is real. Not only is he a warrior, but he is also dominant in the power of thunder. At this point, most official students and professors were staring at Yifutian. Yifutian had combined the power of martial arts techniques and the thunder element. He had successfully fused the power of thunder into his moves as a warrior in the mystery plane. Why didn't you believe me? Yifutian sighed at Xianxia, who looked miserable. He stepped into the matrix, looked around the arena, then began to talk, saying, "Have I ever told you that I'm not only in the highest level of martial arts power, but that I'm also in the highest level of thunder element power?" As soon as he stopped talking, the matrix shined with thunder. Thunderbolts surrounded Yifutian, making him look like Zeus. People were staring at him in shock. To them, Yifutian had been a symbol of youth and frivolousness. He had been the joke of the school for 3 years. Even though he had kept calm and acted like he was not mistreated, deep down, he had felt upset. Now, in the middle of the stage, he had broken the shackles that had been holding him back for 3 years. Yifutian was no longer the loser. Now he was the champion of the written exam, had the highest level of perception in martial arts and thunder element power, and was in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery. Xianxia could not take her eyes off of him. She seemed gloomy. She finally understood that when Yifutian had asked her to cultivate, he had only been trying to help her. He knew he could help her cultivation. Yifutian hadn't been trying to hit on her. But how did she respond? She had let Murongqing get between them and told him to keep his distance. All of a sudden, the image of Yifutian leaving and sighing came into her mind. It gave her a feeling of sorrow. She kept asking herself, "Have I really grown up? Will I ever regret my decision?" She had been lying to herself. Maybe she had kept a distance from Yifutian only because she had thought she was out of his league, just as her father had said. What a punk! Murongqing looked dismal. She was also staring at Yifutian, refusing to admit that she was wrong. However, these words sounded harsh to Xianxia. She began to remember all the advice Murongqing had given her, and now doubted why she had believed her unconditionally in the past. While Yifutian was still in the matrix, he turned around. His eyes were drawn to a beautiful girl. Hua Jiu noticed Yifutian was looking at her. She faintly sensed that something was wrong behind that weird smile Yifutian was giving her. "Hey Fox, I didn't let you down, did I?" Yifutian began to laugh again. His eyes seemed to speak to her. Suddenly, the crowd was silenced again. Fox, what a flirtatious nickname that was. Plus, he had used the phrase, "didn't let you down." People began wondering if something was going on between these two, especially when they also remembered that yesterday, after the written exam, Hua Jieyue had sat next to Yifutian and smiled at him when she had left. She had said, "I have some expectations for you tomorrow." Now people were genuinely petrified. They were thinking, "Come on, it can't be how it seems." Being looked at in that way, Hua Jieyue became speechless, again realizing how shameless Yifutian was. The way she had spoken to Yifutian had apparently made him public enemy number 1, and now Yifutian was getting back at her. He was doing it intentionally, of course. How could he stay silent when this girl had tried to set him up? Now almost everyone was looking at Hua Jieyu. They waited to see if she would deny or ignore him. Her eyes glittered. With all the attention on her, she suddenly smiled back at Yi Futian. The smile looked like the most beautiful star on a clear night. "Yeah, I'm satisfied," she said. Her voice was soft and gentle. This, combined with her perfect girlish smile, made the students' hearts melt. At that moment, they were falling in love. However, their hearts were bleeding because that smile was not for them, but for another boy. Hua Jiyu, the legend and goddess of almost all the students, had never been seen speaking or smiling to someone like this. They felt like Yi Futian was doing something unheard of. Yang Xiu and Murong Qiu had both failed to make her behave like that, yet Yi Futian was able to. Looking at what was happening, Feng Qingxue became even more upset. She now knew that even though she was also a 15-year-old beauty of this academy, she had still been overshadowed by Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian was also enamored by the smile Hua Jieyu gave him, as it was too perfect a smile for Yi Futian to keep his heart defiant. He was so overwhelmed and befuddled. "Yi Futian, accept my challenge. How dare you do this to my goddess? Accept my challenge." Angry people were yelling at him from all over the place. It gave Yi Futian chills. Only a few of the participants today were in the 8th or 9th plane of awakening, but all of them were eager to kick his ass now. "You are a badass," Yi Futian said to himself as he looked at Hua Jieyu, still speechless. However, she kept smiling at him with that unique softness. This smile was making the crowd even angrier. "This is the fall quarter exam. Be respectful and silent," Yi Futian suddenly yelled at the crowd, turning back around to address them. People were shocked for a moment, then became silent, continuing to stare at him. "Okay, now who wants to challenge me?" Yi Futian began asking. I do, and I." Many people rushed to the stage and answered. Yi Futian looked at them, trying to remember their names. Yi Futian began talking again with his hands in his pockets, saying, "I have fought twice in a row. It's time to rest." He then turned around and left the arena. "What, are you kidding?" People began swearing at him. "You can run, but you cannot hide," a student in the 8th awakening plane started to say. "Yu Shen, it's your turn. Take care of them." Yi Futian had made the crowd speechless again. Seriously, how could someone be that shameless? When Yu Xing arrived at the center of the gymnasium, the expansive space was once again filled with silence. His fit physique made it easy to forget that he was merely a 15-year-old. He walked into the matrix. Almost immediately, a bright golden light shone over his body. The intent of battle and his powerful aura embraced his entire being. His perception of metal spiritual chi was of the sky level. He was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph plane for both arts. "Come here." Yu Shang was pointing at the person who had clamored the loudest. They were now shaking, pale-faced, but he somehow still made his way forward. He was gifted. His perception of worldly essence was of the second highest level, earth level. He was also in the metamorph plane, but he had no confidence standing in front of Yu Shang. "Are you ready?" asked Yu Shang. "Yeah." The challenger's voice was shaking. Hearing his response, everyone in the gymnasium became riled up. Yu Shang took a giant step toward his opponent. "Let's go," yelled the opponent. His jaw was clenched tightly, and he was ready to take on Yu Sheng, but his determination disappeared as soon as he saw the ring of golden light around Yu Sheng. It made Yu Sheng look like the god of war. Boom! Everyone saw the challenger sailing through the air after one attack. Yu Sheng did not use any special battle tactics, nor did he use sorcery. He was able to send his opponent flying using the pure force of his body. "Next, you," ordered Yu Sheng. The person at the other end of his pointed finger was another individual who had wanted to challenge Yi Futian. He was no longer interested in battle, though. "I admit defeat," he said in fear. "You are still required to step into the matrix to show everyone your power ranking even if you forfeit," said an elder. They were not impressed by the cowardice of this student, though they were very impressed by Yu Shang. He was indeed unique. Yi Futian's challengers were not looking too good. Was Yu Shang really going to fight all of them? If he did, they would have no chance in today's debate portion of the fall quarter examinations. "Yi Futian, The challengers were not too happy with him at the moment. They only stood up because they wanted to challenge him. But now Yifutian has handed them all off to Yusheng. They felt scammed. Yifutian smiled as he watched the events unfold. His attention shifted to Yusheng, who was still standing at the center of the gymnasium. He was the true star this year's fall quarter examinations. Not surprisingly, all of Yifutian's challengers were picked off by Yusheng one by one. None of them stood a chance against him, despite the fact that many of them were in the metamorph plane. There were even some in the 9th plane of awakening, the unmaker plane. All of these people could have been official disciples already. They purposely put it off to impress officials at the fall and spring quarter examinations in hopes that their brilliant performances would make their lives easier as official disciples. Furthermore, rumor had it that the top-performing students from the fall and spring quarter examinations had a chance of being chosen as the disciple of very high-ranked academy officials. It was because of this that many people participated in the exams to test their luck. It was such a pity. All of their hard work only made Yusheng look better and shine brighter. He's not human, the people on the observation deck shared with one another. Even General Xianxia, the Dark Qilin knighthood, saw Yusheng in a different light. This boy was naturally strong. His gifts in martial arts and sorcery were both of the sky level. If he became a knight, he would be a force to reckon with on the battlefield. Yusheng, that's enough, Yifutian finally spoke. Yusheng returned to his original position beside Yifutian, and a lot of people let out a sigh of relief. Now, other people finally had a chance to show off their talents. Many students came forth and put their powers on display. However, no matter how interesting the duels got, nothing possessed the same shock factor as Yusheng's previous displays of power. Time passed, and it was finally time for Murongqiu to step up. Things were finally going to get interesting. After he stepped up, Murongqiu challenged numerous high-level cultivators. When he had defeated all the Unmaker plane students, he moved down to the Metamorph plane. He was in the spotlight. He even looked over at Yusheng but gave up on the thought of fighting him. It seemed that Murongqiu had no confidence that he would be able to beat Yusheng. Yifutian recognized the determination in his eyes. Of course, Murongqiu was also aiming for first place. The only way for him to place first would be to get rid of his biggest obstacle, Yusheng. He did not do this, though, because he lacked the confidence. Both Yusheng and Murongqiu are on the list of brilliance, and both have had excellent performances in today's exam. But in terms of age, Yusheng has the upper hand. First place will most likely go to Yusheng, Yifutian thought to himself as he patiently waited for the exam to be over. The sun was setting in the sky, but everyone in the gymnasium was still just as energetic as they had been at the beginning of the day. Hundreds of students did their very best to showcase their abilities and shine above all. Even though Hua Jieyu was not participating in the exams, she still stepped forth into the matrix to have her power ranking determined. Seeing her beautiful face, the hearts of her admirers began to ache. Please don't really be dating that shameless douche. Finally, the debates had come to an end and everyone waited for the closing statements. Eyes diverted to the front of the gymnasium where the academy's elders sat. When Cabinet Master Lang Qingfeng of the House of Swordsmen and Pavilion Lord Shizhong of the Earth Pavilion came to an agreement on the results of today's exams. This year's fall quarter examinations would finally be over. Lang Qingfeng and Shizhong were in a serious discussion about the results while someone stood beside them and kept a record of what they were saying. An elder beside Shizhong took the recorded list and walked to the front of the stage. He looked at all the hopeful students and explained, as usual, the results from both the written exam and the debate will be taken into consideration, and the outcome will be the overall rankings for the entire fall quarter examinations. At the end of the fall exams, there would only be one list, the ranking list. Similar to the written exam, only the top 3 would be informed of their placement on the list. The top 3 garnered great glory and honor. In addition, everyone on the ranking list would have the privilege to access the library's second floor. Everyone waited excitedly for the results. Who were the top 3 going to be? Yifutian watched the elder with bright eyes. First place belonged to Yusheng. In first place, Murongqiu announced the elder. Yifutian's gaze froze. He could not comprehend what had just been said. First place? Murongqiu? Others were just as shocked, but the shock dissipated quickly. After all, Murongqiu was in the 9th plane of awakening and his performance was quite outstanding as well. However, they still felt that it was a pity for Yusheng. Second place, Yusheng. The elder continued with his announcement. Why? Yi Futian interrupted the elder as he prepared to announce third place. Everyone waited for a response, feeling mixed emotions. The elder, as well as other academy elders, scowled in disapproval. Interrupting the result announcements was extremely disrespectful towards the elders. Why is Murongqiu first and Yusheng second? Yi Futian wanted to know. You're getting out of line here, the elder scolded. The results have already been decided and they are this way for a reason. I refuse to accept this, said Yi Futian. Murongqiu, 17, Earth Elemental Sorcerer, Sky Level, cultivating in the 9th plane of awakening. Yusheng, 15, cultivating in both arts, Sky Level for both. In comparison, Yusheng is obviously more outstanding. In the written exam they were both on the list of brilliance and did not receive placement, so I can count that as a tie. However, in today's exam, Yusheng defeated cultivators in the 9th plane despite only being in the 8th. No matter how you look at it, Yusheng has the upper hand. So, why is Murongqiu in first place? Reasoned Yi Futian. He took a step closer to the elders on stage and bowed down. Please re-evaluate their performances and decide on the results carefully. This guy. Qin Yi looked at Yi Futian. Even though she objected the results as well, how could Yi Futian question the decisions made by the cabinet master and the pavilion lord? He was obviously a smart guy, but why was he acting so dumb now? Outer sect disciples standing in the gymnasium were all watching Yi Futian and began to whisper about him. Murongqiu's face frosted over as he glared at Yi Futian. The honorable guests sitting on the stage were all speechless as well. They too felt that it was a pity for Yusheng, but they would never have thought that a disciple would stand up to question the results. Stop talking. Do you know what you're doing right now? Asked an elder standing by the matrix. He liked Yi Futian, but it was also because of this that he could not let him continue his outrageous actions. You may do crazy things in your youth, but you should know your limits. Yi Futian knew exactly what he was doing. He also knew that his actions might not change a thing. His actions were not being made logically right now. He only knew that he had to speak up. If he had been in this situation, he would not have cared, but this was Yusheng's honor they were talking about. Why should he let Yusheng miss out on first place because of the judge's mistake? The rankings for the fall quarter examinations were based on the grades of both days. Just as he had said before, Yusheng did not lose to Murongqiu in any aspect, so why was he ranked below Murongqiu? There really was not that much of a difference between first and second place, but to Yi Futian, first place could only be Yusheng. Why should it be taken away? I know that what I'm doing may be disrespectful, but I really cannot accept these results. He was set on his decision, and he could not have been more serious. Yi Futian could handle being insulted by the world, but he could not and would not sit by and do nothing as they took what rightfully belonged to Yusheng away. Yi Futian, Yusheng called out to him. His hand was on Yi Futian's shoulder as he shook his head, trying to get Yi Futian to forget about it. Yi Futian looked right back at Yusheng and he shook his head as well. Continue announcing the results and cross his name off the list, said Shizhong coldly. They had anticipated some disagreements with the final results. However, they also thought that there would not be too much of a problem since Murongqiu's performance was more than good enough. They never expected that Yi Futian would stand up and question the results in front of everyone. The elder announcing the results nodded. He took a look at the name listed for third place and skipped over it. Third place, Hua Jieyu, he announced. Even though Hua Jieyu had not participated in the debates, she had ranked second in the written exam, possessed outstanding talents, and was in the unmakeup plane. No one questioned the decision to give her third place, but everyone had assumed that third place would have gone to the stubborn youth, Yi Futian. I still refuse to accept these results. Yi Futian repeated himself once again, but his words were ignored as the elder went on to announce the next name on the ranking list. Then, for the first time ever, a great disturbance interrupted the announcements of the fall quarter examinations results. Yusheng stared at Yi Futian's small frame, clenching his fists tightly. His determined eyes now shone red. Boom! Yusheng took a step forward. No one could diminish Yi Futian's pride. Not even Qingzhou Academy. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath the arena was shaking again. It was Yusheng who was stepping forward slowly. What is he doing? People were looking at Yushang and wondering whether these two young men were going to defy the authority of the academy. The final decision of the fall quarter exam was being announced, and the decision had been made by two masters who were hall directors. It definitely could not be easily overridden. How insane was it that they were trying to make the masters change their minds? Yusheng, get back here. Yi Futian could feel Yusheng's anger and somewhat believed he was going to do something horrible. He tried to yell and stop him, but this time it did not work. The list of excellence was still being announced, but Yushang entered the middle of the arena and interrupted the announcement. Many of the masters looked mad because of the fuss Yi Futian had already made, which had brought shame to the academy. The masters did not hold him responsible only because they thought he was still young, and that it was a mistake. However, Yushang was now right in the middle of the arena, about to make an even bigger one. Yushang, back off. Leng Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the Hall of Swordsmen, commanded him. He had planned to list Yushang as the champion of the debate, but Shizhong had insisted that Murongqiu should get first place. He had given in because he had not wanted to make his working relationship with Shizhong awkward over such minor issues. But these two young men were just stubborn. I want to challenge Murongqiu, Yushang said, staring at Leng Qingfeng. How dare you say that? The fall quarter exam is over. There is no way you can change the results, especially in such a rude manner. You better respect the rules of this academy and back off now. Shizhong yelled at Yushang as he stood up. Yushang looked up to the masters of the academy. There was an aura of fury coming from his body that made the air dense. Yi Futian could feel something dangerous coming from the furious body of Yushang and began yelling at him even louder. Yushang, seriously? Come back here. His godfather had told him that no matter what happened, no one should ever witness the Yushang's true talent. No! Yushang shrieked horrifyingly. There was now a scary stream of energy around his body. The power formed a dark golden glow that armored Yushang in a suit that almost looked demonic. Some of the masters began to take this seriously. Their gazes sharpened. They were staring right at Yushang and could foresee the looming danger. No, I'm mad. Come back. Yi Futian also sounded truly angry. He was trying to stop the imminent danger by threatening him. Yushang seemed to wake up hearing his voice. His blood-red pupils trembled, and the dark energy around his body was gone. He looked back at Yi Futian. Yushang's father had told him that he should never allow anyone to stomp on Yi Futian's pride. Whenever a violation happened, he was supposed to stand up for Yi Futian with everything he had. Hey, big boy, you know what? Just forget about it. Time will show that we are right. The voice of Yi Futian turned gentle and soft. It was Yushang who had been trying to persuade him before. Now he was trying to talk some sense into Yushang. Even though Yushang was still stubborn, he walked away as he was told. This gesture relieved the tension on the faces of the masters. However, the looks on people's faces in reaction to these two had become even weirder. These guys had a complicated relationship. They looked towards the perfect girl, Hua Jieyu, and began to worry about this girl's future. The masters continued announcing the list of excellence. Despite expectations, Yi Futian's name did not get called. Surprisingly, some people began feeling upset about this. Before the debate, lots of people had been expecting Yi Futian to make a fool of himself. It had not been personal until it had come to Hua Jieyu, the goddess of their dreams. But no matter what, Yi Futian's talent was top-notch. He should be at least in the top 3. Of course, it did not mean that they now felt empathy for Yi Futian. The hatred for him flirting with their goddess was still real and intense. Besides, this guy was so shameless. Yi Futian seemed calm about the fact that he had not made it onto the list of excellence. He now felt indifferent about the situation. However, he was doubting whether the masters were acting justly by ranking Yushang as second on the list of excellence. As for most of the big chiefs of the city, they were still racking their brains about the darkness around Yushang. They could not figure out what it was exactly. They had a feeling that, in the future, the boy who had performed so flawlessly on this exam would be renowned all over the city. They believed it was worth it to come watch just for him. This concluded the fall quarter exam. After Leng Qifeng and Shi Zhong announced the end of the event, they went into the stands to greet General Qin and the Lord of the city who had spent their time supporting the event. The disturbance inside the hearts of the students did not end with the event, however. Morong Qiu had Yi Futian in his sights. He looked calm, but his heart was cold. He was listed as the champion of the fall quarter exam. But Yi Futian had questioned the decision in public so outrageously that Morong Qiu felt ashamed. Now people actually believed that he was not as good as Yu Shang. Even worse, he felt angry about Hua Jiu's reaction. She had never even talked to him, but she had kept smiling at Yi Futian the entire time. Something evil quickly flashed in his eyes. Then he walked towards the stands. Feng Qingxue was also looking at Yi Futian. She seemed hesitant about something. What did he just do? He was defying the authority of the masters in public. Morong Qing said. Feng Qingxue seemed absent from the conversation. She was still looking at Yi Futian. In fact, Yi Futian sensed that he was being watched. He turned his head to look at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue noticed that there was a moment of confusion in his eyes, then he smiled at her and looked away. There was no grudge in his smile, it was like any regular smile between friends, natural and peaceful. But it made Feng Qingxue feel even worse. In the past, when Yi Futian had smiled at her, there was a feeling of inappropriateness behind the smile. But not this time. She realized that she had finally gotten the distance she had requested. Friendship was something you lost, and lost forever. After turning away, Feng Qingxue was on the verge of tears. She controlled herself and walked toward her dad. People were leaving in groups. In fact, most of them were still paying attention to Hua Jiu and were surprised to notice that she left alone instead of with Yi Futian. This gave them some hope. They tried to convince themselves that nothing special was going on between them. Yi Futian. A beauty suddenly showed up in front of Yi Futian and stared at him with anger. How could you act so stubbornly? You had the chance to be listed in the top 3 on the list of excellence and become an official student just like Yu Shang. You know what? You just ruined that chance. Seeing the fuming beauty before him, Yi Futian smiled teasingly. You still look so beautiful even when you're angry, Miss Qin, did you know that? What, Yu Qin? Was dumbfounded. How could he transform so fast from that brave person who had stood up for Yu Shang to a shameless playboy? Was this really the same person? You were in the first plane of awakening for so long. How did you do that? Qin Yi asked confusedly. Remember our bet? It motivated me so much that I jumped directly over from that low plane. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi and said, you do remember your promise, don't you? Qin Yi rolled her eyes. As for the promise, Qin Yi asked, did I make a promise? It was Yi Futian's turn to be dumbfounded. Looking at this beauty right in front of him, Yi Futian said with humor, you told me I can do whatever I want as long as I pass the exam. Really? Did I? I don't remember that. Qin Yi was suspicious about this. Then she turned to a student who was in that class and asked, did I ever make a promise? The person was caught off guard, then looked serious and said, nope, definitely not. Then he glanced at Yi Futian with a chuckle. This shameless bastard was flirting with Miss Qin now? No, that was not going to happen. You liar! Yi Futian realized he was being set up. He then yelled, Yu Shang, come here. The student ran away as fast as he could. It had only been a joke. Why was Yi Futian so serious that he would ask Yu Shang to beat him up? Yi Futian felt wronged. He looked at Qin Yi. Ms. Qin, seriously, you can't do this. Qin Yi sounded content and smiled, shameless, of course, that's your style. She was surprised at how fun it was to act shamelessly once in a while. Looks like Ms. Qin misunderstood my point. Yu Futian felt bitter. His reckless plan had gone awry. What are you guys talking about? Someone suddenly interrupted. Both of them turned around and Yi Futian looked respectfully at the newcomer. Greetings, General. Dad? Qin Yi said cutely. It was exactly how you would imagine a 17-year-old young beauty like her to act. Yi Futian was surprised that the serious Miss Qin also had this side to her. Are you bullying him again? Qin Shui patted the head of his daughter and then nodded at Yi Futian. You did well today. Thank you for the compliment, General. Of course Yi Futian knew who he was. Everyone in the city knew. You are Yu Shang, right? Qin Shui looked away from Yi Futian. Yu Shang answered with a nod. You are a talented mage, of course, but deep inside you are a natural-born warrior. Do not only focus on becoming a mage and ignore your talent as a warrior. Qin Shui sounded serious. He really appreciated this boy because he was one of the most talented warriors he had ever seen. Years from now, this boy would be just as powerful as he was. Yuxing nodded again. He understood this naturally. You are more than welcome to join the Dark Qilin Knighthood. It will be open to you at any time. Qin Shui was making a serious proposal. Yuxin was surprised, as was Yi Futian. He was only 15, yet he had been invited by General Qin in person. Sure, Yuxing answered. Let's go home. Qin Shui left with Qin Yi. She looked back at Yi Futian and smirked. You've changed. Yi Futian sighed, feeling upset. She had promised him that he could do anything he wanted. Yi Futian walked to the stands. His father was there talking with someone else. It is such a shame that he did not make it onto the list of excellence. I know he is powerful enough, the person answered. In fact, Yi Baichuan had said this about 100 times already. Can't be compared to how good I was at that age, though, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian was ashamed. He confronted his father, saying, Come on, Dad. That was totally unfair to me. Isn't it time for you to comfort me instead of blame me? Yi Baichuan felt confused. Does this failure even mean anything to you at all? Yi Futian was speechless. Just go home. I won't see you off. He turned back to the dorm and sighed the entire way about how unlucky he was to have a father like that. The fall quarter examinations had ended with a little drama. People dispersed, and the gymnasium returned to its usual emptiness. However, everyone was still shaken up. Yi Futian's performance in this year's exam was too eye-catching. He went from an infamous loser to a genius in martial arts and sorcery. Even more, his gift was of sky level for both arts, but what had really made everyone jealous was his strange and mysterious relationship with Hua Jiyu. You could say that the entire fall quarter examinations had gone his way, with the exception of his little argument with the elders about Yuxing's final ranking. Besides Yi Futian, Yuxing also caught everyone off guard. Nobody knew what a monster he could become. All in all, Murongqiu, who was in first place, had nothing on these two. The autumn nights brought about a cooling breeze. It seemed like winter was just around the corner. In the following days, Qinzhou Academy buzzed with the newest information. Murongqiu and Hua Jiyu were becoming official disciples and had caught the attention of high-level personnel at the academy. The same was true for Yusheng. It had been said that a couple of the elders from the School of Martial Arts as well as the Metal Pavilion Lord had fought over him. So many outer sect disciples were jealous of this treatment. As expected, the ones who stood out the most during the fall quarter examinations were being sought after by the best of the best. Other than that, many of the other students on the ranking list had begun to visit the second floor of the library. They now had unlimited access to some of the most powerful martial art exercise books and spell books. As for Yi Futian, who had been removed from the ranking list for disrespecting academy elders, he seemed to be in a bit of a slump. Rumor had it that the elders were extremely unhappy with him and were preparing to punish him. Yusheng had stood out during the exams as well, but he was being fought over by the elders. Who would be daring enough to punish him? Besides, all of Yusheng's wrongdoings had been attributed to Yi Futian. That guy was really unlucky. However, Yi Futian and Yusheng had been cultivating for the past few days and paid no attention to the news. Senior Sister Qin Yi had another lecture today. Yi Futian was prepared to be a good student, so he arrived in her classroom once again. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he received strange stares from his classmates. Yi Futian really had great timing. The final verdict on his punishment had just been announced, and he had come in right on time. Qin Yi also noticed Yi Futian's arrival and stared at him as well. She felt that Yi Futian had been wronged. I know I'm good-looking, but you guys don't have to stare, said Yi Futian. His classmates could not help but roll their eyes. They should have known, once a shameless jerk, always a shameless jerk. Qin Yi took a few steps toward Yi Futian and looked upset when she said, Yi Futian, the academy has decided to temporarily ban you from lectures, but don't worry. I'm going to talk to them. I believe they'll lift the ban soon. When Qin Yi had found out about this news, she was extremely unhappy. Everyone had seen just how gifted Yi Futian was. Even if he had created a little conflict with the elders, why should he be punished like this? Weren't the fall quarter examinations supposed to be 100% fair? To be honest, Qin Yi had yet to tell Yi Futian the whole story. Not only was the academy banning Yi Futian from the class, but he was also going to be placed on probation, where they were going to keep a close eye on him. This meant that Yi Futian still had a chance of being expelled. It was for this reason that everyone stared. Yi Futian had just proven himself not to be a loser but a top-notch genius in the cultivation of both arts. None of that could help him escape the fate of being kicked out of the academy. What a shame. Maybe this was the price you had to pay to be young and stubborn. It still made no sense though. According to his performance at the fall quarter examinations, he should still be considered one of the best in the academy. The look on Yi Futian's face fell, and his expression told the world that he felt wronged. Senior sister. His voice was sunken. He walked up to Qin-Yi with his head hung low. She could not bear to see him like this. Qin-Yi smiled and tried to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay." Yi Futian gave a quick hum and nodded his head. He then stepped forward and embraced Qin-Yi. What is he doing? Everyone around was frozen in shock. What the hell was this asshole doing? Was he actually hugging her? "Thank you, senior sister," Yi Futian said softly as if he was filled with gratitude. Qin-Yi blinked. Something was not right. Hadn't she only mentioned that he was being banned from class? This guy didn't come to class often anyway, so why was he having such a strong reaction? She abruptly backed away from him, her face flushed red. Qin-Yi was no longer feeling any pity for Yi Futian. She was furious. She seemed to have finally realized his intentions and glared at him hard. "Yi Futian. Senior sister, I just remembered I have prior commitments. I have to go now." His words slurred together because of his quick speech. His feet were moving just as fast. You would not have been able to tell that he was upset just a second ago. "Don't let me see you again." Qin-Yi yelled at his fleeing figure. Some of the male students stood up, finally breaking free from their frozen state. He, asshole," one of them shouted. Yi Futian had actually embraced their goddess. That shameless asshole. "His punishment is too light, the academy should have just expelled him on the spot," said another student. "Yeah. He should be expelled and never be allowed to step foot on academy grounds ever again." Everyone was fuming. Their goddess had been taken advantage of. Yi Futian and Yusheng were walking around the campus when Yusheng asked, "Did you feel anything?" "What are you saying?" "I just couldn't help myself. Senior sister is too good to me," Yi Futian answered. He gave Yusheng a look of disdain for thinking that he had had impure intentions towards Qin-Yi. He was not that type of person. "Okay." Yusheng nodded, looking like he understood. Yi Futian could only sigh. Even Yusheng had changed. "I can't believe the academy is really going to punish me," said Yi Futian. The dispute he had started during the fall quarter examinations was all for naught. Yusheng's first-place title had been wrongfully stolen, and now the academy was going to punish Yi Futian for standing up against them. Yi Futian was pissed. Yusheng furrowed his eyebrows and gave his thoughts. "Maybe they're punishing you because the cabinet master and the pavilion lord felt that you damaged their reputations. I don't care anymore. It's not like they can really kick me out," said Yi Futian. "Who said they can't?" Someone had spoken up from behind them. Yi Futian halted and turned to look at the speaker. His eyebrows lifted in recognition. It was Wuxia. He threw Yi Futian a look of mockery and said, "You're not actually naive enough to believe that your gifts will be able to solve all your problems, are you? If it were so, then why is it that Yusheng lost his first-place title?" At the sound of his voice, Yi Futian's eyes shot up. Could it be that Yusheng lost his title to Wuxia not because of the judge's bias or misjudgment, but because of a conspiracy? What you're thinking right now is probably correct. Not only that, the academy's punishment for you is because of me as well. Wuxia stepped toward Yi Futian and lowered his voice. "Are you surprised?" Yusheng's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was fighting a strong urge to fight. "You want to hit me? Do you have the guts to do it?" "Idiot." Wuxia glanced at Yusheng. He was looking down on him. Yi Futian's chilling eyes squinted. "I heard that you are childhood friends with Feng Qingxue. She's very beautiful. 15. A tempting age, a budding flower." Wuxia continued. Yusheng took a step forward. "Yusheng," Yi Futian called out. The ice in his gaze disappeared, and then he smiled. Wuxia's words were getting even more unbearable now. He only had one goal: to trigger Yi Futian. If Yifutian and Yushang actually made a move on him, Morong Chiu might not even defend himself. Then the academy would have one more reason to legitimize their punishment for Yifutian. Morong Chiu, I'll remember this, said Yifutian with a smile. He then turned to leave. Let's go, Yushang. Yushang glared at Morong Chiu one last time, then walked away to follow behind Yifutian. Morong Chiu was surprised. He was watching the two of them leave when his demeanor cooled. Weren't they super arrogant during the exams? Why were they acting so cowardly now? Why didn't you let me make a move on him? Yushin was very angry. And then have me take the blame for it? Asked Yifutian. After what happened during the fall quarter examinations, Morong Chiu had his sights set on Yifutian. You can head back without me. I have business to attend to, Yifutian said out of the blue. Where are you going? Asked Yusheng. The fox's den. Yifutian turned away and left Yusheng standing there staring at his back. Yusheng muttered under his breath. Meeting the parents already? It seemed like they hadn't even known each other for a month. Weren't they moving a little too fast? Yusheng could not understand, so he shook his head and began to make his way back home alone. Hua Jieyu's place was in a very nice area within Qingzhou Academy. It was a large private residence, separated from other buildings. Yifutian was not surprised. That day on Mount Tianyao, even the academy elders had to pay respects to the middle-aged man. It was easy to tell that he must have been highly ranked within the academy. Besides that, Hua Jieyu has always been a person of high status and mystery in Qizhou Academy. Outside the residence, Yifutian saw a young man. The young man saw Yifutian as well and couldn't help but be confused. Yifutian, senior brother, greeted Yifutian. He vaguely recalled seeing this young man before. He had been sitting by the elders during the fall quarter examinations. He must have been an official disciple. What are you doing here? Asked the young man. How could Yifutian have found his way here? I came to look for my master, said Yifutian. Your master? The young man asked Yifutian. Who is your master? Not too sure, but he lives here, answered Yifutian as he pointed to the residence. Senior Hua, the young man asked weakly. Yeah? Yifutian was a bit embarrassed. He did not even know his master's family name. Then he thought about the master's relationship to Hua Jieyu, and what the young man said seemed to be correct. So he nodded in agreement. The young man thought of Yifutian and Hua Jieyu's interactions during the fall quarter examinations and immediately understood the situation. He grabbed his chest in pain. Then he turned and walked away bleakly. The young man also thought of the academy's punishment for Yifutian. There were even some people who wanted to facilitate his expulsion from the academy. The world sure was a messy place. Who would dare to expel Senior Hua's disciple? The Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion? Yifutian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound which indicated that the player might be a woman. However, Yifutian was surprised to find that it was Hua Jieyu's father who was playing the guqin in the pavilion. He looked gentle and peaceful with the instrument. Seeing that face, Yifutian truly understood why his daughter was such a beauty. His master's handsomeness was almost comparable to his own. Yifutian stepped gently into the pavilion, trying not to make any noise. However, the sound stopped gradually, the musician apparently noticing his approach. The master looked at Yifutian and smiled. You're here. Greetings, Professor Hua. Yifutian bowed to him. Come grab a seat, Mr. Hua told him. Yifutian walked forward and sat down, facing the master. How much do you know about spell scrolls? A spell scroll is a scroll with a certain spell inscribed on it. Only mages that are extremely talented in power perception can manage to do that, hence why they are called scroll inscribers, Yifutian said. The spirit and chi that a mage is able to release in a fight is limited, and sometimes the mage has to release the power really fast. In that case, the power of his spell is proportional to his plane. However, in a non-battle status, a mage can actually take a lot more time to inscribe more powerful spells on a scroll, so that he can release the power instantly during a fight. You are correct. If you are a good enough scroll inscriber, the spell inscribed can be much more powerful than those you can use during a fight. Therefore, the scroll inscribers can sometimes surprise their enemies with spells way beyond their ability range. In fact, people seldom want to fight against a good scroll inscriber, Mr. Hua continued. There are more benefits to being a good scroll inscriber. Inscribers are generally very wealthy because the scrolls of good quality are expensive. In addition, the status of this profession is very high. I know. Yi Futian smiled. This profession is very talent-oriented. Mages with normal ability can never become scroll inscribers. You do, however, have this talent within you. He looked at Yi Futian, stood up, and began exiting. This way. Yi Futian followed him to a small library. Even though it was a tiny space, there were thousands of books stored inside. He pointed to a shelf and told Yi Futian, "Browse the books on that shelf. They are the introductions to spell scrolls." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded without asking any questions. The master was pretty satisfied with this reaction. He left Yi Futian alone to read. He roughly scanned the books, then chose one of them to start reading seriously. He understood that the foundation of a knowledge system was critical and that no matter how talented he was, the basics were still necessary. In fact, he was well influenced by his godfather, and he thoroughly understood the importance of fundamentals. He was extremely focused on the materials. Unknowingly, dusk had already arrived. Hua Jiyu came in from outside and greeted her dad. The man smiled at her and asked, "How was your performance today?" "I took down 3 level 9 demons." Hua Jiyu smiled back at him. "Nice job." He nodded and told her, "Go prepare some pens and scrolls for scroll inscribing." "Another practice session?" Hua Jiyu was confused. "It's not for you. It's for Futian." He smiled again. Something flashed through her eyes when she heard that name. That guy had come? He was so driven. When Yi Futian came out, he saw Hua Jiyu preparing the desk for him. She was tall and slim with an elegant aura that could not belong to someone her age. Her mother must also be a pretty woman. What a pity that Yi Futian had never seen her. Yi Futian sneaked towards her and smiled. "What a virtuous woman I'm looking at." Hua Jiyu stiffened. Virtuous? Was he kidding? "This is my house. Mind your language." Hua Jiyu looked back and smiled at Yi Futian. The smile was breathtaking, but Yi Futian could not enjoy it anymore. He knew how calculative and cunning this fox could be. "Futian, are you done reading?" The master came out of his room with a book in his hand. "Yep, I'm done." Yi Futian slightly nodded. "Okay, so which plane are you in now for sorcery?" he asked. "The 6th awakening plane, the invincible." "Have you ever practiced any spells?" No. Yi Futian thought something like the Grand Meteor was not the answer he was looking for. "That's good for you." The master seemed quite satisfied, which made Yi Futian really curious. Never practicing spells before was a good thing? There are major differences between the inscribed spells and the spells you directly cast during a fight. In fact, a lack of experience makes you better at perceiving these differences, Mr. Hua explained to Yi Futian as he gave him a book. "This will teach you some inscribing methods of basic spells. Let's start with the first one." Yi Futian nodded and took the book. The first spell was Thunderblast, a spell for a basic level of awakening. It induced a thunderstorm used to attack the opponent. "I'm done," he said as he closed the book. "Now try to inscribe." The master nodded. Yi Futian picked up the pen, looking really serious about this first try. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the power of thunder flowing from his body to his hand, which finally converged on the end of his pen. At the same time, it looked like the thunder power was being engraved on the scroll. Yi Futian began using the pen slowly and thoughtfully. However, a thunderbolt suddenly cracked, and all the power diffused immediately. "I failed." Yi Futian was kind of disappointed. "It's okay. Keep going, try another one," the master told him. Yi Futian picked up a new scroll, feeling sad. He was wasting something very costly. His second attempt was a failure, as was his third attempt, and so on with his 9th effort. He still could not do it, but every time he made some progress by hanging on for longer period of time. "Jiyu, show him, please," the master asked his daughter. She nodded, and her hands reached out for the pen that Yi Futian was holding. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then gave her the pen. Hua Jiyu took a scroll and began inscribing. The power of thunder was all over her body. "Wow, that thunder element talent of hers is amazing." Yi Futian was awed by this. He had seen her incredible metal and wind element talent on Mount Tianyao. This fox was just as multi-talented as he was. She looked focused while she was inscribing, yet somehow still seemed to be at ease. Her entire body was glowing with not only the power, but also her unique beauty from concentrating. She finished the scroll soon, then smiled at Yifutian. Yifutian smiled back but felt awkward. Okay, now take your time, the master told him. He then left the pavilion with his daughter. He was leaving intentionally so Yifutian could focus. Sure, Yifutian answered. He began genuinely focusing on the inscribing. Even though he continued to fail, he did make some progress after every failure. Dusk settled over the academy. Mr. Hua sat on the couch and asked his daughter, "How long did it take for you to make your first scroll?" "A day," she answered. "He will make it soon, even without my instruction," Mr. Hua told her. In fact, he is the most powerful mage I have ever seen in perceiving and controlling spiritual qi in the awakening plane. He is even better than you. Hua Jieyu stared at the boy. Suddenly, a shining thunderbolt burst out, the storm striking the pavilion directly. I made it! Yifutian was so excited. Hua Jieyu winced. She could not believe that he had made his first success this fast. He used the scroll right after making it. What a waste! Mr. Hua felt a little sad, but he kept smiling at Yifutian. He had not expected to have someone as talented as Yifutian in this city. This boy was a mage of all-elemental talent, and a natural-born scroll inscriber. This meant that he would be an all-elemental scroll inscriber, which was pretty rare. I made it! Yifutian ran to the master. He was so excited that he had not only successfully inscribed a spell, but that he had learned it as well. Nice job. You have a lot more to work on. In fact, you need to be able to inscribe all the spells in that book. The master knew why he was so excited. No matter how talented he was still a 15-year-old, and age meant for being simple and naive. Okay, Yifutian nodded. It's already night. Are you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yifutian, implicitly telling their guest that it was time to leave. Ah, time flew by so fast. Yifutian looked to the sky, then continued, it's too dark and dangerous outside. Do you have a spare room here, Mr. Hua? Is it okay if I stay for tonight? What? Hua Jieyu was caught off guard. Dark and dangerous? What lame excuses. Yifutian ignored her, looking to his master with expectancy. Okay, then stay. Jieyu, go prepare the guest room for Yifutian, Mr. Hua smiled. Hua Jieyu blinked. Why was she being asked to prepare the room for the shameless guy? Yifutian looked at her with a grin. His gaze was full of anticipation. In his eyes, a fox was making a bed for him. What a dream. Nope, Hua Jieyu refused after she saw the expression on Yifutian's face. Jieyu, mind your manners, her dad told her. She stood up, feeling wronged, then reluctantly went to the room. I'll go help her, Professor. Yifutian followed her to the room. Soon it began to sound like they were bickering. Mr. Hua looked to the sky full of shiny stars and showed a smile of nostalgia. We used to be such a beautiful age. Yifutian had refused to go back to his dorm after his stay. Hua Jieyu believed that her father had just invited a wolf into their house. Time passed by, and Yifutian was able to inscribe even more spells. Some of them were actually of the 7th awakening plane. One day, Yifutian was working alone in the pavilion. All of a sudden, he felt something vague and intriguing going on in his mind. Later, he found that his body had resonated with the spiritual qi of the universe. The power was all over his body. The feeling was so different from the mere act of collecting. Okay, now I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery. He smiled. During the inscribing these days, he was making progress on the perception and control of elemental power. In fact, the inscribing was also a form of cultivating. The cold winds of winter had arrived. The greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. However, Yifutian was not affected by the cold at all. His days passed by comfortably and carelessly. Other than inscribing scrolls daily, he treated himself to the eye candy that was Hua Jieyu. He had been so happy that Yusheng was almost the last thing on his mind. 2 months passed, and he had only gone back to their dorm to visit Yusheng twice. This had Yusheng's imagination running wild as to what Yifutian could be doing at the Hua residence. The academy's ban on Yifutian was still in place. When everyone was looking forward to Yifutian's reaction, he completely vanished from their sights. His disappearance had everyone thinking if he would have come to class if there had not been a ban. Maybe if it was senior sister Qin Yi's lecture. Without any warning, the first snow arrived. The snow was coming down hard, covering everything in a blanket of white overnight. In the morning, Yifutian stepped out of his room. He looked up at the sky, full of snow flurries, and rubbed his hands together. A hot breath escaped as he smiled. The pavilion up ahead looked lonely, standing alone in the white, while everything around it was completely hidden by the snow. One figure stood out in the midst of it all. She seemed to have lost herself in the beautiful view. The snow was too beautiful. Yifutian picked up his feet and headed towards her. Another set of footprints appeared in the snow on the ground. Standing next to the young woman, Yifutian snuck a glance at her, but it seemed she had not taken notice of him. Her eyes were closed as she enjoyed the serenity. Yifutian closed his eyes as well and continued to stand beside her quietly. The white snow fell non-stop until the both of them were covered in a layer of it. "What are you doing?" Hua Jieyu had opened her eyes and smiled at Yifutian when she saw that he was mimicking her. Yifutian opened his eyes and looked at Hua Jieyu tenderly. Smiling, he replied, "Accompanying you until our hairs turn white." Hua Jieyu blinked speechlessly. She then looked at Yifutian's head, covered in the white snow. Her heart twinged with disappointment. She could never take his words too seriously. "It's already been 2 months, you don't really think this is your home now, do you?" Hua Jieyu teased Yifutian. "Master is more than just my teacher, he has become like a father to me." "So his home would be like home to me," Yifutian said. He sounded quite serious. "You two little rascals," a voice said, causing the two to turn their heads. They saw a handsome figure smiling at them, and heard him say, "Flirting so early in the morning. You guys really don't think of me at all." Yifutian sighed to himself. Master knew him too well. "Father," Hua Jieyu called out, feeling wronged. She stared at her father. "Am I really your child?" He always took Yifutian's side. What kind of father did that? "Who else but I could have birthed the most beautiful daughter in all of Qizhou City," the middle-aged man replied in a joking manner. Hua Jieyu looked at her father. In a mere 2 months, her father's tone and manner of speech had already adopted that of Yifutian's. This was just, "You really are a master." Yifutian was impressed. Master was on a completely different level than he was in every aspect. After spending so much time together, Yifutian had finally found out his master's name, Huafenglu. Even his name was impressive. He could not even hope to compete with Master. "Yifutian, over the past days your cultivation in scroll inscribing has become so well developed that you no longer need guidance. As your power level increases, you will naturally be able to inscribe more powerful scrolls," said Huafenglu. He eyed Yifutian unwaveringly. Even though Yifutian was only in the mystery plane for sorcery cultivation, he was able to inscribe some of the highest-level awakening plane scrolls in the short span of 2 months. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Master." Yifutian bowed with gratitude. Huafenglu waved his hand in denial. "You are naturally talented. You would have yielded the same results even with a different teacher. However, you must remember you cannot be overly prideful. The outside world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Your journey has only just begun. You can come to me for help when you have any questions, not just for inscribing, but for anything about cultivation as well. I shall keep Master's words at heart." Yifutian nodded in response. "All right, go on now," said Huafenglu. Yifutian nodded again before dropping down to both knees and gave Huafenglu 3 deep bows. His forehead came into contact with the cold ground. "I have been under your guidance for months now and have not yet paid my respects to you properly. Even though I like to joke around, I was serious when I said that you were like a father to me. I will always keep Master's words in mind," said Yifutian. When he was done, Yifutian stood up slowly and said, "I shall be on my way now." He then turned towards Hua Jieyu for a farewell. "By Fox, don't miss me too much." He walked out of the residence before she could reply. "That rascal. It's going to take some time to get used to things without him here." Huafenglu laughed as he shook his head. "Why do you like him so much?" Hua Jieyu could not understand her father. She could feel that her father genuinely liked Yifutian. But why? Was it just because of his gift? Initially, it was because of his gift, but after hearing your stories about him and what happened during the fall quarter examinations, I realized that under his playful demeanor was a pure heart. After receiving 3 years' worth of insults, any normal person would have been resentful, but he remained cheerful and bright, like the sun. Furthermore, he was willing to stand up to the academy just for Yu Sheng's placement. It is easy to determine that he is an extremely loyal person, explained Huafenglu. After these past 2 months with him, I'm starting to like his personality more and more. So, you would sell out your own daughter? Hua Jiyu rolled her eyes at her father. She said, even if he does have all those good qualities, you can't deny that he's a shameless pervert. Don't you think his little antics are cute? Laughed Hua Fenglu. Hua Jiyu did not know what to say. Her world was in a messy situation. Her respected father had fallen under a certain person's spell. The snow continued to fall until the entirety of Qingzhou Academy was covered in white, adding beauty to this sacred place. However, the students of Qingzhou Academy were not interested in the beautiful sight. Early in the morning, a group of powerful individuals arrived at the academy. When they arrived, all the instructors of Qingzhou Academy prepared for combat, calling upon the most powerful people at the academy. Leaders of the martial arts and sorcery schools readied themselves. The atmosphere across campus was very tense. Many outer sect disciples did not understand the situation, but the older official disciples knew exactly where this group of people had come from and their purpose for coming. They knew that their prestigious academy was about to fall victim to some serious provocation. All of Qingzhou Academy was a mess. Disciples rushed toward the same direction in a frenzy. Yifutian witnessed this sight and found it weird, not knowing what had happened. It seemed like something big was about to take place at the academy. Yifutian heard someone call his name before he could reach his dorm. Shifting his gaze in the direction of the voice, he saw a beautiful face and a soft smile spread across his own face. Where are you going? Asked Feng Qingxue. Going back to look for Yushang, answered Yifutian. The academy is gathering all the students. Yushang should also be there, said Feng Qingxue. Something flashed in Yifutian's eyes as if he had just had a thought. Feng Qingxue pulled at her sleeve. She looked nervous. She asked, why don't we go check it out? Together? Yifutian stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him. The snow was falling on her body. She looked a little nervous and unsettled. Sure. Yifutian nodded with a smile. Okay. Feng Qingxue took the initiative to stand beside him, and the two of them headed towards the crowd. Yifutian was not joking or teasing her like he had used to, but Feng Qingxue knew that things could never go back to the way they were before. Of course, she would have liked everything to be as it had been in the past. However, she had matured and understood that things did not always go the way you wanted. Despite knowing what had been lost was gone for good, she still did not want to be complete strangers. I'm sorry, said Feng Qingxue suddenly. Yifutian stared at her blankly once again. He could see that she was trying to be as courageous as she could. She looked at him and smiled. Yifutian, I'm sorry. Her eyes were getting red. These days, she had been thinking a lot about what her father had said, and she knew that her actions had hurt his pride. I have forgotten about it already, replied Yifutian. He understood perfectly why she was apologizing. There's nothing going on between Murong Qiu and I. He came to look for me after the incident, but I ignored him, and I haven't gone near him since. Feng Qingxue tried to explain herself, even though she knew it wouldn't make a difference. But it was best to make some things clear. That's all in the past now, Yifutian replied. Oh yeah. What's going on at the academy? Feng Qingxue could tell that Yifutian was trying to change the subject and felt slightly disappointed. She replied to his question anyway. I heard that aces from the city of Haiyan led the people of Haiyan Academy here. The city of Haiyan, muttered Yifutian as his expression darkened. Haiyan and Qingzhou were both cities of East Sea Island. To Yifutian, who grew up reading history books, history was something he knew quite a lot about. Before Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great united the world 300 years ago, there was an age of separatism led on by the nobility. During this complicated period, it was very common for cultivators to loot resources. At the time, the city of Haiyan was controlled by the Haiyan clan. This clan was very aggressive and repeatedly invaded the other cities of the East Sea Island for resources. After the world had been united, Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great set up new laws, and the world became much more peaceful. However, they still lacked control of the East Sea Island cities. The Haiyan clan became Haiyan Academy and took complete control of the city. All these years had passed and they had still not given up on the invasion of Qizhou City. With this background, Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were natural enemies. Every couple of years, they would lead a group of their most powerful individuals to provoke Qingzhou Academy, as well as to test the power of its students. "Looks like Haiyan City is getting overly ambitious once again," said Yifutian. The peace in Qingzhou was about to be disrupted. However, this matter did not involve Yifutian, since the city had its own special protectors, the Dark Qilin Knighthood. But Qingzhou Academy was still in trouble. In the lecture area of Qingzhou Academy, a group of people wearing black robes embroidered with 3 flames were blocking the entrance. By the time Yifutian and Feng Qingxue entered, many people had already gathered around, lecturers and students alike. In fact, some of the big chiefs had also heard about the situation and were arriving as well. They just blocked the entrance to the lecture area. Yifutian was shocked by how rude these people from Haiyan Academy were. The fact that Yifutian and Feng Qingxue had showed up together surprised a lot of people. Just 2 months ago, there were rumors this bastard had hugged Qin Yi. Now he was hanging around Feng Qingxue. They believed that the academy should absolutely expel him, but not now, as they were facing an imminent external threat. They knew why the Haiyan Academy students were here. The intruders had terrible intentions to stir up some trouble. "The directors of the halls are here." People made way for the group of big chiefs to let them through. They were from the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery. They looked very serious about the group from Haiyan Academy. They knew these troublemakers had been planning to come to this place days ago when they had first arrived in the city. It was snowing heavily now. People were cold not only from the snow but from the danger being posed by the intruders. "This is the sacred lecture hall of Qingzhou Academy. You have come a long way to be here, so why don't we pick a quiet space to have a word?" A director said to the Haiyan group. "No need for that. This is going to be quick. Just say what you need to hear." The leader of the Haiyan group had dark skin, and his face was chiseled. His eyes looked exactly like those of an eagle. He was insulting Qingzhou Academy with the way he spoke. He did not need to be polite, as they were only here to show off their power. "Bring it on." Lung Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of the Sword, understood what was happening. He wanted to get down to business. "It's been years since the last time we came here. Over the years, many young students in our academy have shown their talents. They are always trying to get some new experiences with people from other places. Therefore, I have brought them here to be challenged by your young talents who have been nurtured in this sacred place," the Haiyan leader said in a cold voice. He then looked back to the young students standing behind him. "You asked for a challenge. Now come here and accept the challenges." All the young students looked to be under 18 and the youngest of them looked about 13. However, they were staring at the students of Qingzhou Academy with disdain. "Bastard!" The students of Qingzhou Academy were pissed off. They clenched their fists, looking forward to teaching these intruders a lesson. A boy stepped forward from the Haiyan group. He appeared to be around 16 years old, and was tall and slim. In fact, he looked like a student from a regular academic school, not a kung fu academy. "Mu Jiang from the Haiyan Academy in the 9th Awakening Plane, the Unmaker, will accept any challenge." He spoke politely. However, he was so calm that it appeared he was actually very proud and that he did not take any possible challenges seriously. A student stepped forward from the Qingzhou Academy group. "Qiu Yen, the Unmaker Plane." He began introducing himself also peacefully. He had been outstanding in the spring quarter exam this year and had become official. He had always been a powerful and famous mage at this academy. "Bring it on." Mu Jiang nodded to accept. Qiu Yen suddenly started charging. He was fast, to say the least. The power of martial arts was all around his body, but there was a faint flame bursting out. Apparently, he had double cultivation in martial arts and sorcery was the major. Mu Jiang seemed indifferent. He just stood still and waited. The masters of Qingzhou Academy saw the danger coming. Mu Jiang was calm, to the point where he seemed to prepared for the attack. Qiu Yen was approaching his opponent fast. The fire element power around him became frenzied and turned into lotuses. The lotuses burned the air with a sizzling sound. Suddenly, the snow from the ground gathered around the body of Mu Jiang. His body was covered with snow, looking almost as if he was frozen. The attack from Qiu Yen landed. The flaming lotuses suddenly burst into an ocean of fire. engulfing Mu Zhang's body completely. This made the students of Qingzhou Academy really excited, as such a powerful attack from a mage of the highest awakening plane could destroy anyone who dared to take them without evading. However, the excitement ended in seconds. A freezing breath permeated through the flames and drove them away from Mu Jiang. Soon after, people found that Zhou Yan's hands were frozen and that the ice was traveling up his body. What the? He's frozen. People in Qizhou Academy soon realized that Mu Jiang was a water element mage. He countered Zhou Yan's element. Zhou Yan was now trembling with frostbite. Half of his body was already frozen, and the other half was soon to be as well. In fact, he could be entirely encased in ice in seconds. Stop! A master of Qingzhou Academy yelled. Mu Jiang listened to the command and stopped. He reached his hand out to pat the head of Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan fell to the ground, entirely immobilized. People from the Qingzhou group soon took him to the medical room. His life had been endangered by the frostbite already. He just attacked without a backup plan, not even knowing the elemental attributes of his opponent. Is that what your masters teach you to do, losers? Mu Jiang was still peaceful and arrogant. He returned back to the group once he finished speaking. People in Qingzhou Academy were chilled by his power, as they seldom saw a mage that was able to freeze another mage at only the awakening plane level. Once Mu Jiang was back in his group, another young man stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as the sword on his back. He was apparently a powerful swordsman. Eighth awakening plane, he began saying. He was too lazy to say his name. He was more arrogant than Mu Jiang. I'll accept the challenge, someone responded. Wow, it's Senior Li Qingshan. People held high expectations for the responder. Li Qingshan had ranked third on the list of excellence for the spring quarter exam this year. He was now cultivating in the Hall of the Sword. I'll take you down with only 3 strikes. The young man from Haiyan Academy bragged. What a presumptuous bastard. Li Qingshan was angry. Please. Li Qingshan unsheathed his sword. It whistled through the air. The power of the sword was a specific martial arts power, and a great one at that. The spiritual qi in the universe was condensed into the sword to attack the enemy. This power was not less than the element power of a mage. The attack from a swordsman would be terrifying. Li Qingshan had learned his lesson from Zhou Yan. He remained cautious and still. However, the young man began to laugh. He said, so obedient. Right after he spoke, he charged towards Li Qingshan. He was almost as fast as the wind, so fast that the snow covering the ground was disturbed by his speed. Be careful, he's a wind element mage. The Qingzhou Academy group was shocked. A wind element mage with sword cultivation would be dangerous. Li Qingshan looked serious about this attack. He was anticipating the attack and countered it in a moment with a lightning-fast strike. His enemy was faster, however. The sword took a curve around his body with the wind element power, so fast that Li Qingshan could not even detect its direction. Li Qingshan's sword began shaking to condense its power. Soon, Li Qingshan took his first strike at his enemy. However, his opponent dodged the attack quickly, sidestepping the blade. Senior. People were really nervous about the situation on the battlefield, as the combat between the 2 swordsmen could be life-threatening to both of them. Li Qingshan directed the power of the sword to his left palm and used its power to block the attack from his side. His enemy used the same tactic again and rushed behind him for a strike he could never anticipate. The sword was swung, and Li Qingshan fell down with a shriek. His back was severely wounded by the blade. It would not stop bleeding. Third strike it is. His enemy sheathed his sword and went back to his group. The people of Qizhou Academy now felt even worse because they now knew that Haiyan Academy had sent some compelling figures to cause serious trouble this time. To be honest, it's a waste of time if the students of Qingzhou Academy keep performing so poorly like this. Another young man came forward from the Haiyan group. His complexion was bright, and his eyes were shining with arrogance. His ego could be sensed by everyone there. Hey, why do you want to waste your time on these losers? Someone behind him asked. He shook his head and answered, I am here to make sure these losers know how horrible they are. I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery, and I will accept challenges from students in any awakening plane. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked. This guy was only in the mystery plane, Yet he was asking for challenges regardless of plain limitation. How arrogant was that? "I'll challenge you," Xianxia responded. He had been humiliated during the fall quarter exam. He needed to prove himself again. "I'll challenge you as well." Some other people also responded and stepped forward. The young man took a glance at them and said, "Bring it on all at once, you fools." Right after he spoke, he stomped hard on the ground, and the snow was removed by the aftershock. A pattern began to show up on the ground. The challengers began their attacks, but the young man seemed to ignore them. He kept stomping, and more complicated patterns appeared on the ground, with ancient letters engraved on them. "That's a matrix." The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy were in awe of this young man. In fact, he looked like he was not even 15 yet. He looked too young to build a matrix, let alone build one this fast. The spiritual chi was now centering on the middle of this matrix. The young man was standing on the powerful matrix, looking at the opponents with contempt. The challengers began to realize something was wrong, but it was already too late. They looked at each other, then launched their attacks together. Seeing the incoming attacks, the young man did nothing but laugh. He soon responded to the attacks, another matrix showing up behind his body. His body was now radiant with the glow from this new matrix, surrounded by the power of fire. "Go, pythons," he commanded. All of a sudden, giant flaming pythons rushed out of the matrix behind him and began attacking the enemy. In fact, the flame python summoned by Xianxia was so small and weak compared to the giant monsters that the challengers could not hold off the attack for even a moment. The director of the Hall of Water Element stepped out and cast a spell. The temperature dropped, and a freezing bite attacked the giant flaming pythons. They quickly dissipated in the snowstorm summoned by the director. The challengers were now lying on the ground, injured and in pain. They could have died if not for the snowstorm summoned by the director. "Oh my gosh, he's a mandate sorcerer." The director looked shocked, but it was the truth. This young man, who wasn't even 15 years old, was a mandate sorcerer. Mandate sorcerer. The students of Qingzhou Academy discussed in shock. That formation, it was a life spirit, no wonder he was able to create the matrix so quickly. This young fellow was not even 15 years old, yet his matrix was so powerful that it could be a threat even to aces in the 9th awakening plane, the Unmaker plane. Qingzhou Academy students were feeling threatened. With the two people before, they could still confidently say that Qingzhou Academy had students who were able to stand up to them, but with this fellow, it would be difficult to find someone on his level. "I heard that your academy just did fall quarter examinations. Who took first place?" the youth asked arrogantly. He did not even spare a glance at the students. They were not good enough to be his opponents. He stared straight at the important figures of Qingzhou Academy. "Murongqiu," someone answered him. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze towards Murongqiu, but his fellow schoolmates did not hold high hopes for him. Even though he came in first during the exams, everyone knew that Yushang and Hua Jieyu were both much stronger than him. Murongqiu had no confidence in himself either. Everyone was looking at him, but he just stood there having no intentions of stepping up. Even Xiaoyan, who had been defeated earlier, was more capable than Murongqiu. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy were also watching Murongqiu, but they were quickly disappointed when it became clear that he was not going to participate in the duel. Yusheng, Cabinet Master Ling Qifeng of the House of Swordsmen, called out. It was rumored that Yusheng had broken into the Unmaker plane not long ago. Plus, Leng Qifeng had already witnessed his power at the fall quarter examinations. To have him battle increased their chance of victory. Yusheng glanced at Leng Qifeng once and did nothing. He did not move nor give a response. His expression was as cold as ice. It was like a silent protest. "Seems like Yusheng is still pissed. I don't think he plans on fighting," someone said. Everyone shuddered at the expression on Yusheng's face. Not once did they think Yusheng was afraid of fighting like they thought Murongqiu was. They felt that he was unwilling. In the past 2 months, Murongqiu had become an official disciple. Even Xianxia joined the School of Divination Arts, but not Yusheng. No matter how many times the schools of martial arts and divination arts tried to recruit him, he never once accepted. Qingzhou Academy knew exactly why. It had something to do with the ban they had placed on a certain student. They knew this made Yusheng very angry. Some people even hypothesized that as long as the ban existed, Yusheng might ever choose to leave the academy altogether. The higher-ups of Qizhou Academy had argued over this topic many times, but there were still some individuals that refused to give in and lift the ban. It was because of this that Yusheng refused to battle, even if the academy's reputation was on the line. In Yusheng's eyes, the academy's punishment on Yi Futian was incredibly insulting. Until the academy was able to provide him with a satisfying result, Yusheng was unwilling to do anything for the academy. Lung Qingfeng was furious upon seeing Yusheng's reaction, but his anger was not directed at Yusheng. It was directed at Shizhong. He was extremely ticked off as he looked over at Shizhong. It was Qingzhou Academy that was in the wrong for being unjust. He had no right to punish Yi Futian for the way he had questioned the academy. Yusheng is still angry about what happened to you, said Feng Qingxue after witnessing this scene. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Of course he knew how stubborn Yusheng was. If the academy had punished Yusheng would not have cared one bit, but because it had been Yi Futian, Yusheng was bound to hold a grudge. There was no way he would stand up for the academy. Yi Futian would do the same if it had been Yusheng who had been punished. Feng Qingxue was disappointed. If Yusheng was not going to forgive the academy, there was a slim chance of him forgiving her. Is Hua Jieyu here? Asked one of the school's leaders. Everyone looked around in search of her. One part of the crowd moved to make a path for Hua Jieyu. With something big like this happening at Qingzhou Academy, it did not take long for Hua Jieyu to find out. She had to have come. So beautiful, said the fellow from Haiyan Academy. His eyes glistened at the sight of such a beauty. Hua Jieyu, looks like it's up to you, said the school leader from before. All of Qingzhou Academy anticipated her reaction. In 3 years, no one had ever seen Hua Jieyu in action. Would she be able to defeat this genius from Haiyan Academy? How can I possibly fight such a beautiful lady? The prideful youth was smiling as he looked at Hua Jieyu. We're not too familiar with the city of Qingzhou. Why don't you keep us company, beautiful? I can let Qingzhou Academy off the hook for today. Hearing his words, his companions from Haiyan Academy began to laugh. Someone chimed in, Junior brother has a point. Being accompanied by a beauty is a great thing. It could turn into a beautiful story for both academies. How presumptuous, said someone from Qingzhou Academy. This group of assholes. Everyone from Qingzhou Academy joined together to curse at their rivals. They were furious. Hua Jieyu was the perfect being to all of them, and she was now being insulted by these jackasses from Haiyan Academy. Shut up, you group of losers. If you don't like the things we say, then come stand up to us, said the young fellow. He was dripping with pride. The students of Qingzhou Academy felt deeply insulted, but they knew that they could not fight against him. On the other hand, Hua Jieyu seemed to be at peace. She did not step up like the elders had hoped she would. She smiled and turned, her gaze falling on a certain someone. It was Yi Futian. Not only did she see Yi Futian, she also took notice of Feng Qingxue beside him. She smiled and said softly to Yi Futian, they're picking on me. When she turned toward Yi Futian, everyone was confused. The moment she spoke to him, their hearts broke. They're picking on me. It was such a gentle voice. Their perfect goddess was whining so cutely to Yi Futian. It was a cute, flirtatious whine. If she had said this to any of them, they would have fought to their deaths, but her words were sadly not for any of them. My heart hurts, someone said. Everyone saw Feng Qingxue standing beside Yi Futian. First he had teased senior sister Qin Yi. Now he was with Feng Qingxue. He was surrounded by so many beauties. Why him? Feng Qingxue was shocked by Hua Jieyu's words. Feeling the countless pairs of eyes on herself, Feng Qingxue lowered her head and began to pick at the corner of her clothes. This was Hua Jieyu that she was up against. Yi Futian could feel all the gazes on him. He rubbed his forehead. It really was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Everyone from Haiyan Academy looked at him as well. They were trying to figure out what made Yi Futian so special that a beauty like Hua Jieyu would act that way towards him. Yi Futian took a step forward. The people of Qingzhou Academy thought that he was really going to try his best to stand up for Hua Jieyu. But then again, any of them would have done the same had they been in his shoes. However, their results would probably have been much worse. The prideful youth watched Yi Futian's figure. The corners of his lips lifted in a smirk as he said, I think it would be best for you to rethink your choice. Standing up for a girl. How corny. You better be prepared for the consequences. Yifutian pretended not to hear him and said, "First, slap yourself a couple times and then apologize. Maybe after that I'll decide to let you guys leave Qingzhou Academy unscathed." This, everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Even if you were trying to stand up for a girl you liked, you didn't have to be so arrogant. When he was completely defeated by their rivals, all of Qingzhou Academy was going to look so bad. The hearts of the Qingzhou students continued to ache. How could a person like this get a girl like Hua Jieyu? What was wrong with the world? Even the important figures of the academy could not bear to listen to Yifutian. This rascal was exaggerating a little too much. Even though his gifts were not bad, his opponent was a mandate sorcerer. And if I refuse? The prideful youth was looking at Yifutian as if he were a moron. There was definitely something wrong inside this guy's head. Well then, Yifutian took another step forward. Everyone was still watching him. Just when they thought he was about to make a move, Yifutian called out loudly, "Yusheng." Dead silence. Wide-eyed. Everyone continued to stare at Yifutian. This was so like Yifutian. Even Hua Jieyu was wide-eyed. This was embarrassing for her. The ground shook. Snow flew around on the ground as Yusheng's large body approached the center of the crowd. His arrival was a threat in itself. It did not matter whether you liked Yusheng or not. There was no way you could deny that he was a natural-born warrior. The expressions on some of the faces from Haiyan Academy darkened upon Yusheng's arrival. Just from his aura one would feel suffocated by his power. He was definitely stronger than any of the other Qingzhou Academy students. The important figures of Qingzhou Academy felt embarrassed. They could not get Yusheng to budge. Yet 2 simple words from Yifutian had been enough. It was really a slap in the face for them. But at the same time, they were relieved that he was finally stepping up for battle. Yusheng looked at Hua Jieyu and said, "Leave it to me, sis-in-law." Ha! Everyone was confused. Smart guy. Yifutian complimented him in his mind. Yusheng had changed, he had become so understanding. Yusheng pointed at the prideful fellow from Haiyan Academy and said emotionlessly, "Scram. Let someone of a higher level come out. I don't want people to say that I pick on the weak. He's so cool." Everyone from Qingzhou Academy complimented him. This was crazy. Not long ago, someone else had also done something crazy like this, but everyone had thought it was embarrassing. It was the complete opposite with Yusheng. A shameless jerk like Yifutian could never compare to Yusheng. Yun Tianhao was mad. He was already arrogant enough about being a mandate sorcerer that he didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than him. However, the truth was, these 2 new challengers were the source of this feeling. "Fools!" Yun Tianhao spoke in a cold voice. The spiritual qi started to surround his body, but Mu Jiang stepped up and stopped him. "Let me take care of him," Mu Jiang said. He then moved directly towards Yusheng to challenge him. He faintly felt that Yusheng was a threat, and he wanted to take matters into his own hands to prevent Yun Tianhao from a sudden failure. Yun Tianhao was the pride of Haiyan Academy, and they couldn't afford to lose this pride. "Sure, take him down for me." Yun Tianhao nodded and stepped back. Mu Jiang started to control the frost energy from his surroundings, and he vibrated with all the power around him. "Yusheng, make sure he has to be carried out." Yifutian was mad about being called a fool by Yun Tianhao. "Of course." Yusheng nodded, then stepped forward firmly. The earth was shaking from his sheer strength. Mu Jiang stared at the huge guy in front of him and started to get concerned. He could feel a horrifying mass of coldness flowing in front of him, forming a storm to attack his enemy. Yusheng stomped the ground and started to attack. Mu Jiang also initiated his spell. All of a sudden, an ice storm appeared out of nowhere, and Yusheng's body was covered with frost. Mu Jiang was trying to confine his enemy by trapping him in a prison of ice. That was the spell, Ice Imprisonment. Look how powerful he is. People noticed that the ice on Yusheng's body was growing thicker. Mu Jiang was still in the plane of awakening, but he could already convey ice imprisonment without physical contact. This ability usually belonged to those in the glory plane. However, a golden glow burst out of Yusheng's body, and suddenly the ice shell started to shatter. He now looked like the Almighty in this golden glow, and he was unstoppable as he reached closer to Mu Jiang. "Imprison him," Mu Jiang shouted, and another, stronger, ice storm burst out from his body. Yusheng was engulfed by the storm in a second. Qiu Yan had been defeated by the same tactic. Yusheng was not affected at all. He got rid of the ice on his body by merely shaking his hand. A golden glow flowed down his arm. Mu Jiang tried to retreat. As a mage, when he led a warrior into his melee range and failed to attack, he could do nothing but retreat. Unfortunately, he was just not fast enough. Yusheng's hand had already clamped onto his neck, and Mu Jiang's entire body was lifted into the air. People were in awe to see that Yusheng did this with such ease. "Let him go," Yu Tianhao shouted at Yusheng. However, Yusheng ignored his words. He threw Mu Jiang to the ground and smashed his whole body. After a booming noise, Mu Jiang was screaming in extreme pain, and it sounded like his bones had been shattered. Fu Tian wanted the guy to be lifted out, so he obviously couldn't be allowed to walk. People were awestruck and fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the young man who was just as strong as the Almighty himself. That is some real power. The Qingzhou Academy students felt excited. "So hot!" some girls exclaimed. Mu Jiang, one of the arrogant intruders from Haiyan Academy who had defeated Qiu Yan in a second and intimidated Murong Qiu, the first-place student in the fall quarter exam, had just lost to Yusheng in such an embarrassing way. He was smashed with one hand. What an overbearing gesture Yusheng had made. "Yusheng is going to attend my college. Whoever tries to take him away is going to be my enemy. For sure." The director of the College of Martial Arts glanced at the other directors around him. He liked this young man so much that he believed he was meant to go to his college. "So count me as your enemy. I want him." The director of the Hall of Metal Element ignored his threat. He also believed that Yusheng would be a perfect student. Yu Futian seemed to be the only one that was not shocked by Yusheng's performance. In fact, Yusheng had been able to defeat those who were even in the higher planes of cultivation. Who else? After seeing the Haiyan Academy medical team take Mu Jiang away, Yusheng began to invite challengers again pridefully. Yun Tianhao was going to step up, but right at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. The head of Haiyan Academy Group, the man with eagle eyes, had keenly perceived the immeasurable power of Yusheng. He had told Mu Jiang to challenge Yusheng and test his power. Now he had the answer. He just could not risk the future of Yun Tianhao. Even though Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer and able to defeat those in higher planes of cultivation, Yusheng was a monster. Even a powerful mage like Yun Tianhao did not have a 100% chance of winning against him. "Okay, we concede," the eagle-eyed leader said. Yun Tianhao felt reluctant to concede, but did not say anything. "Then get out of here," a director at Qingzhou Academy uttered. "We only lost one after you had lost 3. You have thousands of students in the planes of awakening in your academy, but only one of them can fight," the eagle-eyed leader taunted them. "At least that one's enough to sweep you all," Yusheng responded. "You arrogant fool," Yun Tianhao said angrily. "If I ever reach the 9th plane of awakening, you will bow down to my power." Seriously, who allowed challenges regardless of planes? What now? You want to change your mind? Yifutian asked sarcastically. Yun Tianhao glanced at Yifutian and said, "If you want to challenge me, just step up and fight. Otherwise, stay a coward and shut up." People were now looking at Yifutian. They didn't believe he was as powerful as Yusheng, so he was going to humiliate himself. Yifutian frowned a little at the provocation. He laughed at the words, "be a coward," and then stepped forward. This humiliation would not be tolerated. "Yusheng," Yifutian yelled. "Yep," Yusheng responded. "It's my turn." Yifutian stepped forward. Suddenly, Yusheng started laughing and pointing at Yun Tianhao and said, "This one's for you." Actually, he had let Yun Tianhao stay in the arena intentionally for Yifutian to show off. However, why did he believe that Yifutian would win? Besides, how dare Yifutian challenge the pride of Haiyan Academy? The students had witnessed in person how powerful Yun Tianhao was. He was a mandate sorcerer who specialized in matrices, and he had defeated multiple challengers with only one strike from his matrix. Yifutian continued stepping forward until he was standing in the middle of the arena. Feng Qingxue looked at him, and she experienced a moment of déjà vu. The exact same thing had happened during the fall quarter exam. He had been the underdog of all the students, but he had ultimately defeated Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu, the top-ranked students. However, he was now challenging someone even more powerful, a mandate sorcerer from Haiyan Academy and the pride of all the students there. Yifutian made a peaceful introduction. I am in the 7th plane of awakening. The mystery. Only 7? Yun Tianhao was surprised for a moment, then responded, You are too weak to challenge me. He had a strong enough talent to say that. After all, he was a mandate sorcerer who had never lost a challenge from anyone in the same plane or lower. I feel the same way about you, but since you're asking for it, I'll give you the humiliation you deserve. Yifutian peacefully conversed with him. I don't mind if you take the challenge or not. All of you can take this challenge. You can take me on one-on-one, or you can take me on all at once. What The Qingzhou Academy students were shocked. He didn't have to show off in such a dangerous way, did he? Yifutian had repeated the intruder's own words. But what if he lost? The students of Qingzhou Academy dared not think further. That's not funny at all. Yun Tianhao believed that Yifutian was imitating him to mock him. Words are just words. Now you're the one acting like a coward. Yifutian kept speaking with an odd sense of confidence. He had his hands in his pockets and looked like he despised all of the Haiyan Academy group. Yun Tianhao was incredibly mad at this gesture. He had never seen anyone act so arrogantly in front of him. However, he had seen 2 arrogant fools today, and the one talking now was only in the 7th plane of awakening. How dare he talk like that to a mandate sorcerer? I'll take him on. The swordsman who had defeated Li Qingshan with 3 strikes stepped up. Yun Tianhao nodded and backed down. Take him down. Remember, never let him forget this fear. For sure I will. The swordsman unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yifutian. 3 strikes, no more, no less. He had made the same statement before while defeating Li Qingshan. I don't need 3. You'll be down after 1 strike, Yifutian said calmly. The students of Qingzhou Academy were already used to his arrogance. They were just curious as to how this would eventually end. The swordsman started laughing, and wind gathered over his body. He had specialized in both sorcery and martial arts, and was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph. How could he ever lose to a cultivator in the 7th plane of awakening? The swordsman took the form of a shadow and disappeared. Snow was raging and the attack was initiated. At the same time, Yifutian closed his eyes. The students of Qingzhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he lost his mind? He had just closed his eyes while facing an imminent attack? Even though most of the students hated Yifutian, they didn't actually want to see him die. They had had a faint hope that this guy would save the pride of their academy. But it seemed that Yifutian had just given up. Thunder started gathering around Yifutian's body, and a roaring sound burst out of him. The sound was almost like a dragon. He stayed still and let his power take care of the fight. The blade was fast approaching his neck. However, Yifutian seemed to be ignoring this attack. His eyes were still closed and his body had not even moved an inch. The blade came within inches of Yifutian without actually hurting him. This attack was a diversionary attempt to draw away his attention, but Yifutian just didn't move at all. Die, you fool! The swordsman was agitated by Yifutian. He had been counting on him to flinch and move to the side so that he could make the second attack, which was solid. However, the arrogance of Yifutian made him change his mind. Now, the blade was rushing right toward Yifutian's throat. Right before the blade touched his throat, Yifutian started moving. He turned a little bit to his left, so subtly that the sword came through the air in front of his face. The audience was holding their breath at this evasion. How had he done that? Was it a reaction or merely luck? The swordsman frowned. His attack combo had been changed, and there was no way he could further adjust his attacks. In other words, he could no longer win this fight. However, right after Yifutian turned away, his hand reached for the neck of his opponent. A thunder dragon was roaring and burst out of Yifutian's palm. The dragon wrapped around the neck of swordsman and lifted his body into the air. Seriously, people were shocked by what they saw. Yifutian had not touched his opponent at all, but he was in complete control of the thunder dragon that was totally overtaking the swordsman. The hand of the dragon from the release of the Dragon Power Book of Battle Tactics, formed from the artistic conception of martial arts, said someone in the crowd. The elders shuddered. Having the artistic conception of martial arts meant that sorcery had started blooming outside of his body. Cultivators in the Unmaker plane were able to do this, but nobody expected Yifutian, who was 2 planes behind in the Mystery plane, to be able to do this as well. What was even more shocking was the fact that he was using the Hand of the Dragon. At that moment, many people were reminded of the fall quarter examinations when Yifutian defeated Ling Xiao and Xianxia with great ease. It seemed now that Yifutian did not give it his all. He stepped off the battlefield and made Yusheng fight. This seemingly shameless move was not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to let Yusheng shine. It was also because of this that Yifutian reacted the way he had when it was announced that Morongqiu had gotten first place over Yusheng. Almost everyone had underestimated Yifutian. Yifutian took a look at the young swordsman in training who had fallen into the grasp of the Hand of the Dragon and spoke lightly. High Academy came so far to pick a fight, but is this all you guys have? All the disciples of Qingzhou Academy looked at Yifutian. Even though he was still being as pretentious as always, it did not bother them as much as usual. After the 3 previous losses, Qingzhou Academy was utterly humiliated. Now, they were going to gain back some honor with the help of Yusheng and Yifutian. The young swordsman gave Yifutian a dead stare. He still could not understand how Yifutian managed to have such quick reflexes despite having his eyes closed. "Next!" shouted Yifutian. The loud roar of a dragon accompanied the movement of his arm. With one quick, simple swipe, the young man was thrown back into the group of his peers from Haiyan Academy. Nobody in that group looked too good. They had sent out 3 people and gotten 3 consecutive wins, but now, 2 of those 3 people had been defeated in the blink of an eye. If this was the result they left with after having come such a long way, it would be really embarrassing. Yun Tianhao stepped up, looking more serious than before. He looked at Yifutian and said, "You're worthy enough for me to step in personally." "Worthy enough?" Yifutian looked at him in disbelief. Yun Tianhao was more arrogant than Yifutian. "Make your move," said Yun Tianhao. "You should make the first move. If I go first, you won't have a chance to do anything." After hearing Yifutian say this, Yun Tianhao's expression darkened. He then released his life spirit and took a step forward, a matrix forming underneath him. It was a fire matrix, able to endlessly absorb the world's fire elemental spiritual qi. Frightening fire boas revolved around the matrix. Yun Tianhao stood at the center pompously. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of a mandate sorcerer?" asked Yun Tianhao. As he finished speaking, a fire boa broke free from the matrix and raged toward Yifutian. Everyone from Qingzhou Academy had a change in expression. Yun Tianhao was able to control his sorcery outside of his body in the awakening plane. What's more, his spells were very powerful, perhaps even one of the most powerful in the awakening plane. Despite what everyone thought about Yun Tianhao's powers, Yifutian walked up to the fierce fire boa nonchalantly. No matter how strong Yifutian was, wasn't he being a little too cocky disregarding its powers? The fire boa approached, ready to engulf Yifutian in flames. There seemed to be something clutched in his hands, and the next moment a force enveloped Yifutian. Lightning and thunder surrounded him. When it collided with the fire boa, they both dissipated into the air. "It's a spell scroll," said someone in the audience. "Shameless. How can he use spell scrolls in a battle?" The people of Haiyan Academy complained. Yun Tianhao continued to control his matrix. More fire boas danced through the air and charged at Yifutian. Yifutian charged head-on at the boas with multiple spell scrolls in his hand. With a sly smile on his face, he threw the scrolls into the air, and more of the boas disappeared in the cloud of lightning. Yun Tianhao growled in anger and continued to manipulate the matrix. More and more fire boas appeared in a frenzy. Suddenly, Yifutian was holding a handful of scrolls on each side. People from both academies were dumbfounded. I guess that's one way to go about the situation. "Stop!" Yun Tianhao was not impressed. Yifutian stopped what he was doing and looked at Yun Tianhao, who was still standing in the middle of the matrix. "You finally realize that you can't beat me and want to give up?" Yun Tianhao had no words for Yifutian. He stared at the spell scrolls in Yifutian's hands and felt an urge to curse him out. Was this even a battle? How could Yifutian be so shameless? How were they supposed to have a fair fight when he had fistfuls of top-grade spell scrolls? How did Yi Futian even have the nerve to ask if Yun Tianhao wanted to give up because he was unbeatable? As a disciple of Qinzhou Academy, don't you think it's disgraceful to use spell scrolls in a battle? Asked the eagle-eyed leader from Haiyan Academy. He could no longer stand what Yi Futian was doing. Others from Qinzhou Academy felt ashamed of Yi Futian. Their opinion of him had changed not long ago, but now they realized that he truly was just shameless. However, Yi Futian did not seem to notice anything wrong. He remained arrogant as he stared at the eagle-eyed leader. If he can use a matrix in a battle, why can't I use spell scrolls? If you guys know that you can't win, then just leave. Stop throwing a tantrum. He created the matrix himself. It's one of his abilities, so of course he's allowed to use it in battle, reasoned the eagle-eyed leader. Well, I also inscribed these spell scrolls myself, so it's part of my abilities as well. If he can use a matrix, then why can't I use spell scrolls? Yi Futian retorted. Eagle-eye's expression darkened. He was speechless. Yi Futian's shamelessness was on a different level. The people of Qizhou Academy were dumbfounded. Had he just said that he had inscribed the spell scrolls? How could a 7th plane cultivator in Awakening produce top-grade spell scrolls such as those? Wasn't Yi Futian exaggerating a little too much? Yun Tianhao had also created a top-grade matrix, but it was because he was a mandate sorcerer. His life spirit was the matrix. It wouldn't matter if you did personally inscribe those spell scrolls. I created my matrix during the battle. But you came onto the battlefield with pre-inscribed spell scrolls. How could these be comparable? Said Yun Tianhao. He thought that Yi Futian was simply spewing nonsense. Since you won't admit defeat, I'll just have to continue to fight you until you accept it, Yi Futian spoke lightly. He then turned to the elders of Qinzhou Academy. Will you please ready a pencil and some scroll paper for me? The higher-ups were surprised. Was Yi Futian planning to inscribe spell scrolls during battle? I'll get them for you, an elder responded and departed quickly. The audience was discussing quietly amongst themselves as they all studied Yi Futian. Could he really be an inscriber? Did he really inscribe all the spell scrolls he used earlier? If what he said was true, then Yi Futian really was gifted beyond belief. A short while later, the elder reappeared and handed a pencil as well as a stack of scroll papers to Yi Futian. Thank you very much. Yi Futian thanked him and began to lay out the papers in front of himself. What is he doing? Everyone wanted to know. Inscribing spell scrolls was just like creating a matrix. You needed time. Yun Tianhao was a mandate sorcerer who possessed a matrix for his life spirit, so he was able to create the matrix quickly and was able to use it immediately in battle. Even if Yi Futian really was an inscriber, he wouldn't be able to mimic Yun Tianhao's speed and efficiency, would he? If the opponent attacked with their matrix before you could finish inscribing your spell scroll, you would be as good as dead. However, it seemed that Yi Futian wanted to challenge the impossible. Many people turned very serious. Although Yi Futian was shameless, his capabilities were not something people doubted anymore. Is he mocking me? Yun Tianhao was furious when he saw Yi Futian laying out the papers. Even if he was an inscriber, to do so while in battle with a mandate sorcerer using a matrix was a form of mockery. You may begin, said Yi Futian. He held on to his pencil calmly. He was being serious. It was as if a holy light was emitting from his person. This made people want to believe in him. It seemed like he was born with this aura around him. Yun Tianhao took a step forward and released his life spirit once again. This time it was no longer a fire matrix, but an ice matrix. The water elemental spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to be absorbed into the matrix. From there, it cooled into ice. A blizzard began where Yun Tianhao stood. He was in a world of ice and snow all by his own doing. One could feel the freezing temperatures from far away. Because his life spirit is the matrix, he is able to control all elements. His matrix is able to absorb all the different elements. He's too powerful, said someone from Qinzhou Academy. Even though the two schools were rivals, the elders of Qinzhou Academy could not help but be envious of Yun Tianhao's gift. He was truly a genius. No wonder Haiyan Academy had brought him here to gloat. Even so, the young man whom Qinzhou Academy placed a ban on was facing Yun Tianhao fearlessly. Yi Futian sat on the ground, covered in snow, and inscribed his scrolls quietly. He created his strokes at the speed of lightning. The pencil danced across the paper like a dragon in the sky. Lightning spiritual chi flooded into the pencil in his hand. The bright lightning shone from the pencil. At that moment, Yun Tianhao made his move. A long icicle broke free from the matrix. "Watch out!" screamed out many concerned onlookers. Despite their warnings, Yi Futian kept his head now and continued inscribing the scrolls. With every stroke, lightning flashed. In just a moment, a curtain of lightning appeared in front of him, stopping the icicle headed his way. The icicle fell to the ground and shattered. "A defense spell, lightning shield," said someone in the crowd. Many people knew what spell Yi Futian had used. He was able to use the spell to defend against his opponent's attacks. The ice on the ground cracked loudly. The spiritual chi continued to flow into the matrix. Upon the completion of the matrix, Yun Tianhao raised both of his hands, controlling the icy world around him. "Jiao!" yelled Yun Tianhao. At his command, countless icicles flew towards Yi Futian relentlessly. Finished. Yi Futian completed his final stroke and lifted his pencil. The scroll followed the pencil and was lifted into the air. Once again, the lightning shield appeared and destroyed the attacking icicles. Yi Futian had still not lifted his head. He was inscribing another scroll. The movements of his arms were extremely fluid. Coupled with his good looks, he had the female disciples swooning. Who knew he was this powerful? Feng Qingxue kept her eyes on the young man sitting in the snow. She felt a slight sadness in her heart. She did not know why she felt this way. Yi Futian had just started to showcase his talents. Yet it was already obvious that his gifts were unparalleled by that of any other. The big chiefs of Qizhou Academy were staring at Yi Futian almost as if they were looking at a monster. He could inscribe the scrolls so quickly that it was definitely important. It meant that this boy possessed an insane control over the perception of spiritual chi. Therefore, even without the scrolls, he was still able to initiate spells that were above his level and plane. Looks like we missed someone on the list of excellence for the fall quarter exam, and this guy is now on probation. Anyone mind explaining that? The director of the Hall of Thunder Element questioned these decisions, giving Shizhong a cold glance. Shizhong looked really awkward. Yu Sheng had been so powerful in the previous battles, while Murongqiu had been wholly intimidated by the enemies. Yi Futian just made Shizhong's situation worse with his talents. Yi Futian kept inscribing with absolute focus. Yun Tianhao, however, was mad. His matrix had no advantage against the inscriptions, and it was humiliating. Yun Tianhao initiated spell attacks continuously. In fact, a lot of them were actually over the plane of awakening level. Yi Futian seemed to be unaffected by the attacks. He blocked every attack from Yun Tianhao with a swing of his inscribing pen and kept working on the scrolls. Soon, another scroll was coming into form. He finally finished the scroll and laughed slightly. At the moment he dropped his pen, a horrifying thunderstorm burst out of the scroll, roaring towards Yun Tianhao. Frost barrier. Yun Tianhao sealed his body with the frost he had summoned. He almost looked like an ice sculpture. Frost barrier was the top-level water element defense spell in the Plains of Awakening. The thunderstorm was raging down from the sky. However, rather than attacking the frost barrier, it was the matrix under Yun Tianhao that was the focus of this attack. The patterns of the matrix were being scraped and destroyed. Be careful. He's aiming for your matrix, someone from High-End Academy tried to alert Yun Tianhao. At the same time, Yi Futian stood up. He charged toward Yun Tianhao like the wind. He was so fast that Yun Tianhao had no time to defend himself with his matrix. Yun Tianhao stood up straight. Coldness flowed around him, absorbing the power of the universe, and he was turning his own body into a matrix to generate spells. All the space around him began to freeze. His hair began to turn gray and white, along with his eyebrows. He looked directly at Yi Futian as frost condensed into sharp lances right in front of his body. Die! Yun Tianhao had lost his mind. He had decided to kill his opponent, and the frost lances were aimed at Yi Futian's heart. However, at the same time, a flame burst in front of Yi Futian. Soon, countless flames suddenly started to appear. Grand Meteor? The people of Qizhou Academy were confused. The Grand Meteor was, in fact, the most basic spell of all attacks, and its power was truly limited. The question was, where did it come from? Had Yi Futian controlled the fire element power in the same space to initiate that? It was impossible because it required the level of elemental power perception that did not belong to a cultivator in the plane of awakening level. He was at the highest level of martial arts power perception and thunder element power perception. People were now reminded of his talents in power perception. In fact, they now believed that he also possessed talent in fire element power perception, which could be at the highest level as well. Of course, the Grand Meteor did not serve as an attack. Yun Tianhao briefly lifted his hand and his frost engulfed all of the flames in front of him. However, more flames were flying around his field of view. He suddenly realized that Yi Futian was blocking his sight with the flames and approaching him. Yun Tianhao considered this distraction useless. He was ready for any possible attacks. Suddenly, Yi Futian bolted to his side. At that moment, Yun Tianhao shouted with extreme anger. All of the frost lances floating in front of his body rushed at Yi Futian without any hesitation. While he attacked, Yi Futian's entire body was bathed in fire, and he almost looked as if he was glowing like the sun. All of the frost lances melted and vaporized the moment they reached his body. Yi Futian's body was more than a furnace that evaporated all coldness. Water elements could counter fire elements in a fight. However, when the flame was hot enough, it worked the other way. No! Tianhao, go back! The eagle-eyed leader yelled at Yun Tianhao. However, Yi Futian was just too fast. His body pounced into the air. Then he rushed at Yun Tianhao with all the flames around him, like a roaring fire dragon. A fire dragon seemed to possess Yi Futian's body during this attack. All the frost defense was gone. Yun Tianhao realized that there was nowhere he could escape to. The matrix on his body started to absorb any surviving frost power around the area to cushion the inevitable attack. A dragon roar shattered through the space and the frost barrier. Yun Tianhao was thrown into the air by this attack. The flame even penetrated his skin and his whole body was scorched. An influential member of High-End Academy rushed forward and caught Yun Tianhao's body. Soon, many others gathered around this boy. They all looked incredibly nervous. A flow of blood gushed from his mouth. He felt a bit better and mumbled to the people surrounding him, "I won't die." His arrogant eyes looked toward Yi Futian coldly. He had actually lost to someone in the same plane of awakening. Yi Futian was also looking at him. He started talking calmly. "Someone once told me, a mandate sorcerer never loses, right?" Another gush of blood flowed out. Yun Tianhao had been considered the pride of High-End Academy since he was a kid and had never been humiliated like this. However, he had lost anyway. He could not deny this fact. "Who are you?" He stared at Yi Futian with all the strength left in his body as if trying to etch this boy into his memory forever. "I am Yi Futian." The eagle-eyed leader frowned and asked, "I knew all the names that were listed on the lists of excellence for the spring and fall quarter exams during recent years. Why were you not one of them?" He believed that something must be wrong for a powerful mage like Yi Futian to be a nobody in Qingzhou Academy. The big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy felt uncomfortable about this question. Something was going on behind the scenes that had caused Yi Futian to be excluded from the list of excellence. However, they could not answer the question with the truth. Yi Futian took this opportunity to mock the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy. "You know what? Not only am I not on the list of excellence, but I am actually on a probation list now. You're the winner, but you don't have to humiliate me in such a manner." Yun Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. He thought Yi Futian was joking to make fun of him. "He's telling the truth," Yusheng said. Although it seemed like he was not satisfied by this truth, the people of High-End Academy were confused. But soon the eagle-eyed leader began laughing and looking at the big chiefs of Qingzhou Academy with contempt. "Seriously, you put such a genius on probation? Boy, just quit your school and come with us. I promise you that you'll be the star over here." The people of Qingzhou Academy felt ashamed by this invitation, especially the big chiefs. Their enemy was now inviting a student that they had decided to put on probation. What irony was that? "Thanks for your consideration, but no." Yi Futian rejected them directly. "Sure. Next time we see each other, it's going to be a real fight." The eagle-eyed leader sounded like he was threatening and warning him. Then he turned back. "Let's go." The group from High-End Academy glanced at the Qingzhou Academy group, then turned around and left. Even though they had lost, Their pride seemed unharmed by the defeat. Actually, the people of Qingzhou Academy weren't relieved either. Their top students had lost all 3 fights. Without Yusheng and Yi Futian, their arena would have witnessed the worst humiliation in the history of the academy. How exciting that one of the saviors of the academy's honor was currently on probation and the other one had lost his first place on the list of excellence. They were standing together, and all eyes were drawn to these boys. Only moments ago, people had finally realized how powerful they were. Before the fights, people believed they were just bad students with inappropriate arrogance. However, they now believed that their arrogance was, in fact, well-deserved. Yi Futian, I apologize on behalf of the academy. We have mistreated you. I am glad that we have seen our mistake. Now, since we know that you have the highest level of talent in Thunder Element, Fire Element, and martial arts power, do you have any preference in the selection of a college? Lung Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords, was now asking for Yi Futian's decision. The big chiefs had realized that with all of these talents and his scroll inscribing ability, Yi Futian would be the star of any hall he chose to attend. Both the College of Martial Arts and College of Sorcery were waiting for his choice. And you, Shang, you are more than welcome to join the Hall of Martial Arts. I will accept you as my own disciple if you choose to join. I promise. The director of the Hall of Martial Arts invited Yu Shang. Consider the Hall of Metal Element, Yu Shang, you would be a great addition for us. The director of the Hall of Metal Element was also competing for the prize students. Yu Shang said nothing but looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian would make the final decision for both of them. The big chiefs realized what Yu Shang meant by this gesture. They understood that Yi Futian would decide their futures. Everyone was watching Yi Futian, waiting for him to make the final call. Yi Futian perceived the expectations that all of the big chiefs had of him. He started speaking slowly. Are we done with what happened during the fall quarter exam yet? This question indeed made a lot of big chiefs feel awkward, and the students wondered how stubborn this boy was to stay fixated on the topic even at this point. This boy? Qin Yi mumbled. Of course, he felt happy for Yi Futian and Yu Shang, because their abilities had been confirmed to everyone at the school. There was no doubt that their futures would be splendid. However, why did he continue to misbehave and bring up the topic of the fall quarter exam again? Long Qifeng looked at Yu Futian, and he was even more dissatisfied about the conspiracy from Shizhong. He said, Yi Futian, we admit that we somehow made a misjudgment during the fall quarter exam. However, you guys have totally proven to us how powerful you are. Let's just leave it in the past, please. Misjudgment, that's it? Yi Futian was laughing because he was still not satisfied. He knew that something must have been going on behind the scenes during the fall quarter exam that made Murongqiu rank first place. What Lung Qingfeng said was only to appease him. What do you want? Lung Qingfeng asked again. Yi Futian bowed slightly and said, to be honest, I am not even an official student at the academy. It is definitely not proper for me to say whether it was truly just a misjudgment. We defeated Haiyan Academy only as a favor for the 3 years of education we received from Qingzhou Academy. As for becoming an official student, there is no need. People were shocked by his decision. The whole arena was in silence. Nothing moved other than the falling snowflakes through the air. People finally understood how stubborn this young man could be. He had actually rejected their offer. Countless people had their eyes on Yi Futian. Just a while ago, Yu Shang and Yi Futian defeated the people of Haiyan Academy and saved the honor of Qingzhou Academy. In combination with his astonishing gift, everyone knew that the ban was as good as gone. These 2 young men were definitely going to be well-favored by the higher-ups of Qingzhou Academy. The reality was exactly as had been expected. Many of the school leaders extended a welcoming hand to the 2, and it seemed as if this whole fiasco was coming to an end. They would have never expected such an ending. Everyone had obviously underestimated Yi Futian's stubbornness and pride. If he were still the Yi Futian of the past, no one would have cared about him. Now he was a genius prodigy. He was able to inscribe top-notch spell scrolls in the blink of the eye and defeat a same-plane mandate sorcerer. He had every right to be prideful. Everyone fell into a deep silence, even the authoritative figures of Qingzhou Academy. At Qingzhou Academy, outer sect disciples received guidance and basic knowledge on cultivation from instructors. However, they had to put in a lot of work themselves for cultivation. Even at the library, they were only allowed on the ground floor. They did not have the privilege to make use of many other resources at the academy. The battle also now involved the honor of the entire academy, so when Yi Futian had said that this victory was a sign of gratitude for being able to cultivate at the academy for the past 3 years, no one could blame him for anything. From the looks of it, Yi Futian and Yu Shang stepped up to battle together not only for Hua Jieyu, but they had everything thought out in advance. At the thought of this, none of the authorities had a thing to say. Yi Futian had studied at the academy for 3 years and not a single person was able to see his immense potential. In the fall quarter examinations, Yu Xin should have been ranked first and Yu third. This will be written down in the academy's records, Lang Qifeng said to Yi Futian. In the crowd, Morong Cho's expression darkened immediately. This was so embarrassing. 2 months ago, it had been announced that Morong Cho ranked first in the fall exams. Now the academy was going to break tradition and alter its records by taking him off the ranks. This was sure to cause a huge ruckus. If the news got out, how was he going to look to the world? He would be a giant laughingstock. There was not a word from any of the other students. They could not help but look over at Morong Cho. It was true, he had had no right to be ranked first. When Haiyan Academy attacked, he had not even had the courage to step up and fight. Yu Xing, on the other hand, had been able to do everything Morong Cho could not. I object, Shi Zhong spoke up. He was not pleased. He stared at Yu Futian and said, the results have already been announced, how can we change them so easily? Even though Yi Futian's performance today was impressive, we cannot ignore the fact that he used his victory in today's battle as a bargaining chip and threatened the academy. What's the use of having a student like this, even if he is immensely gifted? Threatening the academy? Yi Futian stared at Shi Zhong. It looked like it was Earth Elemental Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong who put Morong Cho in the first-rank position. It was most likely his idea to place the ban on Yi Futian as well. As for Cabinet Master Lang Qingfeng of the House of the Swordsman, he had always been friendly to Yi Futian. He probably had nothing to do with any of this. Looking at Shi Zhong, Yi Futian could not hold in his smile. I'm just an outer sect disciple. What ability do I have to threaten Qingzhou Academy? On the contrary, I would like to ask Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong. What have I done to offend you? What do you mean? Asked Shi Zhong. During the fall quarter examinations, Yu Shang obviously had the upper hand in terms of both gifts and capabilities. Today's battle was proof of that. When you gave first place to Morong Cho, I was being reasonable to object your decision. Even if you thought I was purposely going up against you, I was already punished when you removed me from the ranks and banned me from class. I cannot understand why removing the ban on me is the only thing you are willing to offer after all the work Yu Shang and I put in today to protect the academy. Does the honor of Qingzhou Academy mean that little to you? Yi Futian looked at Shi Zhong and continued. Or should I ask, what exactly have I done for you to dislike me so much, and what about Morong Cho is so great that you had to give him first place? You even placed a ban on me under his influence. Is that not true? How presumptuous! Shouted Shi Zhong. His eyes shot daggers at Yi Futian. Utter nonsense. Is this the attitude you use when speaking with your elders? Even if we groom you into the best of the best, a treacherous student like you will only bring disaster in the future. Treacherous. Everyone could obviously tell that there was something deeper going on behind the results of the fall exams. Every word Shi Zhong said was an attempt to get Yi Futian expelled. Besides, just like Yi Futian had said, Shi Zhong's ban on Yi Futian was influenced by Morong Cho. Thinking about what might have been going on behind the scenes gave the students of Qingzhou Academy shivers. Shi Zhong, that's enough, said the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Elemental Pavilion. The 7 Pavilion Lords of the School of Divination Arts were all acquainted with each other. There were some unspoken rules between them, and a blind eye was turned as long as it did not interfere with the interest of Qingzhou Academy. However, none of them expected the 2 young men, who were unfairly judged during the fall exams, to be this talented, as well as stubborn and prideful. Yi Futian, in today's battle you did a really big favor for the academy. So the academy will not mistreat you. There will surely be Pavilion Lords interested in accepting you two as official disciples. You guys will be able to focus on cultivations, and in the future, the 2 of you will definitely make a name for yourselves and achieve great things. You shouldn't be too stubborn regarding other things, Pavilion Lord Li Jiang of the Wind Elemental Pavilion tried to persuade Yi Futian. Hearing these words, Yi Futian began to laugh at himself. It looked like he was still too young and too confident in himself. No matter how exceptional his gifts were or how much work he put in to protect the academy, it did not change anything. All it had done was help him gain the attention of a couple authoritative figures and speed up the process for him to become an official disciple. But was this really enough? Pavilion Lord Li Jiang wanted Yi Futian to stop being so stubborn. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Futian to stop while he was ahead. Li Jiang most likely shared Shi Zhong's opinion that Yi Futian was simply trying to threaten the academy. He was not really going to drop out of the academy. After all, Qingzhou Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the city of Qingzhou. Should Yi Futian really just forget about the events of the fall quarter examinations? Was there really going to be no explanation for his punishment and the ban on him? As for the secrets behind the exam results, it seemed to be forbidden to expose. Maybe he was just too young, too naive. But there was one advantage of being young: you had the right to be stubborn. At the thought of this, Yi Futian smiled and lightly bowed to the academy elders. Everyone watched him. What was the meaning behind his actions? I will remember everything Qingzhou Academy has taught me in these past 3 years. I will take my leave now, Yi Futian said with a smile. Yu Xing, he shouted after. Beside him, Yu Xing hummed in response. His eyes stared coldly at the elders, evidently unhappy. Let's go, said Yi Futian as he turned to leave. Stepping into the white snow, Yu Shang stopped his staring and followed closely behind Yi Futian. In that instant, their backs looked lonely but their footsteps determined. From this, it was possible to feel the pride they had. They were really leaving. The elders were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Futian to take this so seriously. The house master of the battle house, the cabinet master of the house of the swordsman, and multiple pavilion lords stared coldly at Shi Zhong. The looks on their faces said it all. This caused Shi Zhong's expression to darken and he called out reluctantly, "Wait." Yi Futian's steps halted and he turned around to look at the person speaking to him. "Is there anything else you need from me, Pavilion Master Shi Zhong? What kind of place do you think Qingzhou Academy is?" "Coming and going as you please," said Shi Zhong. Yi Futian squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say? You're rebellious by nature and hold a grudge against Qingzhou Academy. Now that you're leaving the academy, do you plan to join Haiyan Academy to get revenge on Qingzhou Academy?" Shi Zhong asked. The temperature dropped at his words. Everyone could feel the iciness in his voice. Was Shi Zhong trying to give Yi Futian the death sentence by saying this? Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were rivals. Therefore, as soon as Shi Zhong instilled the thought in everyone's heads that Yi Futian and Yu Shang could betray Qingzhou Academy, what awaited them was not a pretty ending. Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong, Yi Futian had already rejected Haiyan Academy's offer. It's impossible that he would go join them, Qin Yi said with worry. Yi Futian's performance today really surprised her, but his stubbornness left her speechless. However, she felt that she must speak up against Shi Zhong right now. Of course, he wouldn't accept the offer in front of all of us, but how about when he steps outside? Asked Shi Zhong. Beside him, Lung Qingfeng observed him. Shi Zhong was trying to force Yi Futian into a dead end. Even if Yi Futian had no such thoughts, the consequences of Shi Zhong's words had already been placed into action. "What do you want?" asked Yu Shang. The rage he felt radiated off of him. "Rid yourself of all the powers you gained in the past 3 years, Shi Zhong said. It was dead silent once again. Everyone was stupefied. No one was able to make a sound. It was a long while before soft steps could be heard. A perfect silhouette appeared like a goddess descending from heaven. It was Hua Jieyu. She stopped beside Yi Futian and took a look at him. This made Yi Futian lose his train of thought. She really was a fox. Hua Jieyu then shifted her gaze toward Shi Zhong and smiled lightly. "I think it would be best if you took back the words you just said." Her voice was so soft and peaceful. It was almost able to put everyone under her spell. Was she threatening the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion? A while ago, it was Yi Futian who had stepped up to protect her. Now, it was her turn to protect him. Many people in the audience were envious and jealous of Yi Futian right now. In the snow, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood side by side. The Holy Qingzhou Academy did not seem so impressive anymore. The snowflakes still flew around Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. No one had anticipated that Hua Jieyu would stand up for Yi Futian this time. Not to mention the fact that she had protected Yi Futian by directly threatening a director in the academy. So many hearts broke. Were they already dating? However, their viewpoints had changed slightly. They didn't feel pity for Hua Jieyu. In fact, they understood that Yi Futian was the only boy qualified enough to become her partner. Subconsciously, their views about Yi Futian had transformed entirely after the fight. He now symbolized dedication and talent in their minds. Even Yang Xiu and Ling Xiao, who used to look down upon Yi Futian, had changed. The one they once ridiculed was the only one able to defeat a mandate sorcerer, challenge the rules of the academy, and utterly reject the idea of becoming the disciple of a hall director. He had never taken them seriously before. Feng Qingxue was also staring at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It looked like she had tears welling up. She thought maybe the goddess of this academy was the only one that deserved a boy as great as Yi Futian. She had used to believe she was out of his league, but now she knew that it was the other way around. Shizhong had not expected to see Hua Jieyu stand up for Yi Futian. She had even threatened him for this boy's sake. He couldn't help swearing to himself. Undoubtedly, love among young people was so consuming that even a girl as wise as Hua Jieyu could get lost in her feelings. Hua Jieyu, this is none of your business. Step away, Shizhong spoke gently to her. He knew how powerful this girl was and how influential her family was, so he didn't dare act harshly to her even after being obviously threatened. You don't get my point, do you? She was still smiling in such a beautiful manner that it totally contradicted her cold tone of voice. She was utterly humiliating Shizhong in public. Shizhong became even more upset and stopped trying to hide it. No matter how remarkable this girl was, he was still a director at the academy, and he was the elder in this conversation. How frustrating it was to be threatened twice by a young girl, in front of the students no less. Listen, this should be taken care of by the academy. Even your father wouldn't interfere. Shizhong's tone turned rigid. Hua Jieyu looked him in the eye and kept talking. So you're telling me that you'll never regret the decision you just made, right? Of course, Shizhong responded. Yi Futian betrayed this academy with all the powerful talents he gained there. If he ever attended Haiyan Academy and turned his back on us, the damage could be tremendous. His abilities must be taken to prevent this treachery. Hua Jieyu was laughing at Shizhong's statement. She did not even try to hide her contempt. Was he being serious? I gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but it's gone. Hua Jieyu mumbled as if talking to herself. The moment she stopped, the snowflakes surrounding them turned into a frenzy. The wind blew harder in the area, and everyone was feeling frostbitten. A general sense of threat was impending. Even though people had tried to attribute this to the snow, they believed it was actually anger from the beautiful girl. Whose power are you going to strip? A cold voice sounded on the far side of the space. There was a path between the rows of trees, already white due to the massive snowfall, and someone was walking down the road toward them. The man was wearing a white fur coat and had long black hair that casually covered his shoulders. He was middle-aged and truly handsome, like a melancholy scholar. He was walking slowly, but his pace was magically attracting the attention of all the bystanders. In fact, he was walking faster than his pace seemed to allow. In a short while, he was approaching the crowd, and people had the chance to look clearly at his face. This gentleman is unparalleled by the rest of the world. People were amazed by this incredibly handsome man. Both his appearance and temperament were just perfect. People believed that when he was young, he must have been a real ladies' man. Mr. Hua. The big chiefs of the academy, even the directors, greeted him. Shizhong, however, looked upset at the fact that he had arrived. The students of Qingzhou Academy were shocked to suddenly see someone that was called Mr. by all the big chiefs, even the directors. Who was he? Father. Hua Jieyu greeted. The students finally realized why Hua Jieyu had such superior power at this academy, even strong enough for her to confront a director. It was no wonder anymore, when even the directors had to greet her father respectfully. Plus, his face definitely explained where Hua Jieyu's beauty had come from. Hua Fenglu nodded, then turned to look at Shizhong. Answer me now. Mr. Hua, excuse me for the misunderstanding. I would never dare to strip the abilities of your daughter. I did not mean any harm to Ms. Hua, Shi Zhong said politely. I know. Hua Fenglu understood that Shi Zhong didn't have the guts to threaten his daughter. He turned back and looked at Yifutian. Then he is your target, right? Shi Zhong nodded and pointed to Yifutian. Mr. Hua, this boy is a student of Qingzhou Academy. He was committing treachery by trying to quit the academy and join our enemy. To prevent further treachery, his abilities and talents must be removed. Jeyu was trying to stop me for a reason I do not understand. Is he telling the truth? Hua Fenglu asked the boy. Professor, how could this be true? Yifutian shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that Mr. Hua should have been informed of what really happened. Professor, Shi Zhong was shocked by this form of address. His face suddenly became pale. He could not believe that Yifutian had been a disciple of Hua Fenglu and that Hua Fenglu had come here not to stand up for his daughter but for this boy. Shi Zhong now felt cold, his back dripping with sweat. He felt the temperature around his body drop. Even with his plane, he felt true coldness. My disciple just fought for the honor of Qingzhou Academy. But now you're trying to deprive him of all his power? Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful, but everyone realized that he was concealing his anger. He stepped forward a bit toward Shi Zhong. People noticed that Shi Zhong was actually trembling. Hua Fenglu gave his ultimatum. Looks like you have been the director of the Hall of Earth Element long enough. His beautiful eyes suddenly turned white and glowed. Horrifying lights shot out of his eyes. His hair flew around his shoulder from the storm wind he had caused. The storm took a moment to form, then suddenly rushed toward Shi Zhong. Shi Zhong had no choice but to defend himself. He summoned the earth element spiritual qi of the universe to form a wall to protect against Hua Fengliu's attack. However, it didn't work at all. The wall was shattered in a moment, and Hua Fenglu reached his hand out toward Shi Zhong. The wind around his body formed an invisible hand that clamped around his neck and lifted his body into the air. Mr. Hua, forgive me. I did not know he was your disciple. Shi Zhong was yelling for mercy, but his voice was hoarse from his throat being clamped. Now you know. Hua Fenglu became frenzied. The white lights from his eyes were horrifying. He smashed Shi Zhong's body to the ground so hard that a fissure appeared. The big chiefs could not do anything but watch as Shi Zhong was being smashed to the ground and lifted into the air repeatedly. Two sounds were resonating around the space. The sound of Shi Zhong hitting the ground and his screams. People could only feel pity for Shi Zhong, because even as a director, he shouldn't have pissed off someone as powerful as Mr. Hua. After a while, the torture finally stopped. The earth wasn't shaking anymore. Hua Fenglu put his hand down, and his eyes became peaceful again. He explained to those who were still shocked by what had happened. Sorry, I have bad temper. Yifutian's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop looking at Mr. Hua. He had never imagined that a gentleman like his professor could be as violent as this. However, he believed it was cool for a real man to switch between being calm and collected to as violent as Mr. Hua was. Other directors of Qingzhou Academy could only smile wryly. Lung Qingfeng started speaking. Mr. Hua, I feel so sorry for our mistakes. We will definitely make compensation to Yifutian for our errors in the future. Future? There is no future. This academy does not deserve him. Mr. Hua sounded peaceful again. Lung Qingfeng stopped talking because he understood that as long as Mr. Hua had already accepted Yifutian, it would be unnecessary for Yifutian to become an official student at the academy. But in this case, there was also no way Yifutian would betray this academy. They just wondered when Yifutian had become his disciple. Soon, Lung Qingfeng was reminded of a past occurrence. Before the fall quarter exam, there was a dragon wandering in Mount Tianyao. They heard that a daredevil boy had gone deep into the mountain and was attacked by the dragon. Later, the boy was taken away by Hua Fenglu. People were focused on dealing with the dragon since it was so late at night and didn't pay attention to who was attacked. When they finally tried to find the boy, he was already gone. It had been months and people had forgotten about this. Now they finally realized that Yifutian was the boy who was attacked by the dragon. Let's go, Hua Fenglu said. Okay. Yifutian nodded. Then Hua Jeyu, Yushang and him left with Hua Fenglu. That was just awesome, Professor. What was that? A spell or a martial arts technique? Why have I never seen that before? Yifutian kept asking. You will know in the future. Hua Fenglu smiled at him. Yifutian could not stop his curiosity. He looked at Hua Jieyu and asked her, Fox, mind telling me? Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. Sorry, no comment. Phew. Yifutian sighed and mumbled. I thought you were in love with me when you stood up for me. Am I wrong? The smile on her face was suddenly gone. She gave Yifutian a malevolent look, then ran to her father. However, Yushang was looking at Yifutian with admiration. This guy had just flirted with the daughter of his professor. He believed the professor would become Yifutian's father-in-law someday in the future. Even after Yifutian departed with Hua Fenglu, the people of Qizhou Academy were still unable to calm down. It was going to be difficult to forget the image of a determined Yifutian. Yifutian and Yuxing did not say much about being treated unfairly during the fall quarter examinations, nor did they say anything when the academy decided to punish Yifutian. Despite receiving unfair treatment from the academy, it was the two of them who still stepped in to protect the honor of Qingzhou Academy. However, they were resolute in their decision to leave after gaining the attention of the most influential people at the academy. Finally, the relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yifutian was clear, and the hatred that everyone felt for Yifutian in the past disappeared. Everyone used to think that Yifutian was unworthy of a goddess like Hua Jieyu. But now he was the only person of the outer sect disciples that was worthy of standing by her side. Naturally, this only made the hate Murongqiu felt for Yifutian grow stronger. Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong of the Earth Elemental Pavilion was badly hurt, but only one of his colleagues went over to help him up. The others just left, obviously unhappy with him. As a result of his actions, Qingzhou Academy might lose 3 of their most gifted students. If the 3 of them made a name for themselves, would Qingzhou Academy be able to tell the world that they made any contributions to their success? Yifutian returned to his master's residence, where he had left just a little while ago. Felt weird to be here again. Yifutian called out Hua Fenglu as he took his seat. Master, replied Yifutian. He was still trying to figure out his master's true identity. This was most likely the doing of Shi Zhong alone, as he harbors bad intentions. I will have Qingzhou Academy deal with him. Qingzhou Academy has contributed so much to the city of Qingzhou. There's no need to harbor vengeance against them for the doings of one person. Hua Fenglu reasoned. Yes, master. I understand, nodded Yifutian. I am confused as to why you're so adamant about leaving the academy. If you choose to stay, then it would only be a matter of time before one of the pavilion lords set their sights on you. You would be highly valued, Hua Fenglu asked, puzzled. I know the other pavilion lords are different from Shi Zhong, but still none of them prevented his actions toward me even though they knew what he did was wrong. It's obvious that they were not willing to make an enemy of Shi Zhong for a mere outer sect disciple like myself. One might say that it was because I was not worth fighting for back then. But even after today's battle, they were still unwilling to help Yushang and me. I can't tolerate this, so naturally I made the decision to leave the academy. Besides, now that Shi Zhong has a bone to pick with me, staying will only make things harder for myself. Should I have to fight against a pavilion lord while in the awakening plane? Explained Yifutian. Yifutian continued, a bit confused himself. As for being valued by the pavilion lords, none of them can surpass you. Under master's guidance, would I even need them? This? Yushang listened from behind Yifutian. He was impressed. With this level of brown-nosing, no wonder Yifutian was able to turn his master into his father-in-law. Hua Jiyu looked at Yifutian with disdain. At the same time, she could see that her father was nodding in agreement with Yifutian. Hua Fenglu looked very satisfied at his response and replied, You have a very good point. Yuxing widened his eyes. Hua Fenglu was definitely not the modest type. Master, the outside world is too dangerous. A small issue is enough to warrant a request to rid me of my powers. I think I should just stay here by your side and cultivate from now on. Yifutian saw an opportunity and took it. No! Hua Jieyu opened her mouth before her father could say anything. What did he mean the outside world was too dangerous? Did he plan on just staying indoors for the rest of his life? Father, you said that cultivation isn't simply about putting work into training and practice. You must also have actual battle experience. If I have to regularly go to Mount Tianyao for battle training, then he should definitely have to as well. Since his gift is so great, he needs to go out and gain actual experience to aid his cultivation, said Hua Jieyu. Master, what she said is correct. So, from now on, besides cultivating here, I should go out regularly with Hua Jieyu. Under her care, Master shouldn't have to worry about me, said Yifutian. You! Hua Jieyu was completely speechless. She felt wronged as she looked toward her father. Father, are you really not worried he might do something to me? Of course I'm not worried. You've been cultivating longer than he has and you have more experience. Would he even be able to bully you? Asked Hua Fenglu jokingly. But Hua Jieyu had more to say but was cut off by Yifutian. Thank you, Master. Am I the third wheel? Yusheng asked quietly. He scratched his head in confusion. Yifutian looked back at him and thought that Yushin was getting smarter and more observant by the day. Hua Fenglu smiled at Yushin and said, Yushing, you're a natural warrior and need to continuously refine your skills through battle. I will give you a spell scroll for defense later. You should also pick out some books on battle tactics and some spell books for cultivation from my library. Then, head to Mount Tianyao to train. You should keep challenging higher-level demons to help yourself improve. Okay, nodded Yusheng. It seemed like he really was the extra wheel. Master, what about me? Asked Yifutian with anticipation. He had already learned to inscribe spell scrolls and could not wait to see what Hua Fenglu had in store for him next. Since you're cultivating in martial and divination arts, you'll need to break through the planes for both at the same time. You've got tons to do, said Hua Fenglu. Yifutian nodded and headed towards the study. Hua Fenglu had a large collection of books in his library, including books from all categories. It was a smaller version of Qingzhou Academy's library. Awakening Level Thunder Elemental Sorcery, Thunder Lash and Fire Elemental Sorcery. The Burning of Silence. Yifutian picked these two spellbooks to study. As he continued to study the spells, night fell. The snow was still falling and a crescent moon hung in the night sky. The sound of a string instrument resonated throughout the residence. It was a guqin. The song was peaceful and brought serenity. Yifutian was drawn in by the sound of the guqin. He left the library and walked toward the main residence. There, he saw Hua Fenglu plucking away at the strings of the guqin. Basking in the moonlight, he looked so graceful. Freedom meditation kicked in by itself. Yifutian could almost see the music notes floating through the air like tiny fairies. His eyes closed, Yifutian sat down in the snow and emptied his mind. He could feel the moonlight washing down on him, the cool light cleansing his body. The music flowed into his body, into his life palace. There, the world tree began to rustle. Each leaf danced as the music notes wafted. The notes floated around, and eventually formed a picture. It was a guqin. The guqin continued to play. Yifutian entered a state of oblivion. Only the music continued to enter his mind, relaxing his entire being. His worries were all tossed into the back of his mind. The song ended. Yifutian still had his eyes closed. In his life palace, a third type of life spirit appeared in addition to the natal spirit and the world tree spirit. It was the guqin spirit. Yifutian was shocked. He knew that even by using the freedom meditation, life spirits could only be created in very special conditions. However, all it had taken for him to create the guqin spirit was one piece by Hua Fenglu. Yifutian opened his eyes slowly and asked Hua Fenglu, Master, what piece was that? Purification of the night moon, replied Hua Fenglu. I felt something change within me after listening to Master play. My ability to perceive energy has strengthened. I want to learn to play the guqin, said Yifutian with great determination. Energy determined the level of a sorcerer, so if pieces played on the guqin could help improve that, then it would definitely aid in cultivation. Okay, said Hua Fenglu with a smile. Hua Jieyu watched everything unfold off to the side. She looked at her father and knew that he purposely played the guqin to test Yifutian. Hua Fenglu wanted to pass down this skill to Yifutian. Let's start by learning some basic pieces. Hua Jieyu, bring the sheet music. You will teach Yifutian, ordered Hua Fenglu. Me? Hua Jieyu blinked in disbelief and looked at her father in distress. Yifutian felt touched. Master was too good to him. Be a good girl. Hua Fenglu tried to persuade Hua Jieyu. She glared at her father and left to get the sheet music. Moments later, the moonlight was shining down on Hua Jieyu as she sat elegantly in front of the guqin. She unwillingly explained something to Yi Futian. "Hey Fox, how do I play this note?" Yi Futian pointed at the music score and accidentally touched Hua Jieyu's hand. Hua Jieyu immediately turned to look at him. In response, he said, "Sorry. It was an accident. I can't see clearly since it's dark out here." "How many accidents have you had already?" Hua Jieyu asked with a smile on her face. Her hand touched Yi Futian's waist. Her fingers grabbed hold of him and she began to pinch down hard. He gasped and looked at the beauty in front of him. At least he could enjoy the view while in pain. Yi Futian learned quickly, acquiring all the basic knowledge. He then began to play sheet music. Slowly, his skills matured until he was able to play smoothly. It got deeper into the night. Hua Fenglu had already gone to bed, but Hua Jieyu was still by Yi Futian's side, teaching him the ropes. At that moment, Yi Futian had his hands on the instrument and a bright aura emitted from him. When his fingers plucked at the strings, the music flowed and sent shivers down Hua Jieyu's spine. She watched as Yi Futian kept his eyes closed. His guqin spirit harmonized with the guqin, giving life to every note that resulted from a stroke of his fingers. Under the moonlight, his handsome face looked peaceful. His hands were like magic. They had the ability to get the listener moving with their every stroke. Hua Jieyu became more and more relaxed, her eyes closing as well. She was immersed in the music and eventually fell asleep sitting in the snow. "A prodigy," remarked Hua Fenglu, who was listening from his bedroom. He was very pleased. He too closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with the music. Yi Futian was spellbound by the music, unable to pull himself out of the state. He continued to play throughout the night, but felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he felt clear-minded. The next morning, he opened his eyes and felt a change within himself. Using the freedom meditation to perceive the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth, he knew that he had broken into the 8th plane of awakening for sorcerers. He could not help but smile. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw Hua Jieyu laying in the snow, her body covered in a layer of white snow. The jacket laid out on top of her was now drenched. He walked up to her and carefully removed the jacket. At that moment, Hua Jieyu opened her eyes and looked up at Yi Futian. He smiled at her and retracted his hand. "The jacket's wet. I didn't want you to get sick, so I took it off for you," he explained. "Really? You didn't have any other intentions?" she asked with a faint smile. "Am I that type of person?" Yi Futian saw her smile and took a step back. "What do you think?" laughed Hua Jieyu. Suddenly, they heard something. It was the door to Yu Shang's room. He stepped out and saw Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. He then gave them a strange look. "I'm going to leave now. Please feel free to continue whatever you guys were doing," Yu Shang said as he took giant steps to bring himself away from the two. They were flirting in front of him so early in the morning. How inconsiderate. How was he supposed to feel about this? Yi Futian was living in the guest room at Hua Fenglu's house. His days consisted of playing the guqin, practicing his inscribing, and enjoying the company of a beautiful girl. With this comfortable life, time flew and the new year was fast approaching. One day, a giant monster flew into Gukingju Academy, a huge black condor. Even though the guards of the academy had tried to stop her, she flapped her wings so vigorously that the wind prevented anyone from approaching her. There were several people mounted on the condor. The leaders of this group were an old man and a young man. That way, the older man pointed toward the academy. The huge black condor flew as directed, and on the way, the director of the Hall of Earth Element, Shi Zhong, showed up trying to stop this monster. "Stop, right now." However, the condor just ignored the warning, and so did the people on top of her. The wind from her wings was so intense that the fierce power knocked Shi Zhong yards away in a second. The people on her back didn't seem to be affected by his interruption. The condor was heading to Hua Fenglu's house. The gentleman in white came out of his house and walked to the black condor without making much noise. "Hua Fenglu," the old man started speaking with a sneer. "It's been 3 years since our deal. Where is MS?" "Hua Jieyu, it has not been 3 years yet. You promised me that you would not interfere with her," Hua Fenglu responded coldly. The new year is coming in a few days, so it has, in fact, practically been 3 years. She's too talented to waste so much time with you. This is just enough for our deal, the old man said. Time is time. I insist it has not been 3 years yet. Hua Fenglu did not give in. Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, I am Shou Mu, the young man who bowed slightly to Hua Fenglu and greeted him. It was just general courtesy. In reality, the smile on his face showed that he was too young to be genuinely humble and had a faint sense of disdain. Hua Fenglu glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" "My master, the art saint, has been feeling somewhat guilty over the years since he destroyed your natal spirit. He sent me here to see if you were doing well." Zhou Mu smiled as he spoke. Hua Fenglio's eyes soon turned sharply to this young man, but he was not going to attribute this humiliation to Zhou Mu. He turned to the older man and asked, "Why did you bring his disciple to my home?" "I did not bring him here. The art saint actually sent him." Zhou Mu, 16 years old, a glory plane invoker. The old man told Hua Fenglu. Suddenly, Hua Fenglu understood what the art saint was trying to do. He started laughing so hard that his hair flew around him. Then he said, "He lost to me in the past, and he wants his disciple to win in the present? Is that correct? My master destroyed your natal spirit and banned you from entering the city of Donghai forever. How did he lose?" Zhou Mu rejected. "A win or loss is not judged by you," young man Hua Fenglu said with a smile. "Just go back. I do not have time for this. Then I will come back for Hua Jieyu after the new year. If you try to stop me at that time, my family will not make it easy for you." The old man sneered, and suddenly the black condor swayed upwards and flew away. Hua Fenglu looked at the shrinking image of that black spot and laughed. "You already lost in the past, and now you're putting your hope onto your disciple? That's not going to work." In the guest room, Yifu Tian had finished a song. He opened his eyes, but the feelings from that song were not gone. Mr. Hua had not taught him any songs other than the purification of the night moon. Yifu Tian's activities these days were just cultivation and music practice. In fact, his plane of martial arts had reached metamorph, the 8th plane. His plane of sorcery had broken through 2 planes directly, and now he was in the 9th plane of awakening, the Unmaker. Yifu Tian understood that the purification of the night moon played an essential role in this fast improvement. At this time, Hua Jieyu was inscribing. Yifu Tian went to her side and asked her gently, "Fox, do you want me to keep playing?" No, Hua Jieyu did not even look at him. "Then I guess it's time for us to have a couple's talk." Yifu Tian kept teasing her. Hua Jieyu put down the pen and started smiling at Yifu Tian. However, the spiritual qi around her gathered, almost like she was going to attack. Yifu Tian stepped away and said, "Gentlemen fight with words rather than actions." "I am a gentlewoman, thank you." Hua Jieyu condensed the power into a wind element spell and sent it toward Yifu Tian. "Don't kill your boyfriend." Yifu Tian ran away quickly. Hua Jieyu was already a mage in the glory plane. There was no chance he could take that damage. Hua Fenglu came in from outside and saw the scene. "Jieyu, stop it." Hua Jieyu stopped according to his demand. She glared at Yifu Tian and complained, "Dad, this guy keeps picking on me every day." Hua Fenglu ignored the complaint and asked them to come with him. "Just follow me." Yifu Tian understood that there was something serious going on for Mr. Hua, and he stopped his joking attitude at once. Hua Jieyu and Yifu Tian followed Mr. Hua to a room. Hua Fenglu led them to his own book collection room. There were shelves in his book collection room and a chamber that was concealed in the wall behind them. Yifu Tian was surprised when Mr. Hua opened the chamber and took out something that seemed to be very important. There were some books in the hidden chamber. Hua Fenglu took them out and handed them to Yifu Tian. "Fu Tian, they are all yours now." Yifu Tian knew that these books were the true treasures. He took the books and read the names on them. Dragon Roar in the Mountain, The Fiend's Carnival, The Dance in Flamboyant Feathers. These books were actually Guqin music sheets. "Professor, these are all music spells, am I right?" Yifu Tian asked. "Okay, so you do know what they are." "I used to be good at this specific kind of spell and, in fact, when I was young, people gave me the title of the Guqin Devil because my natal spirit was a Guqin. Someone destroyed my natal spirit and totally prevented me from making any progress on my cultivation since then. Now, it's your turn to take over." Hua Fenglu said inside. Yifutian was surprised. He had already known that the professor was a mandate sorcerer, but he never knew that his natal spirit had been destroyed. Don't ask me why or try to avenge me. I just hope you cultivate hard enough to not to waste all the talents you have been granted. Hua Fenglu looked him in the eye and kept talking. This city is too small for you in the long term. Next year I believe you will reach the glory plane. Do you want to sail through the East Sea and go inland? My godfather asked me to leave here after I turn 18, but I still need to consult with my father and my godfather about this, Yifutian responded. The new year is coming soon. You should get home. I'll tell Yusheng to go home when he gets back. Hua Fenglu told him. Yifutian nodded a little reluctantly. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Fox, take care of your father after I'm gone. Hua Jieyu, however, felt angry. In fact, during the whole time this boy was living at their house, she had done all the household work. Now he was just telling her to take care? Oh my, you're finally leaving. Hua Jieyu seemed excited. Hey, what's with the attitude? Yifutian felt heartbroken. What do you think? Hua Jieyu laughed at him. I'm leaving now, Yifutian told her. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled. Yifutian walked to the door and looked back at her. Seriously, I'm leaving. Just go. She was still smiling. Yifutian sighed and waved to Mr. Hua. See you next year, Professor. Then he left for home. After he left, the room became quiet suddenly. Hua Fenglu shook his head with a wry smile and said, He made this place so lively, and now that he's gone, this silence almost feels unfamiliar. You're too into this boy, Dad. Hua Jieyu joked to her dad. Then what about you? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. Me? Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and said, I'm happy that he left. The 3 years is up. Someone already came here from the city of Donghai to inform me. Actually, you might also have to leave after the new year. Hua Fenglu turned his eyes to the snow outside. He felt lost. Hua Jieyu was shocked. She was reluctant to leave her father. She looked at the lonely figure of her father and said, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you, Dad. Silly girl. Your mom is also missing you. Your family is not going to let you stay with me anymore. I am happy to have enjoyed your company over these 3 years. He patted his daughter on the head and kept speaking gently. You may never see Yifutian again. Moments ago may have actually been the final farewell for you guys, and you were just making fun of him. Hua Jieyu was tremendously shocked. Several minutes ago the boy had left and they were joking with each other. Now it was their farewell? Jieyu, tell me, do you like this boy? Hua Fenglu suddenly asked her. What are you talking about, Dad? Hua Jieyu was surprised again. She looked at her father, and it seemed that she was shy about answering this question. That's just impossible. Really? Hua Fenglu smiled at his daughter. You're turning 16 this year. You do have the right to decide your future, including whom to be with. You have not experienced much, so you don't understand that there are things and people in this world that once you miss them forever. I do like that boy. He's smart and talented. It seems to me that he's not going to waste his talents. More importantly, he looks like a playboy, but he is truly devoted to love. I'm pretty sure he is the same as I was at his age. Make your own decisions. Don't miss someone you really love forever. Think about my words these days. Remember, life is short. Do not have any regrets. Hua Jieyu was dumbfounded by what her father had just said. She hadn't realized that she might miss someone forever. The boy has been spending so much of his time with you, and you just take it for granted. But if you disappear from each other's lives, another beautiful girl will appear in his. You are not a couple yet, so do not just think that you are the only one for him in this world. Hua Fenglu smiled and left his daughter alone. Hua Jieyu started to think about this seriously for the first time. The feeling was intense, but the concept of love seemed to be pretty faint and unfamiliar to her. She always felt annoyed when Yifutian was around in the house. However, when he was suddenly gone, she actually felt as if something was lost and even needed time to adapt. Her father had told her that she could miss someone forever, and thinking about this indeed gave her a sense of fear. Fear of the thought that she had just lost something precious. The city of Xianxia was an island city located in the East Sea, surrounded by the water. On the vast ocean waters sailed a big ship, headed in the direction of Qingzhou City. On the deck stood multiple people suited in armor. They were a group of knights. There were 3 figures. A middle-aged man, 1 young man, and a young lady stood on the edge of the deck. The man looked dignified and imposing. The young man beside him was handsome, his eyes giving off a hint of evilness, and the young lady on his side looked cold and arrogant. However, her sex appeal was off the charts. "So, this is the city of Qingzhou?" The young man spoke while looking straight ahead. "That's right. Qingzhou City is an island city in the East Sea, but because there are many similar island cities in the East Sea, it doesn't stand out. So you've probably never heard of it before," explained the man. "That's true. If it weren't for you, I never would have found out about this island city." "Did someone like him really come from this small place?" asked the young man, unable to believe this. Even though the young man has always been haughty, when they spoke of him, he could not stop the fear-induced palpitations of his heart. "The information we have should be accurate. We were able to find some traces from the history books found in the East Sea Prefecture. The only thing we don't know is if he left anything behind in Qingzhou City," said the man. "Hopefully this won't be a wasted trip," said the young man, his lips curling into a smile. It was hard to imagine that the most legendary character in the divine prefectures of the East originated from this little island city. Emperor Yi Qing, a legend in the divine prefectures, along with the great East Phoenix, ruled the divine prefectures for over 300 years. He died suddenly 15 years ago. His death is a mystery to this day. Nobody was brave enough to investigate the cause of his death, and his name had since become a taboo. However, traces he left behind in the East Sea Prefecture pointed to him leaving the prefecture and ending up in the city of Qizhou. The ship sailed quickly, and as they got closer to shore, their view of Qizhou City became clearer. On the shore stood many high authority figures. The city lord and authoritative figures of the Murong Chamber of Commerce waited deferentially. The people of Qingzhou City had no idea some very important people had arrived. Yi Futian was also oblivious to this. Walking down the familiar streets, the Yi house came into view. Yi Futian's steps relaxed. He had missed his family. "Yi Futian is back!" shouted a street vendor selling bing, a type of flat cake. "Hello, Auntie Shi," greeted Yi Futian. Then he turned to 2 older males playing chess not far away and called out, "Uncle Wang, Grandpa Yun. Oh, you sweet boy. The Lin family's daughter is home. After the new year, she'll be 15. She's looking prettier every day," laughed Uncle Wang. "Uncle Lin, is Xiao Qing here?" Yi Futian asked the shopkeeper of the restaurant next to where Uncle Wang and Grandpa Yun were playing chess. "No, she's not here. You haven't been home in a while. Hurry home," ushered Uncle Lin with a quick smile. He then turned to Uncle Wang with a glare. "Yi Futian is home?" A crisp voice rang throughout the restaurant. "Go back to work, you brat," the shopkeeper reprimanded lowly. Yi Futian smiled and was on his way. He waved as he left. "Xiao Qing, I'll come hang out another day." After he left, Uncle Wang said to shopkeeper Lin, "Hey Lin, Yi Futian is the young master of the Yi family. Shouldn't you be glad that he wants to hang out with your daughter?" "Excuse me, that little devil has never taken anything seriously. How many girls around here have fallen for his words already? How can I let my daughter be around him?" Shopkeeper Lin looked worn. He pitied the man whose daughter would fall in love with that little devil. Yi Futian weaved through the streets and came upon a private residence, separate from other buildings. Yi was engraved on the plaque above the main entrance. 2 people stood guard on either side of the entrance. By the door was a white-haired, hunched figure. He looked out onto the streets, and when he saw Yi Futian, his eyes lit up. "Godfather," Yi Futian greeted the man. He made his way to the entrance of the residence in a light jog. "What are you doing here, Godfather?" Although his face did not look old, his white hair and hunched body made Yi Futian's godfather look oddly aged. He smiled at Yi Futian and said, "It's already December. I thought it was about time you came up, so I was waiting here for you. By the way, why don't I see Yu Xing with you?" "Yu Xing is training on Mount Tianyao," explained Yi Futian. He walked closer to hold the older male by his arm. "Godfather, your white hair has grown out even more. That's fine. I'm just happy and honored to see that you have grown up," smiled the old man. "Godfather, you're talking nonsense again." Yi Futian did not know what to say when his godfather used the term honored. "What do you mean, nonsense?" "A day will come when you understand what I mean." said the old man. He smiled and continued, "Come now, let's go home." "Okay, let's go," answered Yi Futian. With a skip in his step, he arrived at the courtyard. His father, Yi Bacon, said, "You brat, you have finally come home? Is it already the end of the year? Where have you been? Picking on girls." Yi Futian was speechless. "Pops, I just got back. Can't I get some fatherly love?" "Yi Futian, don't mind your father. Let me take a good look at you." A beautiful and elegant woman walked out. It was Yi Futian's mother, Yi Ro. It was said that Yi Ro was not originally from Qingzhou City. She had met Yi Baichuan when he was traveling around to gain experience. Later, when she had gotten pregnant with Yi Futian, they came back to Qingzhou City together. "I don't know how you lucked out and ended up with such a beautiful, genial woman," sighed Yi Futian as he looked at his father. "Do you want to get beaten? Let's see if you're capable of bringing home a woman as great as your mother," Yi Baichuan said as he walked up to stand next to his wife. "That's an easy enough task for me. It's just that I don't want to do it," said Yi Futian without shame. "Yi Futian, you're boasting again," a beautiful girl said from outside. She looked to be a little younger than Yi Futian. She walked towards Yi Futian and his parents. She was an equally beautiful woman. It was Yi Baichuan's younger sister, Yi Rong, and her daughter, Yi Xiaoqin, who had taken her mother's surname. Behind the two females were two more people. A middle-aged man was leading a young boy around the age of 13. They were Yi Baichuan's younger brother, Yi Donglu, and his son, Yi Mo. "Uncle, auntie," greeted Yi Futian. Then he looked at the smiling girl and said, "Are you itching to get hit, Yi Xiaoqin?" Yi Xiaoqin hid behind her mother. "You're bullying me again. Don't forget. Your dad is watching you." The whole lot began to laugh. Yi Mo stepped up and said, "Yi Futian, your dad said that you're really powerful now. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I've been cultivating in martial and divination arts. I'm approaching the glory plane, and countless people at the academy look up to me," Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Mo looked at Yi Futian with distaste as he said, "I almost believed you." "Same," Yi Xiaoqin chimed in. "Yi Futian, enough with your lies. When are you going to bring a girl home? You better keep an eye on Feng Qingxue. She's pretty and talented. You might lose her to someone else," teased Yi Rong. "Feng Qingxue." Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing his reaction, everyone seemed to have everything figured out. It seemed like Yi Futian couldn't get her to be his. "All right now, it's rare to have the family gathered together like this, so let's go catch up while we eat," Yi Ro suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all headed for the dinner table. They chatted happily over a delicious meal that night. After dinner, people made their way back to their own homes. Yi Futian asked his father for a guqin and headed back to where he was staying. Not long after, the sounds of the instrument filled his room. Under the moonlight, everything seemed at peace. The next day, Yu Shang returned. He was now officially in the glory plane of martial art cultivation. Yi Futian was very happy for him. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the year. The night came, but Qingzhou City was illuminated with lights. The streets were buzzing, and the skies were decorated with fireworks. At the Yi house, there was an area occupied with the sounds of the guqin. One person was elegantly playing the guqin while another person at his side sat cultivating on the ground. However, at this moment, Yuxing opened his eyes to look at Yi Futian. Something did not seem right. The music stopped and Yi Futian lifted his head to stare at the moon. His mind was not at ease. "Yi Futian," a white-haired elder walked in from the outside and looked at Yi Futian. "This piece can put the mind at ease, yet you are restless. A messy mind results in a messy performance." "I don't know what's going on either," said Yi Futian with a bitter smile. "From your music, I could feel happiness, longing, and melancholy." "You have truly grown up now," the elder said lightly. "Who's the girl?" "Godfather." Yi Futian was shocked. He looked to Yu Shang, only to see him shake his head in denial. He had not told his father about Yi Futian. "So, there really was longing?" questioned his godfather. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Godfather, did I let you down by not focusing on what I was supposed to?" Silly child. This is the journey to adulthood. Who in history hasn't been troubled with matters of love? Asked the white-haired elder. He approached Yifutian's side and continued, I'm not opposed to you dating, but she should be worthy of your love. You must remember, your other half will become a motherly model to the nation in the future. Yifutian lifted his head to look at the elder. Naturally, Yifutian knew that his godfather held high hopes for him since childhood. His hopes for Yifutian were so high that they exceeded his own expectations. Godfather, I'm afraid of letting you down, Yifutian said quietly. Believe in yourself, just like I believe in you, the elder said as he patted Yifutian's shoulder. Let's go, your family is waiting for you. The guests from the Feng family have also arrived. Okay. Yusheng, let's go together, Yifutian said to Yusheng. Yusheng, you stay. I have something I want to talk to you about, said the elder. All right, Yifutian nodded and left the quarters. After his departure, a gust of wind shut the doors of Yifutian's living quarters. The elder looked at Yusheng. Show me your life spirit. Yusheng stood and focused. His eyes glowed fearfully with a bright light, and a course of energy radiated from his body fiercely. The spiritual qi in the surrounding area began to flow crazily. A suit of armor appeared on his body and his life spirit appeared. Right now, Yusheng was godlike. That's good enough, nodded the elder. Yusheng withdrew his life spirit, the look in his eyes returned to normal. Yusheng, you must remember, you will forever be Yifutian's deadliest weapon and his sturdiest shield. There will come a day when your name will be written down in the history books, urged the elder. Yusheng was not sure he completely understood his father's words. All he knew was that he would forever protect Yifutian, and it was not only because his father told him to do so. The Yi family gathered to spend New Year's Eve together with a feast. Feng Rahai's family came to visit as well. Even though the two families had been good friends for decades, it was the first time Feng Rahai had come to visit on New Year's Eve. Uncle Feng, Yifutian greeted Feng Rahai, then sat in between Yi Shaoqin and Yi Mo. You will officially be 16 years old after tonight, Yifutian. You look more and more handsome, Feng Rahai complimented. As a result of the constant cultivation that Yifutian was going through, he now looked more charming than ever. He had become a thin young man with a handsome face, like a model. Feng Qingxue kept looking at Yifutian from afar. She still couldn't forget what had happened at the academy 1 month before when the young man had been standing with another beautiful girl in the snow and they fought against the authority together. Yifutian had used to make fun of her all the time, and she had believed that this boy would be around her forever. But now there was a certain distance between them. What if she had never talked to Yifutian in that horrible manner? This boy has only inherited about 30% of my looks, Yi Baichuan said. But Qingxue is growing ever more beautiful. She's just too gorgeous to be your blood, Yi Baichuan joked. Feng Rahai was speechless, so he gave Yi Baichuan a stare. Stop boasting. Why have these kids not gotten engaged? Yi Rong, Yifutian's aunt, smiled and cut into the conversation. Yifutian was shocked by this while panic flashed across Feng Qingxue's eyes. She lowered her head to avoid the glances cast on her. Feng Rahai looked at Yifutian, and Yirong kept talking. Brother, why are you looking at him? I know this boy so well. Really, he would be laughing all night if Qingxue said yes to this engagement. Yes, Yifutian loves beautiful girls. Yi Shiqin was speaking for her mother. Looks like you're getting lucky, bro. Yi Mo mumbled to Yifutian. Yifutian felt awkward that no one had even bothered to ask what his opinion was. Qingxue, my girl, what do you say? Yirong looked at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue's face turned red from all the attention. She snuck a look at Yifutian and soon was reminded of the time when another girl was standing up for Yifutian. She suddenly felt disappointed and shook her head. He's too good for me, Aunt Yi. She had just rejected the suggestion. Yirong was a bit embarrassed, but she smiled and said, It's fine. You're still young, and there is enough time for you to foster your relationship. Nah, it's not happening. Yi Shaoqin was trying to relieve her cousin. That's too bad, bro. Yi Mo mumbled to his cousin. Futian, you need to work harder, and I believe Qingxue will finally accept you someday. Yi Donglu, Yifutian's uncle, also said. They all thought that Yifutian had just been rejected by the girl. Yifutian remained silent and nodded. Actually, he didn't care about what the others were thinking. Soon, someone approached the Yi home. A guard from the house came in with a message. Someone is looking for Mr. Yifutian outside the door. For me. Yifutian had no idea who it was. Go ahead, Yi Baiduan told him. Sure, Yifutian nodded and followed the guard. After he left, Yirong started talking with Feng Qingxue again. Qingxue, you guys have grown up together for so many years. Just give him some time and a chance to prove himself. Feng Qingxue was now even more embarrassed. Still, she was curious about who was waiting outside. Right at that moment, Yifutian stepped out of the door. He recognized the gorgeous figure waiting outside quietly. He was so surprised that suddenly a bright smile showed up on his face. Wow, you missed me? Hua Jieyu glared at him and said, Dad told me that the city would be lively tonight, so I thought I should go out for a walk. I noticed that this is the Yes place, so I was wondering if it was your home. It looks like I guessed right. Wow, such a coincidence. Yifutian fluttered his lashes and he looked at the girl with a weird expression like he was concealing his laughter. Deep inside, he felt really surprised by this unexpected visit. Mind if I join you for the walk? Yifutian asked. I'm right outside your home. Why don't you be a friendly host and invite me inside? The cute manner in which Hua Jieyu asked the question almost melted Yifutian's heart. Yifutian was surprised by this offer. Bringing a girl home on New Year's Eve was like meeting the parents for an engagement? You're not willing to? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile, sensing the boy's embarrassment. How could I say no? Even if you're ugly, I would still be willing to bring you to meet my family. Yifutian was picking on her, and Hua Jieyu pretended that she was mad about the joke. She smiled at Yifutian and condensed the power around her again. Ugly? Ha! Gentlemen never fight. Yifutian felt the threat in her gesture. He turned back and ran. Am I ugly? Tell me. Hua Jieyu chased after him, laughing. Fine, what if I call you my pretty wife? Yifutian responded. Yifutian. They ran away. The guards exchanged glances. One said with awe, Jesus, he's so good with girls. Too good. Another guy agreed. This fairy-like girl just asked to meet the parents? They realized that being shameless was somehow attractive to girls, even beautiful ones like Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and Yifutian walked into the feast together. Hua Jieyu asked him, Is your whole family here for New Year's? Yes, it's our tradition. Yifutian nodded, and soon they were beside the table. People in the room were quite shocked that Yifutian had brought a gorgeous girl to the table at this specific moment. What a beautiful girl! Yi Mo was shocked by his cousin. Yi Rong blinked. She looked at Hua Jieyu, then Feng Qingxue. She had to admit that the newcomer was so much more beautiful. Feng Qingxue had never imagined that Hua Jieyu would just show up at the Yi family's home at that particular moment in such a meaningful situation. She felt extremely disappointed. She lowered her head and clenched the hem of her skirt in her hands. Futian, introduce the girl please, Yi Rong said. This is Hua Jieyu. Yifutian started introducing. She is. My professor's daughter. Professor's daughter? The people smiled and some type of understanding showed in their eyes. Hua Jieyu's cheeks turned a bit hot and even felt a little panic, but she did not reject this feeling. In fact, she even felt happy about it. Why are you still standing there? Come have a seat. Yi Baichuan soon recognized who she was. He had a feeling that something was going on between this girl and his son when they had met after the fall quarter exam. However, he never anticipated that his son was good enough to successfully bring her back home in such a short time. Mo gave his spot to Hua Jieyu so that she could sit next to Yifutian. After the introduction, Hua Jieyu started greeting the family members one by one in a sweet manner. Yifutian was surprised. She had never treated him in such a manner before. Hey, Yifutian. How did you manage to trick her into coming here? Yi Shaoqin asked her cousin. My amazing looks, obviously. Yifutian smiled at his cousin. Yi Shaoqin looked at her cousin with contempt. No matter how handsome he was, the girl sitting next to him had no match. In fact, Yi Shaoqin never imagined that there could be a girl as beautiful as Hua Jieyu. After sitting down, Hua Jieyu did nothing but sit there quietly. However, the whole atmosphere had changed since her arrival. Soon after, Feng Qingxue mumbled to her father, Dad, I'm full now. Let's just go home. Okay. Feng Ruhai nodded. Then the Feng family said goodbye and left. Yi Rong noticed that Feng Qingshua's eyes avoided the boy and girl sitting together. She suddenly realized that what Feng Qingxue had said was right, rather than an excuse for rejection. Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Jiu out for a walk, Yi Futian said. Sure, go ahead. Take care of her, Yi Baichuan responded. Sure, we will, Yi Futian answered. Then they left the house together. Colorful fireworks were everywhere above the city, and the area of Qingzhou Lake had the best view of them all. People were rafting in the lake, some of them families and others couples. The restaurants on the shore were full of people. All of them were enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking. It's beautiful here. Hua Jiu and Yi Futian had come to a stop. While looking at the scenery around them, the happiness could be read in the girl's eyes. It is not as beautiful as you are, Yi Futian said. Hua Jiu gave him a spiteful glance, but deep inside she was happy from being complimented like this. She had never felt this unique happiness before. This was apparently the first awakening of love for the 16-year-old girl. Hua Jiu walked all around the place. There was a lot of entertainment going on. Lantern riddles, magic tricks. Yi Futian kept following her. The cute smile on her face suddenly melted all the depression he had had these days. He finally realized that he could not be at peace without her. They had only spent 3 months together, but it was such a joyful time that they were already attached to each other without realizing it. On the shore of the lake, Hua Jiu saw many tourists placing wish lanterns onto the water. She bought one, put it on the lake, closed her eyes and made her wish. I'm done. She opened her eyes and told Yi Futian. What was your wish? Yi Futian asked. I'm not telling you. Hua Jiu smiled at him. Then she looked at the sky, where the bright fireworks show was going on, and mumbled to Yi Futian. Are we in a relationship now? Yi Futian hesitated. He had not expected to be asked like this. What kind of relationship? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Jiu looked up at the sky rather than at Yi Futian. But in the next moment, Yi Futian felt a tender hand touch his arm as if looking for something. Yi Futian reached over and grabbed the hand. A smile appeared on his lips. Feeling the softness of the hand, he squeezed it a little. Hua Jiu blushed. She mumbled, that kind of relationship. Yi Futian closed his eyes, then opened them again. Together, they enjoyed the bright fireworks together, holding hands, like all happy couples would do. It was the first time Yi Futian realized that a fox could be so cute and silly. It seemed like time had stopped and everything had fallen silent. Neither of them spoke to the other. However, Yi Futian believed that the smile on Hua Jiu's face was even brighter than the fireworks. The 2 coasts of Lake Qinghai were where the best restaurants in the city were. All of them had a picturesque view of the water. There was a group of people seated at the best table in one of those restaurants, enjoying the beautiful sight. Morong Chiu sat amongst this group. However, he was just a side character. Seated at the same table were people of a higher position than him. At the head of the table was a young man, Xiafan. He was a big character from the East Sea Prefecture, and beside him sat the son of the city lord, Wei Feng. Morong Chiu, any news from Mount Tianyao? Asked Xiafan. Our people are still clearing the mountains. We got some news this afternoon saying that they found a mysterious area. It's possible that something could be hidden there, Morong Chiu reported. If this goes on, my people will have to be buried on Mount Tianyao. Shouldn't both of our groups send some more people over? Suggested Xiafan. I will bring it up with my father when I return, said Morong Chiu. Wei Feng also nodded in agreement. Okay, said Xiafan. He then added, I hope you were not mistaken. The pavilion lord of the Earth Elemental Pavilion is my father's. My younger brother and I took care of everything personally. There's no way I could have been mistaken. There was definitely something that looked like a dragon at Mount Tianyao, Morong Chiu reassured him. All right. Xiafan turned his attention to outside the window. As fireworks filled the sky, 2 figures by the lake stood out to him. He was captivated by the girl's beauty. He pointed in their direction and asked, Who are they? Morong Chiu looked over. His face frowned when he saw who Xiafan was pointing at. Hua Jiu, the daughter of Qingzhou City's ace, Hua Fenglu, and Yi Futian. He used to be a disciple of Qingzhou Academy, but left after rebelling against the academy. He is now Hua Fengliu's disciple. Murong Qiu explained. Hua Fenglu? As in the Qin devil Hua Fenglu? Asked the man sitting beside Xiafan. My father did some research on him. He really is known as the Qin devil in the city of Donghai. Murong Qiu replied. If this is true, then that must be the daughter of Hua Fenglu and her. The man went into deep thought. He's the one who had his powers disabled by the art saint? Xiafan began to show interest. He would never have expected to meet such a legendary character from Donghai City here. That's right, confirmed the man. That girl is a member of that family. So it's best if you don't try anything with her. It'll only be trouble. He knew exactly what type of person Xiafan was and felt the need to warn him. I know my limits. Let's go say hello, said Xiafan. He smiled, then got up and began walking out of the restaurant. The man followed behind him, as did the rest of the group. They all left the restaurant and headed toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. At this moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were enjoying the view, but something felt amiss. They turned their heads and saw the lot headed in their direction. Yi Futian noticed Murong Qiu amongst them and was curious as to what he was up to. Miss Hua Jieyu, I am Xiafan of the East Sea Prefecture. Xiafan stopped in front of Hua Jieyu. His devilish eyes could not hide his admiration for her. No female he had ever met could compare to her beauty. Can I help you with something? Hua Jieyu's tone was cold and aloof. I've always admired the Qin devil's skills but have not had the honor of meeting him in person. To be able to run into you here is such an honor. Sorry to have disturbed you, but if you are willing, please come join us at the restaurant for a meal, said Xiafan. His smile was warm and inviting. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He was completely invisible to this guy. No, said Hua Jieyu. Even though she was smiling, one could feel that she was trying to distance herself. Besides Xiafan, everyone had a strange look on their faces. Was she really going to be so blunt with him? I shall be excused then. Took a minute for Xiafan to speak again. As soon as he turned his back, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced with a stone-cold demeanor. Mood ruined, complained Yi Futian. His hand reached out to try and grab Hua Jieyu's. What are you trying to do? Asked Hua Jieyu. She laughed and pulled her hand away. I thought our relationship was now confirmed, said Yi Futian innocently. Yeah, hasn't our relationship already been confirmed? Teased Hua Jieyu. Fox, how can you do this to me? Yi Futian felt wronged. So he couldn't touch her now that they're dating? Doing what to you? Laughed Hua Jieyu. Now that we're dating, you are forbidden from flirting with other girls. Also, you have to come to me, no matter where I am. No, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Yi Futian felt like he was being scammed. Just you try. Father said that you're not trustworthy, and told me to hurry home. I have to go back. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She did not want to leave him. They were going to have to part tomorrow. Would he be upset at her for leaving? Yi Futian looked sad. Hua Jieyu could not bear to see him like this. She reached her hand out to him. However, Yi Futian did not take her hand. He continued to look at her. Do you really have to leave? Hua Jieyu knew when Yi Futian said, leave. He did not simply mean they're parting right now. Parting ways after falling in love with one another, followed by a long journey to reunite. I never imagined my love life to be so melodramatic. Don't you think you're being a little unfair to me? Yi Futian searched for something in her eyes. He obviously knew the kind of person she was after having spent months together. Even after realizing her feelings for him, there was no way she would pursue him actively. Plus, after what she had said before, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on. Hua Jieyu had a sad look in her eyes. She looked down when she felt her eyes begin to water. She did not know how to explain it to him. What do you want me to do? She whispered, lifting her head to meet his eyes once again. Looking down at her flawless face and puppy dog eyes, Yi Futian felt his heart melt. If it's going to be melodramatic, so be it. Who told me to fall for a fox? The power of beauty was so great. Hearing his words, she smiled, and her mood picked up. She looked at Yi Futian and said softly, Okay, I'll make it up to you. What if I don't leave tonight and stay with you? Aren't we going a little too fast? Asked Yi Futian, bright-eyed. Tonight? Stay with him? Upon seeing the perverted look on his face, Hua Jieyu lifted her foot to stomp on Yi Futian. What kind of dirty thoughts are you having? I didn't mean it like that. Like what? Yifutian blinked at her innocently. I regret everything I just said, she said. Before she could turn to leave, Yifutian grabbed her by the arm and said, I'll walk you back. Okay, Huajieyu nodded quietly, not trying to fight him on the subject. She let Yifutian take her hand as they walked. Let's go take a boat, said Yifutian. She nodded again, and they walked to the dock. After boarding the boat, they sailed down Lake Qinghai. On the lake were many other boats. The surface of the water reflected the sky, lit up with fireworks. The couple sat next to each other at the front of the boat, leaning on one another like a picture, which a trace-edge looks of admiration from passengers on passing boats. From across the water, a boat occupied by several people approached them. Two of them were shocked to see Yifutian and Huajieyu. General Qin, Senior Sister Qin Yifutian called out to greet them. General Qin was dressed casually. He looked like any ordinary person, spending New Year's Eve with his family. Seeing who Yifutian was with, General Qin gave him a thumbs up. How romantic, teased Qin Yifutian chuckled as if he was caught doing something wrong. Another boat floated past them and they heard someone say, Senior Sister, you have a really nice figure. By reflex, Yifutian nodded and he hummed in agreement. He realized what he had just done immediately and turned towards Huajieyu, only to see her smiling wryly at him. But I still like you better, he blurted out quickly. She huffed and turned away from him to stare ahead. Next, she felt an arm wrap around her waist. At first, she froze, but then her body relaxed, tilting toward him, and she laid her head on his shoulder. At that moment, everything was peaceful and beautiful. They felt closer than they ever had. By the time Yifutian and Huajieyu made their way back to her residence at Qingzhou Academy, it was already late at night. Compared to the busy city streets, the campus was dead silent. Hua Fenglu had already gone to sleep. Stepping into her room, Huajieyu realized Yifutian was still following behind her, and her face flushed red. You're not going to kick me out this late at night, are you? It's dangerous out there. Yifutian got his words in before Huajieyu could say anything. When he saw how hard she was glaring at him, he added, Do you have the heart to do that? You have your own room, she said to the shameless young man. You're leaving tomorrow. I just want to spend a little more time with you. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to see you again, he told her in a soft voice. Even though Huajieyu knew he was just trying to sweet-talk her, her heart still softened. She'd allow this as compensation. Walking next to the bed, she took off her outerwear, revealing her curvaceous figure. Yifutian's eyes lit up. Huajieyu chuckled as she watched him. How's my figure? Perfect, answered Yifutian, feeling a bit warm. Huajieyu felt proud. She then climbed in between her sheets and had her back facing him as she blushed hard. What a tease, complained Yifutian. Women really did hold grudges. I can't see you this way, said Yifutian, but Huajieyu ignored him. However, she turned around to face him moments later and said, Stay there, don't come any closer. After that, she closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. Yifutian sat there quietly and admired her beauty. Looking at her brought him warmth. It seemed like a long time had passed when Huajieyu opened her eyes again to find that Yifutian was still watching her. Gently, she whispered, I can't fall asleep. Let me play a song for you, he said lovingly. He left his seat, and seconds later the sound of the guqin floated into her room. It was peaceful and serene. The song flowed beautifully, full of love, but also with a hint of sadness. Huajieyu closed her eyes once again and drifted off to sleep. Quietly, 2 streams of tears rolled off her smiling face. So this was love. The warmth of a first love, the fluttering of your heart when he held your hand, and the sadness of parting. Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10,000. The morning of the first day of the new year. A large black eagle descended upon Qingzhou Academy. It waited outside of Hua Fengliu's residence. Inside, Huajieyu was getting ready. Dressed in a long green dress, she lived up to her name as a goddess. Her beautiful smile never left her face. As she approached the entrance of the residence, she looked back at Yifutian. He was still playing the guqin. However, his eyes were fixed on her. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a smile. The look they shared bore a million unsaid words. There was no promise to be together forever, no promises of till death do us part, just one smile. After that, Hua Jiyu left. She settled atop the Black Eagle and then was off into the sky. Very quickly, they disappeared into the clouds. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument. Beside him, a handsome figure dressed in white stood silently and watched Yi Futian. Yi Futian played the guqin for a long while before he stopped. He sighed with a particular sadness. He felt empty deep inside after his fox was gone. Stop your fake sadness. The city of Qingzhou belongs to East Sea Prefecture, and the city of Donghai is the capital. You can get there simply by sailing through the East Sea, and I don't believe that you don't know this. Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and said, I know you'll leave once you reach the glory plane. With your talent and effort, it would be several months at most. Don't tell me you have no interest in this. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and looked at Hua Fenglu. As much as you already know, could you please just save me some honor? To reveal my plan like this makes me sound like a horrible person. How far did you go last night? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian with a smirk. Yi Futian felt really embarrassed and stressed. He had finally realized there was a difference between a professor and a father-in-law. Apparently, Mr. Hua was transitioning between the two roles smoothly. His embarrassment actually made Hua Fenglu laugh. He told Yi Futian, just stay here until you reach the glory plane. You'll make it soon. Sure, father-in-law. Yi Futian understood Mr. Hua's plan. Now his professor was supervising him on behalf of his girlfriend, and the only way to regain freedom was to reach the glory plane. You glib-tongued boy? Hua Fenglu smiled at him and said, I will teach you the songs I gave you before. Yes, sir. Yi Futian nodded. Since this man was going to be his father-in-law, there was no reason not to obey his orders. Time passed by and the students of Qingzhou Academy came back to school after the break. Yushang went to Mr. Hua's place to look for Yi Futian. Sometimes they went to Mount Tianyao for cultivation, sometimes they practiced songs in the yard. One day, Yi Futian was sitting in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that something was happening in his soul. He focused and all the fire element spiritual qi of the universe gathered into a scarlet form around his body. It was dusk, and the orange sunlight fell on his body. Yi Futian started freedom meditation to perceive the vast essence of the universe. Soon after, constant flames concentrated over his body. It was not merely just spiritual qi at all. In fact, it had taken solid form, and the space around Yi Futian was turned into flaming territory. Now his spiritual qi comes into form. Hua Fenglu happened to pass by and noticed the new progress made by Yi Futian. He smiled, genuinely pleased and proud. Yi Futian opened his eyes. He laughed and mumbled, that's the glory plane of sorcery for me. Professor, he greeted Hua Fenglu. Since you have reached a new level of sorcery, the next step should be to break through in your martial arts. Hua Fenglu smiled and told him, then gave Yi Futian a letter. Hua Jiyu sent it. Fox sent me a letter? Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He snatched the letter and could not wait to open it. The letter said, You lecherous boy, I dare you not to flirt or even talk with other girls while I am away. I know it's just unfair to you that I had to leave. But I promise you that when you come to Donghai City, I will compensate you for everything. Big time. Compensate me for everything? Yi Futian felt excited about this everything. He could not stop thinking about Hua Jiayu's beautiful face and her curvy body that he saw the night before she left. In fact, he almost wanted to leave now. This girl knew him so well that she was throwing him a daring temptation. How do you want to reply? Hua Fenglu smiled at Yi Futian. Professor, you peeked at the letter before giving it to me, didn't you? Yi Futian demanded when he saw Hua Fenglu's eyes. On the envelope of the letter was written, Yi Futian's eyes only. Huh. Why do you think that I would do that? Hua Fenglu tried to sound harsh. However, it didn't work at all. The way Yi Futian looked at him indicated that he didn't believe him at all. The messenger bird is still here. Reply soon or I'll let her go. Hua Fenglu changed the topic. Yi Futian was frustrated. His professor was shameless too. Help me reply and just say, Fox, wait for me. Yi Futian told Hua Fenglu because he didn't dare add anything else to the reply. since it was apparently being monitored by his father-in-law. Okay. Hua Fenglu smiled and left. This snooping had severely damaged the image of his greatness in Yi Futian's mind. Bang bang. Someone was stomping on the ground outside. Yi Futian felt like it was almost as strong as an earthquake. Soon, he saw it was Yushang who was charging into the place. He was running so fast that his harsh steps actually cracked the ground. What's going on? Yi Futian knew that there must be a reason for him to be in such a rush. A monster tide is coming. Yushang was serious. Yi Futian was shocked by this news. According to the historical profile, there had been several monster tides over the course of the city's history, and every one of them had been considered catastrophic. Countless people died because of these disasters. The tide stopped 300 years ago when the nation was unified. In fact, the main reason that Qingzhou Academy was built near Mount Tianyao was to prevent the monster tide. Fortunately, a monster tide had not come once during the last 300 years. It had been such a long time that people had almost forgotten how horrifying it was. Hua Fenglu heard what he said, and he suddenly rushed to Yushang's side. Yushang, are you sure that this is a monster tide? Definitely. Yushang nodded. And it was possibly man-made. I actually saw some powerful sorcerers driving the monster herd. Man-made. Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt terrible about this. The people who had started this monster tide were committing such a serious felony. If the monster herd in Mount Tianyu broke out of the restricted area, thousands of people would die. I will inform the academy. Yi Futian, go find General Qin and his daughter, Hua Fenglu commanded. Yi Futian nodded. He knew that the Dark Kylan Knighthood, under the command of General Qin, was the most reliable force to help guard the city. If there was indeed a monster tide coming to the city, the force of Dark Kylan Knighthood needed to be activated. They didn't even think about seeking any help from the city lord. He had been nominated by the provincial government and was not a native of the city. It was possible he would be the first one to leave when such a crisis came. Hua Fenglu hurried to the academy right after he made the command. Let's move, Yi Futian told Yushang. They left the house, then ran to the location of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. The official students and general students of Qingzhou Academy were located in different regions. The areas for the cultivation of martial arts and divination arts were also separate. The School of Martial Arts was located on the mountainside. The arrival of Yi Futian and Yushang quickly raised a lot of attention. They had become quite famous even among the official students. In fact, most of the students had witnessed the fight when Haiyan Academy intruded and challenged them. Why are you here? Someone asked. I'm here for Miss Qin. Do you know where she is? Yi Futian said. Looks like it's an emergency. The student looked at Yi Futian. However, since you have quit the academy, you are not allowed to enter according to the rules. This is urgent, Yi Futian insisted. The student realized that Yi Futian was here to warn of something serious. Then he said, I saw Ms. Qin go to the place of the Dark Kylan. I guess she was going to hone her riding and archery skills. Go ahead and find her. Thanks, Yi Futian responded, then ran to the practice area of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. However, on his way there, some people blocked him. Mo Lanshan looked at Yi Futian with contempt and said, This is the School of Martial Arts. You are not allowed to enter this place. Leave now. I have an emergency for Ms. Qin. A monster tide is coming to the city. Yi Futian remembered this guy. The first time his natal spirit awakened, Mo Lanshan had invited Yushing to join the Dark Kylan and then tried to humiliate Yi Futian badly. A student from the School of Sorcery had once told Yi Futian that Mo Lanshan had feelings for Ms. Qin. It looked like he was jealous now. A monster tide hasn't occurred for more than 300 years in this city. How could this be true without even a slight sign? Even if it was true, how are you the first one to see it coming? Stop trying to look for Qin Yi with such a lame excuse, boy. Mo Lanshan responded in a cold voice. When he was with Qin Yi, he had always talked maliciously about Yi Futian. But what Yi Futian had done just made him look like a total fool. Qin Yi had a bone to pick with him because of his contempt for Yi Futian. What was intolerable for him was that Yi Futian used to flirt with Qin Yi so often. They had even hugged. I have no time for games with you. Back off. Yi Futian meant it. He knew that Yushing would not give a false alarm for such an emergency. If the city were unprepared for the monster tide, buildings would be wiped out and thousands would die. Mo Lanshan was humiliated by Yi Futian's attitude. He believed that Yi Futian was embarrassing him only because of his contempt in the past. People say that Hua Jiu has left the city. No wonder you're so desperate. Even someone as talented as you can't be matched with a perfect beauty like her. Am I right? And you just changed your target. Mo Lanshan started to humiliate Yi Futian, believing that Yi Futian was after Qin Yi because he had failed to pursue Hua Jiu. Bang! Yusheng stomped on the ground, a frenzy of energy all around his body. The group around Mo Lanshan frowned at Yusheng, and they prepared to fight. Someone said, "This is our place. You better not try to fight us here." Yi Futian stared at Mo Lanshan. He was determined, knowing that it was the only way to solve this meaningless quarrel. "Yusheng, are you ready?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure," Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian gave a simple order. "Go." As soon as he finished the command, Yusheng charged right toward the group to attack them. As Yusheng took a few steps forward, a golden force field surrounded him, just like golden armor. Mo Lanshan and his people looked very serious. Everyone charged at Yusheng with long spears gripped tightly in their hands. A loud explosion erupted from a single punch from Yusheng. Even his fist that he used to enclose the tip of an attacking spear was golden. The point of the weapon was enveloped by his fist when a cracking sound was heard. The point had been broken off by the enormous amount of strength exerted by Yusheng. Yi Futian continued to charge forward. He had no time to waste on these people. However, Mo Lanshan had no intentions of letting him pass. Avoiding Yusheng, Mo Lanshan aimed his ice-frosted spear at Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not slow down his steps. While in a light sprint, he reached out both of his hands. In a second, bursts of lightning flashed around him. With the movement of his hands, a storm of lightning and thunder was projected toward Mo Lanshan. Excursive sorcery. "You're a glory plane sorcerer." Knights observing the battle were shocked. The speed in which Yi Futian was cultivating was unbelievable. Sorcerers had a natural advantage in battles with knights. Even though Mo Lanshan was a 3-starred glory plane knight, he still did not dare underestimate his opponents, especially if it was Yi Futian. The intent of battle flowed through the spear, forming a white light around the weapon. Mo Lanshan waved his spear around, and the white light enlarged to cascade around his body. But it was no use against Yi Futian's storm attacks. However, his defensive spear spell was able to create an impenetrable force field around him. Yi Futian still did not stop proceeding. He was closing in on Mo Lanshan. As a sorcerer, he was supposed to keep his distance while battling with a knight, but he chose to ignore this rule. It was easy to tell how confident he was. How presumptuous. Mo Lanshan looked a bit embarrassed. Then he saw Yi Futian swipe downwards. Almost simultaneously, the thunderous force formed into a flash of lightning, cutting straight through his force field. A spell, the Thunderlash. Even though it was only an awakening-level spell, when used by Yi Futian, it was different. It collected an enormous amount of thunderous force and contained the powers of the glory plane. To add to this, Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer. His ability to perceive these spells was naturally stronger than others. When he applied these things to his spells, every attack he made would be more powerful than that of others in the same plane. The lash continued cutting down. The spear in Mo Lanshan's hand shook and was ready to take on the lash. However, at that same moment, Yi Futian's body became engulfed in flames. Raging flames were radiating off his body and made their way towards Mo Lanshan. Another spell, the Burning of Silence. Although it exhausted a large amount of fire elemental spiritual chi, its destructiveness was frightening. It was considered a close-range spell. The look on Mo Lanshan's face changed drastically. He quickly summoned all the spiritual chi in his body and created a force field. It acted as an armor to protect him against the attack of the Burning of Silence. Yi Futian's attacks were so quick that it made it difficult for Mo Lanshan to retaliate. The Burning of Silence was a spell feared by bi-elemental sorcerers because it was able to continuously release spells of different elements for a short period of time. Boom! A fist came down on Mo Lanshan's poorly defended head. He was propelled directly to the ground, blood gushing violently from his wound. Yi Futian simply stepped over Mo Lanshan's body, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Onlookers felt bad for Mo Lanshan. Though Yi Futian had not said a single insulting word, his disregard for Mo Lanshan was even more insulting. Sorcerers were, indeed, stronger than cultivators of martial arts. But Yi Futian was not exactly an ordinary sorcerer. When the bystanders looked back to the other battle going on, they saw that Yusheng had defeated multiple high-leveled martial arts cultivators. They were confused. Yushin was not using any sorcery, just the pure power of martial arts. These two were monsters. When Yi Futian made it to the training grounds, he saw Qin Yi sitting on top of a black qilin, practicing archery. Qin Yi gave off an air of valiance with her hair tied up. Her figure looked extraordinary in the tightly fitted clothing she wore, but Yi Futian was in no mood to stop and admire this view. He called out to her, "Senior Sister Qin." She followed his voice and was confused to see him. She dismounted the black qilin and jogged towards Yi Futian. Still a distance away from him, she asked, "What are you doing here? There may be a monster tide erupting on Mount Tianyao. You should inform General Qin as soon as possible," said Yi Futian. Her gaze froze and her face fell. She then sprinted towards the black qilin and mounted the creature. As they were about to pass by Yi Futian, she said, "Hop on, we'll talk as we go." Something sparked in his eyes and he got on behind Qin Yi without hesitation. "What happened?" asked Qin Yi, worried. A monster tide could only mean calamity. "Yusheng has been training on Mount Tianyao and noticed it," replied Yi Futian. Qin Yi looked serious and said, "Hold on to me." "Ugh." Yi Futian hesitated but eventually grabbed onto her when he lost his balance as the black qilin rose into the air. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Fox, I'm not doing this on purpose." On the ground, the people of the School of Martial Arts were speechless as they looked up at the sky to witness this scene. Why was his shameless jerk so popular with beautiful girls? First, it was Hua Jiyu, and now that she was gone he was trying to make a move on the goddess Qin Yi. "You bastard!" Mo Lanshan had just gotten his senses back when he witnessed the scene as well. Boom. He did not notice when Yusheng came back. A punch landed on his face and Mo Lanshan was thrown on the ground once again. After hitting Mo Lanshan, Yusheng looked up to see Yi Futian leaving with Qin Yi and quietly made his way back home alone. He was mentally cursing Yi Futian as well. He really was a bastard. In the sky above the city of Qingzhou, the black qilin soared in one specific direction. It was going fast and the wind was whipping against their faces. The situation that Yi Futian and Qin Yi were in was rather questionable, but he had no time to think about that. His only thought was that they had to reach their destination quickly. However, before they could get there, they noticed a whole flock of black qilins up ahead soaring through the sky. Seeing this, Yi Futian thought, could it be that word had already reached General Qin? They caught up with the group very quickly. The person leading the group looked surprised to see Qin Yi. "Young Mississippi. What are you guys doing here?" Qin Yi was equally surprised. "A monster tide is about to wash through the city of Qingzhou," the leader answered. "I came for the same reason." "Looks like father already knows." "Where is he?" asked Qin Yi. "He's taking care of some business by Lake Qinghai. We rushed here first," explained the leader. "Okay then, you guys head there first. I'll go to father," suggested Qin Yi. The two parties separated once again. The Knights of the Dark Qilin Knighthood turned to take a quick glance at the young man sitting behind Qin Yi. At that moment, outside a restaurant on the lake shore, stood a group of people from the knighthood. Their gathering attracted a lot of attention. General Qin was having his people surround the restaurant. What was going on? Naturally, when Yi Futian and Qin Yi arrived, they were met with this scene. They stood behind Qin Shui, trying not to disturb him. He must be busy with something. In the restaurant, a group of people appeared. Leading them was a young man. Upon seeing this group, Yi Futian furrowed his brows. He had seen these people before. It was on the night of New Year's Eve and the person leading them was Xiaofan. "Would General Qin like to join me for a drink upstairs?" asked Xiaofan frivolously. "Is this the doing of your people?" Qin Shui asked coldly. "I don't seem to understand what General Qin is saying." Xiaofan played with his cup and did not look at Qin Shui. "The monster tide on Mount Tianyao. Are you really going to put the whole city of Qingzhou in danger for your greed?" questioned Qin Shui. I already said I don't know what you're talking about, and please be aware of the tone you use when speaking to me. Xiaofan smiled with his eyes, but his attitude was still as arrogant as before. He did not give a crap about the protector of Qinzhou City. When he finished speaking, the people beside him took a step forward and the tension intensified. I can't believe that the city lord's office and the Murong Chamber of Commerce had something to do with it too, said General Qin as he looked at Wei Feng and Murongqiu. His sharp gaze caused them to lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. Finally, his gaze fell back to Xia Fan and told him chillingly, "You want to use Qinzhou City to satisfy your ambitions? I already sent people to spread the news to all of the East Sea Prefecture that traces of him were found here." Finishing his words, Qin Shui turned to leave. Xia Fan's expression darkened, and he glared at Qin Shui's back, wanting to kill him so badly. How dare Qin Shui try to ruin his plans? When Xia Fan had found out about the secret of Qinzhou City, he sent someone to deliver the news back to the East Sea Prefecture. His father then sent a professional. The purpose of that was to keep things under wraps, but if Qin Shui really spread the news, then it was bound to attract attention. Did Qin Shui know about this secret early on? Qin Shui led the group of knights up into the sky. Quickly, Qin Yi, who was accompanied by Yi Futian, followed right behind them. Then, she was beside her father. "Father, what exactly is going on?" "Who are those people?" asked Qin Yi. "Sweetie, the city of Qinzhou is in danger and we don't know what is going to happen next," answered Qin Shui. "The city of Qinzhou is under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Prefecture, and that person before was the son of the prefecture chief. I've been keeping an eye on him since he arrived in Qinzhou City, so I knew that he sent people to Mount Tianyao to search for hidden secrets. I just can't believe he actually found it." "Mount Tianyao? Secrets?" Qin Yi was even more confused now. "Long before you were born, my master wanted to obliterate the big demon of Mount Tianyao to save ourselves from future problems. He sent people into the mountains but realized that it was an impossible mission after paying a heavy price. However, he did find something important on Mount Tianyao." Qin Shui reminisced. His mind seemed to be miles away. To this day, he could never forget the shocking scene he witnessed all those years ago. "What did you guys find there?" Qin Yi asked. Qin Shui looked at his daughter and spoke the forbidden name, Emperor Yi Qin. The ground of Qinzhou Academy kept shaking like an earthquake. The bell sounded in the academy to call all the disciples. At the same time, along the perimeter of Mount Tianyao, the army of Dark Kylan spread out for the approaching enemy. The words "monster tide" were being spread throughout the whole academy. Now the Dark Kylan knighthood knew that Yi Futian was not joking. A monster tide was seriously approaching this place. Mount Tianyao was such a vast place that no one knew exactly how many monsters were inside. If it was a minor tide, they could still hold it, but if it was a huge tide, the whole city could be destroyed. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they saw that the battle against the monsters had already begun. Countless monsters were gushing out of the mountain. People from the School of Martial Arts were standing at the front lines, while the School of Sorcery released spells behind them. The whole mountain was nearly engulfed in fire, and the earth was fissured from the battle. The guards were just trying to lock down the entire place. However, there were not only monsters running around on Mount Tianyao. A herd of demons was flying to the battleground as well, and they were about to launch an attack. The big chiefs of the academy saw this from a distance, and they now looked extremely nervous. They realized that once the monsters broke through the front lines and attacked the city, they would be unstoppable. The whole city has now entered a state of siege. Inform the major families to protect the city together. Soldiers of Dark Kylan, I command you to spread out and secure the perimeter of Mount Tianyao. Qin Shui commanded. Then the Black Kylan under him flew to the herd of monsters that were flying toward the army. "Dad!" Qin Yi was worried about her father. "Girl, stay away from Mount Tianyao," Qin Shui told his daughter. Qin Yi was still worried about her father, and she was trying to follow him. Yu Futian yelled at her from behind, "Stay here. If you go with your father, you will just distract him." Qin Yi knew that he was right. She was only in the 8th plane of awakening of martial arts, and she was not strong enough to fight against the monsters. "Yi Futian, what should we do now?" Qin Yi looked back at Yi Futian. She looked really flustered. They were practically pressed against each other. Yi Futian felt Qin Yi's nervousness. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Qin Yi realized that they were too close and suddenly blushed. She punched Yi Futian's chest with her fist and cursed him, "You shameless bastard." She turned around to avoid further body contact. Yi Futian smiled and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry. It'll be fine, and so will your father." "I know." Qin Yi nodded. She understood Yi Futian was just trying to soothe her feelings. "Just get off my side." Her face was still red. Yi Futian actually listened to her order this time. He looked into the distance and he did not feel as assured as he seemed. This was a dangerous monster tide. The most he could do was comfort Ms. Qin, but he couldn't help much besides that. All the people in the city had been informed of the monster tide outburst. All the significant families were now deploying their military forces. This fight was related to the survival of the entire city, and no one would survive if they lost. The cultivators were also rushing to Mount Tianyao to help secure the perimeter. If they didn't, once the monsters broke through the guards, their homes would be destroyed. Inside the city, a remarkable troop was marching towards Qingzhou Academy. The troop was made up of foot soldiers and knights. The ground was shaking from the force of their marching, and the people who saw them were shocked. Some of them are the municipal guard of the city, some are the soldiers of the Murong family. But who are the other guys? People were curious about this mysterious army. Some people noticed the symbols on their robes, and suddenly they sensed the danger. They are the powerful warriors and mages from the Haiyan Academy. How could that happen? The city of Haiyan is our nemesis. Why are the municipal guard soldiers with the army from the city of Haiyan? I don't know. People were now extremely nervous about this army. The monster tide was going to attack the city soon, but the Qingzhou Municipal Guard was not protecting the city with the dark Kylan knighthood. In fact, they were marching with soldiers from the city of Haiyan. The city of Qingzhou truly was in danger. This mighty troop was directly approaching Qingzhou Academy. When they arrived, the people of Qingzhou Academy were still fighting against the monsters with the dark Kylan knighthood. Such a huge army soon attracted the attention from all the people who were fighting. A lot of students froze when they saw the newcomers on the battleground. Wei Meng. Qin Shui stepped out and stared at Wei Meng, the lord of the city of Qizhou. His face was ghastly pale. "You released the monsters from Mount Tianyao, and are now working along with the people from city of Haiyan. This is your territory. I don't understand you. What I'm doing now is completely under orders," Wei Meng said in a cold voice. "Xia Fan, what are you doing exactly?" Qin Shui noticed that Xia Fan was in the crowd. An evil light flickered across Xia Fan's eyes. He was looking at Qin Shui with contempt. He believed that Qin Shui was only the commander of a private troop of a small city and shouldn't be allowed to talk to him in such a rude manner. "Where is the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy?" Xia Fan ignored Qin Shui's question. He looked over the Qingzhou Academy group for the headmaster. The headmaster stepped out of the crowd. His hair was all white and gray, and it was apparent that he was over the age of 70. However, he still looked graceful. He was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Gumu. He had left the school business for others long ago and focused on his cultivation. In fact, without the monster tide, he would not have even shown up in this place. "Mr. Xia, the Lord of East Sea Prefecture, why are you here?" Gumu asked Xia Fan. "Mount Tianyao has been a potential danger for the city of Qingzhou for many years. As the Lord of Donghai Province, I have come here as soon as possible to consult with the city lord about how to defuse the situation. Therefore, I have summoned the army of the municipal guard, the Murong family, and the city of Haiyan. We are going to break into Mount Tianyao, and we need your cooperation." Xia Fan laughed. Gumu didn't believe his explanation. However, the crisis of this city had doubled. They were now surrounded by the monsters and the army. If he said no to Xia Fan, they might all be wiped out. "Okay, we will cooperate," Gumu answered. "I believe Mr. Gu is making this decision for the good of the city. General Qin is the ultimate guard of the city, and I believe you agree with Mr. Gu, right?" Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui again. "You are shameless." All the people of Qizhou Academy were cursing Xia Fan in their hearts. They looked at him with contempt. "You have summoned quite a lot of powerful people from the city of Haiyan. What promise did you make to them?" Qin Shui asked Xia Fan. General, they're merely here to help. There are absolutely no conditions involved. Now, I know you're on edge, but I hope you can settle your attitude, Xiaofan said arrogantly. He had summoned a lot of influential people from the East Sea Prefecture and the city of Haiyan, so he had the advantage now. Okay. Qin Shui agreed reluctantly. He knew that there must be some conspiracy occurring under the table. However, with reinforcements breaking into Mount Tianyao, they could actually push the front line and minimize the damage to the city of Qingzhou. In fact, if he didn't agree and the two groups fought against each other right here, the result would be even worse. Then let's go now. Xiaofan smiled. Mr. Xia, I want someone from Qingzhou Academy. A man from Haiyan asked Xiaofan. Who is it? Xiaofan smiled. The middle-aged man looked through the crowd of Qingzhou Academy, and his eyes targeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian suddenly had a bad feeling about it. This middle-aged man was the same man with eagle's eyes who had led the intruders to Qingzhou Academy last time. Yi Futian, have you quit the academy yet? The eagle-eyed man asked him. What do you mean? Yi Futian responded with a smile. Last time I invited you to Haiyan Academy, you turned me down. I believe you won't mind if I raise this question again. I did quit the academy, but I already have my own master, so I'm sorry that I still have to turn you down this time, Yi Futian answered. Who is so lucky to be your master? He kept asking. I am, Huafolu responded from the crowd. It's okay. In fact, Haiyan Academy is still willing to accept you even though you already have a master. The eagle-eyed man would not let him go easily. Haiyan Academy is making a really generous gesture. And I believe Mr. Hua, the Guqin devil, would not prevent this, right? Xiaofan also tried to persuade Hua Fenglu. He had not anticipated that Haiyan Academy would be looking for Yi Futian. He's too good for your academy, Hua Fenglu said peacefully. In the Haiyan Academy crowd, an old man whose eyes had been closed for a long time suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Hua Fenglu, you want to fight? Mr. Hua, you're just causing me trouble. Xiaofan laughed, and the army around him stepped forward. They definitely had not dared to mess with Hua Fenglu when he was young. But now, since his natal spirit had been destroyed, they didn't fear him anymore. Hua Fenglu began condensing power and preparing to attack. However, Yi Futian suddenly started laughing. You know what? I feel so honored you keep inviting me to your academy. I've changed my mind, and I believe Mr. Hua will not stop me, right? Hua Fenglu glanced at him. He knew that this boy was really shrewd, and there must have been a reason he suddenly changed his mind. He agreed and said, okay, I don't mind, but your academy must make sure he is safe. Otherwise, you will taste my rage. Don't worry, Mr. Hua. The eagle-eyed man was happy. Yi Futian had defeated someone as talented as Yun Tianhao. There were only two options for Haiyan Academy. Either accept him or kill him. Yushang stepped forward. Yi Futian knew that he was trying to stop this decision. He shook his head, and Yushang stopped. However, Yushang was still angry and confused. A young girl and a young man came out of the Haiyan group. The girl smiled and greeted Yi Futian. Now that you have been accepted by our academy, come over here. Yi Futian nodded and walked toward the Haiyan group. He ogled the body of the young girl and said, If I knew there was a girl so beautiful in your academy, I would have said yes the last time. You're a smooth talker, boy. The sexy girl laughed. Please take good care of me in the future. Yi Futian naturally held the girl in his arms, and the girl also seemed to feel comfortable. She laughed even harder. Of course I will, you cute boy. You shameless bastard. The people of Qingzhou Academy were swearing at Yi Futian. Traitor! How could a student of our academy be so off-color? People kept cursing him. Qin Yi looked sad about what had just happened. Xiaofan was jeering at all of this. He believed Hua Fenglu must be extremely embarrassed now, seeing the boyfriend of his daughter betray the academy and flirt with another girl. However, he was surprised that Hua Fenglu was still calm. It almost seemed like Hua Fenglu had no idea about the relationship between Yi Futian and his daughter. Xiaofan believed it was possible. Otherwise, Hua Fenglu would have been furious. Still, he wondered how such a lame boy could get Hua Jieyu to fall in love with him. What he did not know was that Hua Fenglu was calm because he knew Yi Futian all too well. Okay, let's head in there, Xianxia made the command. He seemed to be pretty satisfied with all that had happened. The army of people headed into Mount Tianyao together. The city of Qingzhou had never had an expedition of this level before. Mount Tianyao covered a large area of terrain, far larger than that of the main urban areas of Qizhou City. It was difficult to imagine how many demons and monsters lurked in these mountains. Many people had attempted to clear Mount Tianyao of demons and monsters, but to no avail. Now, because of Xianxia, Qingzhou Academy and the city's first line of defense, the Dark Qilin Knighthood, were forced to send troops of people into the mountains. In addition, the Qingzhou Guards and Haiyan City's army were following behind them. The sheer number of people there was seemingly more impactful than the monster tide. The Dark Qilin Knighthood charged forward on the path that Qingzhou Academy School of Divination Arts had cleared for them using sorcery. Their advance forced the demons and monsters deeper into the mountains. But Qin Shui was not excited about this at all. The troop was attacking at full force, but there were still demons and monsters slipping past them left and right into the main city. All they could do now was try their best to eliminate as many demons and monsters as possible. "Lead the way," Xianxia ordered the middle-aged man ahead of him. His people had left markers in the mountains the last time they were here looking for the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian and the people of Haiyan Academy were walking at the back of the group. He had already made some inquiries. Yi Futian found out that the girl beside him was named Tang Yu, 20 years old. She was definitely a flirtatious beauty. Yi Futian and Tang Yu got familiar with each other fairly quickly. "Senior sister, a beauty like you must have many suitors, right?" asked Yi Futian. "Why do you ask?" laughed Tang Yu. "Do I have a chance?" he asked her. She looked at Yi Futian and chuckled. "You do look pretty handsome, but it's a shame that you're a little too young for my liking." "Senior sister, I'm already an adult. 16 is not too young," said Yi Futian. When Tang Yu saw how serious he was, she could not help but burst out in laughter. The young men of Haiyan Academy glared at Yi Futian when they heard Tang Yu laughing. "Senior sister, do you know why we're here?" asked Yi Futian. "The elders say that there are historical remains in Mount Tianyao," explained Tang Yu. Yi Futian shook his head. "Senior sister, let me tell you a secret." He then leaned in close to whisper softly in her ear, "In Mount Tianyao there is a secret methods index left behind by Emperor Yi Qing." Tang Yu's expression turned serious and she looked at Yi Futian. "Is what you said true?" It looked like Xia Yan had indeed kept this information to himself. It was hard to blame him though, because this had to do with Emperor Yi Qing, so of course he would keep quiet about it. "Of course. My master is the Hua Fenglu, and I also know General Qin. It's only natural that I know this secret. Why else would they have made such a big fuss?" said Yi Futian. "Wait for me here." Tang Yu finished her sentence and left. Yi Futian watched as she walked up to speak with the elder that had wanted to challenge Hua Fenglu and made her way back. "Come with me," she said to Yi Futian. He followed her to stand in front of the elder who had his eyes closed. "Where did you hear this information?" the elder asked Yi Futian. "May I ask what your position is at Haiyan Academy?" questioned Yi Futian. The elder opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Why do you ask?" "Since I'm going to pursue an education at Haiyan Academy, it's only common sense to want to learn from the best of the best," explained Yi Futian. "I am Tang Mo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy. If you do well, maybe I will think about teaching you myself," said the elder. Beside them, Tang Yu smiled and explained, "He's my grandfather." Yi Futian bowed down and began to blabber baseless information. "Since you're the headmaster and senior sister Tang Yu's grandfather, I would not dare withhold information from you. There has always been a rumor in the city of Qingzhou that our city was where Emperor Yi Qing originated and that he had left an heirloom here. To obtain the heirloom was to obtain the right to inherit his position and his secret methods index. A lot of people think it's just a legend, but it's all true. The heirloom is up in Mount Tianyao. General Qin has personally seen it in the past. Why didn't he take it then?" Tang Mo was skeptical. "Headmaster, do you really think Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom is that easy to obtain?" "If it were, why would Xianxia do all of this?" asked Yi Futian. Tang Mo squinted his eyes in suspicion. "Do you know what happens if you lie to me? I didn't know that Headmaster was kept in the dark about this. I was simply making conversation with senior sister Tang Yu. Why would I purposely lie to her?" It's just that Xiafan has already gathered professionals from the East Sea Prefecture, but he's using people from both academies to fend off the demons and monsters instead. I think he's up to no good, answered Yifutian. Are you trying to turn us against each other? Tang Mo was extremely sharp. His great aura was suffocating Yifutian. When you reach the site of the remains, you'll know whether or not Xiafan has been lying to you. If what I said was false, then my life is in your hands, but if what I said was true, then you should start being wary, said Yifutian. Why? Asked Tang Mo. I don't know what Xiafan promised you, but I'm sure you know what the inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing signifies. When the troops are done dealing with the demons and monsters, it would be easy to get his hands on the heirloom. After he accomplishes his goal, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill off all the witnesses. Headmaster, you must take caution. Yifutian spoke solemnly. Up ahead, it was loud as the troops advanced and the boundaries of the mountain were on lockdown by the aces of Haiyan Academy. There would be no need to worry about a leak of information if worst comes to worst. Do you hate the vice chief? Tang Mo asked suddenly. Yifutian lifted his head to look at Tang Mo. After a short silence, he nodded. Of course. Xiafan will do anything to get his way. He even started the monster tide to get us all on the mountain. The city of Qingzhou is my home. I can't allow him to bring harm to our city. If his plans succeed, it would be difficult for even me to make it out alive. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But if you choose to believe me, then please join hands with us. My master is Hua Fenglu, and I'm acquainted with General Qin. Even if the two schools have always been rivals, it's not impossible to work together just this once. If we can get our hands on Emperor Yi Qing's heirloom, wouldn't it all be worth it? You would be able to do anything you want, without fearing repercussions from a prefecture chief. Tang Yu, take him away. Tang Mo ordered abruptly with a sullen look. Tang Yu walked towards Yifutian. He bowed once more to Tang Mo and left with Tang Yu, not saying another word. What do you think? Tang Mo asked the eagle-eyed man at his side. That guy has got quite a mouth on him. We can't trust him completely. The key now is to wait and see if what we find is truly the historical remains of Emperor Yi Qing, reasoned Eagle Eyes. And if they really are his remains? Tang Mo continued to question. Father, if it is actually the heirloom of Emperor Yi Qing, then what would a city like Qingzhou be to us? If we got our hands on the heirloom, not even the entire East Sea area would be able to stop us, said Eagle Eyes. Tang Mo went into deep thought. Even though Yifutian's words were evidently trying to make the groups question one another, he had a point. With the heirloom in his hands, he would be unstoppable. Do you think he'll be of use to us? Tang Mo asked. Eagle Eyes thought for a while, then shook his head. Whether it be his gift or his personality, he's too hard to control. That's true. Yun Tianhao is naturally prideful and thinks only of cultivation, but this young man is different. Tang Mo agreed with his son. Even though Yun Tianhao lost to this fellow, he is still a mandate sorcerer. Yun Tianhao will only get stronger and more powerful. He has already left for the city of Donghai to seek more knowledge. He will definitely make a glorious return. Yifutian, on the other hand, if we don't get him under control, Eagle Eyes looked at Tang Mo and then shared an unspoken understanding. The large group was advancing very quickly. Along the way, they stepped over countless carcasses of different types of demons and monsters, but they had also suffered many attacks. Both Qizhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood made many sacrifices, some dead, some hurt. The fog on Mount Tianyou grew thicker. It would be impossible to locate anything in the mountains from up in the air. This was the only reason Xiafan chose to advance on foot. During their long expedition, Headmaster Gu Mu of Qingzhou Academy and Qin Shui went looking for Xiafan. When they found him, they made their intentions clear. If everyone else continues to take a back seat while our people from the Academy and the Knighthood clear the way, we will leave the way we came. Are you threatening me? Xiafan stared at Qin Shui, who had just listed his terms. Think what you will, said Qin Shui calmly. They were no longer in the city of Qingzhou. They had initially agreed to Xiafan's forceful request because of the monster tide, but now that they were deep into Mount Tianyou, things were different. Xiafan did not dare to push his luck. Fine. Xiafan gave in and called out, Headmaster Tang Mo, I understand. Tang Mo nodded and ordered his people to take the place of the people of Qingzhou Academy and the Dark Qilin Knighthood at the front line. Yi Futian stepped up with them. This area with the deeper fog housed more powerful demons and monsters. Sometimes there were even high-level Dharma-ranked demons and monsters. To defeat these creatures, the elders would have to step in. Time passed, and day by day there were fewer and fewer people in their expedition, and a large number of those who were hurt were actually their most powerful people in the group. The weaker people were being protected in the back of the group. Nobody would send the weak out to die, so they were the safest. Whenever Yi Futian was met with danger, he ran to hide amongst the Haiyan Academy aces so he would be safe as well. He was not about to risk his life for the Haiyan Academy. A lot of people scorned him when he did this, but he did not care at all. Finally, when they had gotten far enough within the mountains, the fog began to clear. This area was bright, maybe even brighter than it had been off the mountains. Spiritual qi was gathered here. This area is heavy with spiritual qi, but the surrounding areas are layered in fog. Could it be? Someone in the group spoke up. That's right. We're here, said an ace beside Xiaofan. He was excited. The lot continued to advance, and they started to realize that there was not a single demon or monster in this area. What is that? Someone pointed ahead and screamed. As they got closer, the view became clearer, and everyone's hearts began to pound. What they saw was an enormous statue. It rose from the valley below and stood in the middle of the mountains. Everyone was shaking, but they continued to advance until they were all standing on a cliff above the valley, looking out at the statue. Spiritual qi was flowing like crazy through the entire area. Look down. Someone pointed with a shaking finger down at the base of the statue. There, they saw a dragon coiled around the statue. It was an actual dragon. Right now, it had its eyes closed shut, seemingly asleep. That's the dragon, someone from Qingzhou Academy said. Everyone, including Yi Futian, was surprised. This dragon was the same one they saw last fall. Around the statue and dragon, the valley was swarmed by powerful demons. They were revolving around the statue, greedily absorbing its spiritual qi. This was a valley of 1,000,000 beasts. Emperor Yi Qing, someone said in shock as they stared at the giant statue. 16 years ago, the death of Emperor Yi Qing became tabooed, and it became forbidden for anything in his image to exist, but right in front of their eyes was this magnificent statue of Emperor Yi Qing. The monumental statue in front of them was vivid and dignified. Black hair casually spread across the shoulders. The eyes were so bright that they seemed to be looking through people. The statue had already demonstrated the unsurpassed charm of Emperor Yi Qing. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend of the divine prefectures of the East. Even though his name became a taboo after he died, it was still mentioned privately. The name had come as a shock. They had never expected that in Mount Tianyao there was such a lifelike statue of Emperor Yi Qing, and they were wondering whether the dragon was his mount. Wow, look at this, the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. Tang Mo, the headmaster of Haiyan Academy, narrowed his eyes. He realized that Xiaofan had concealed his true intentions about coming in here. Qin Shui gazed at the coiled dragon in the canyon below. He frowned with doubt. Several years ago, when he had come here with his master, he hadn't seen the coiled dragon. There were only the statue and monsters at that time. The dragon must have come later. Everyone, these are the relics of Emperor Yi Qing. There's an entrance behind the statue, and I believe the treasure of Emperor Yi Qing is hidden inside. Even without the relics of Emperor Yi Qing, the corpse of this dead dragon is a valuable treasure itself. Xiaofan pointed below. He looked so greedy that he would have started the exploration already if not for the monsters lurking below. Tang Fei went to tell Xiaofan that the monsters below were entirely different from the ones in the monster tide. Mr. Xia, these monsters are different. These monsters were just being lazy. They didn't even care about the people and kept laying there. So we all need to work together, Xiaofan said. I didn't know Emperor Yi Qing was a native of the city of Qingzhou, and that there were relics in this place. How much longer were you going to hide this from me? Tang Mo asked Xiaofan tentatively. Xiaofan looked at Tang Mo and then smiled. In fact, I didn't know that Emperor Yi Qing lived in this city until recently. However, it's still unknown whether the relics are behind the entrance of that statue or not. I didn't tell Mr. Tang because I wanted to keep it confidential information. Okay. Tang Mo nodded. Yi Futian was telling the truth. Emperor Yi Qing had been a native of the city of Qingzhou. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Futian also felt shocked about this fact. He had totally made it up, and he had no evidence to support it. To his surprise, Xia Fan admitted that Emperor Yi Qing had lived in the city of Qingzhou. Time to get to work, Xia Fan commanded. Awkwardly, no one started moving. None of them were going to risk their lives for Xia Fan at this time. General Qin, Mr. Gu? Xia Fan looked at Qin Shui and asked, "We have already finished our job. I am not going to let people of the Dark Kylan Knighthood and Qingzhou Academy die for your interests," Qin Shui said coldly. Due to the huge amount of monsters below, Xia Fan would basically be sending them in as bait to distract these monsters from guarding the entrance. Mr. Xia, there are so many monsters and, to be honest, some of us will die if we fight them. If you get the treasure from Emperor Yi Qing, what will we get? I don't want my people to die for nothing, Tang Mo protested. Xia Fan was caught off guard, then smiled. He realized that Yi Futian had talked with Tang Mo about his plan. Uncle. Xia Fan looked at the man in black next to him. Then he went silent. The next moment, a fierce storm of sword power burst out of his body. This storm became so intense that it enveloped all the people. People were nervous. The power of this sword storm was so overwhelming that it could destroy everything, monsters and people alike. He's in the Arcana plane, that's incredible. Hua Fenglu realized Xia Fan was serious this time. He had summoned his uncle from the city of Donghai who was, in fact, a powerful swordsman. The treasure of Emperor Yi Qing was so precious that it was hard for Xia Fan to fully trust his army. Tang Mo also looked uncomfortable and shot Yi Futian a despising glance. Do you have other questions? Xia Fan laughed out loud. He had gained control over the situation now. The Dark Kylan soldiers will fight for you. Let the young students of Qingzhou Academy go. Qin Shui responded. You're asking for death. Xia Fan was impatient. His uncle suddenly launched a powerful strike. The strike was too fast to evade. The Dark Kylan under Qin Shui was killed by this strike, and one of Qin Shui's arms was cut off. General, the Dark Kylan soldiers gathered around Qin Shui. They were terrified of what had just happened. Dad! Qin screamed in horror. The man in black hurried into the air. He could have launched another strike at any moment. Any more questions? Xia Fan sounded indifferent. I insist that only the Dark Kylan soldiers join the fight, and the young students of Qingzhou Academy should leave. Qin Shui was persistent. Blood gushed out of his missing arm, but he was still peaceful. Xia Fan was mad. He needed Qin Shui's army to fight against the monsters, but he knew they would not do so without their commander. Okay. Let the young students go. Xia Fan then looked at Tang Mo. Mr. Tang, do you have anything to add? I obey your orders. Tang Mo had to comply. He didn't have the same courage as Qin Shui. So let's move, Xia Fan commanded. The army began to attack the monsters below. The Dark Kylan soldiers were the vanguards of this troop, and those powerful people beyond the Dharma plane level were following them. Xia Fan observed the fight. He wanted to test the power of these monsters with the bait he had just sent. Go away or die. A heavy voice came out of the canyon, which stiffened the members of the army. Soon, they saw a white-skinned monster standing apart from the herd. She soon started to grow huge, and she looked almost as big as a hill. The rest of the herd were awakened by this voice. Suddenly, the whole herd became active. What the? Xia Fan was frightened. He didn't know there was a monster lord in this herd. How could that be possible? He looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Was the monster lord the guardian of this statue? People were shocked. The monster lord was a snow ape. When it stood up, it was so giant that it seemed invincible. Die, you intruders! The snow ape roared. The mountain began to shake from this roar. Sorry for the intrusion, Xia Fan said. He knew that this was an inevitable failure. They had lost quite a lot soldiers from their army and all of that for just a tour of this place. All of the armies retreated back to the top. Tang Mo started speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. We can't do anything about it. Xia Fan's face was gloomy. It seemed that he needed to release his anger desperately. Go fight the monsters and die there, Xia Fan told Tang Mo. Tang Mo was caught off guard. Mr. Xia, please forgive him. Mr. Tang was encouraged by the others. Morong Chiu approached. Yi Futian knew that the conspiracy had been revealed now. He had tried to cause a crack between Xia Fan and Tang Mo, but he had not expected that Tang Mo would surrender to the power of Xia Fan. Yes, Yi Futian tried to turn me against you. He told me that he was planning to mess with Xia Fan with help from the students of Qizhou Academy and the soldiers of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. Tang Mo sold Yi Futian out. Tang Yu was embarrassed by her grandfather. She had already started to consider Yi Futian as a friend. So, Qingzhou Academy sent Yi Futian to Haiyan Academy to mess up my plans. Am I right? Xia Fan's voice was gloomy and cold. Mr. Xia, Yi Futian was expelled from Qingzhou Academy long ago. His activity had nothing to do with this academy. I will kill him for you to prove that, Shizhong explained. Is that true? Xia Fan looked at Gu Mu for confirmation. Gu Mu gave Hua Fenglu a glance, then nodded. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou Academy. So, I will believe whoever kills him first. Xia Fan was laughing out loud. I'll do it. Shizhong rushed toward Yi Futian. Tang Lin also rushed toward Yi Futian. They had already had plans to kill Yi Futian, so even without being interrogated by Xia Fan, he would have been killed anyway. Hua Fenglu appeared next to Yi Futian to protect his disciple. He glanced at Shizhong and Tang Lin. Do I not exist? Mr. Guqin Devil, this is none of your business. Xia Fan was complacent. Even your father didn't dare talk to me like that. Hua Fenglu stared at Xia Fan. That was in the past, Mr. Hua. Xia Fan sneered at him. I am in a bad mood. Stay out of this now. The moment he stopped talking, the man in black stepped forward. He soon started to attack Hua Fenglu with the sword storm. I am also in a bad mood. You better stay away from me before you get in trouble. Hua Fenglu sounded peaceful. Your natal spirit has been destroyed, and I'm kind of curious how bad your temper could be. He urged his power toward Hua Fenglu, and it looked like he was going to tear Hua Fenglu into pieces. Professor, Yi Futian was worried about Hua Fenglu. This man in black was in the Arcana plane. He was even more powerful than the people from Haiyan Academy who were in the Dharma plane. Qingzhou City had never seen someone as powerful as he was. He had no idea what plane Hua Fenglu was in, but the confidence of that man worried him. He has fallen under the Arcana plane since his natal spirit was destroyed. The middle-aged man next to Xia Fan confirmed Yi Futian's fear. You don't have to die for me, Professor? Yi Futian ran away and yelled. Just tell Fox I love her and tell my godfather I have to let him down. The second half was to Yusheng. Shockingly, Yi Futian began running into the canyon with the endless monsters. Yi Futian was upset that he had to end his short life in such a way. He was not prepared to die yet. Go after him, Xia Fan commanded. Suddenly, some powerful mages rushed out of the group to pursue Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu did not expect Yi Futian to be so determined. He even left his last words. He tried to run toward Yi Futian's direction but was blocked by the sword storm, cutting off his advance. Yi Futian, you get back here right now, screamed Hua Fenglu. You should worry about yourself, suggested the Arcana Plane cultivator dressed in black. His body was surrounded by the endless sword storm. When he swiped his arms forward, a row of swords appeared, all charging at Hua Fenglu. Get lost, raged Hua Fenglu. An invisible force descended upon him, and the row of swords stopped right before they were able to pierce him. The swords shook violently in midair. While the two were in this deadlock, Hua Fenglu saw Shizhong, Eagle Eyes, and Tang Lin jump down into the canyon to chase after Yi Futian. His heart convulsed. His long, black hair flowed without the wind blowing, the dust beneath his feet blew like a weird storm. I told you I have a bad temper. Why did you have to provoke me? Hua Fenglu's voice was shaking. He felt extremely guilty. His life was just beginning. He couldn't die. A bright light emanated from Hua Fenglu. Then, the light gathered and formed the strings of a qin. From there, the entire instrument appeared in front of Hua Fenglu. At that moment, his aura began to grow, breaking Dharma into the Arcana plane. Life spirit. That's impossible, said the Arcana plane swordsman. He quickly realized what was going on, and his expression changed. Hua Feng Lu, this is suicide. Hua Feng Lu disregarded him and began to strum the instrument with both hands. Music began to play. An abstract wave was released that pierced eardrums with a dragon-like roar. The swords formed with spiritual qi dissipated. The Tsongshan dragon chant. The swordsman could only stare at Hua Feng Lu. The Tsongshan dragon chant was a musical spell that the Qin devil, Hua Feng Lu, specialized in. The swordsman watched as Hua Feng Lu's pace quickened. His music spread into his surroundings, and the sound waves created a force field, encapsulating everyone around. The force field made its way to the swordsman and Xiafan. Boom! Xiafan received a harsh attack and moaned in pain. His face was now pale. Be careful, this is his musical spell. Retreat! Shouted the swordsman. His sword raced toward Hua Feng Lu once more. Hua Feng Lu's fingers moved even faster. The sound of his instrument was magical, spreading far and wide. Kill him! Ordered Xiafan, blood in his mouth. He felt as if he were about to explode. His people came to protect him in their retreat. Everyone began to retreat, even Shizhong and Tang Lin, who were chasing Yi Futian. Kill! Muttered Hua Feng Lu. His music continued, and an even stronger wave attacked Xiafan. His people tried to use their spiritual qi to create a force field for his protection, but the wave was too strong. The force field was broken, and Xiafan was hit once again. His face was now even more pale than before. Shizhong, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Under the power of the music, he screamed in pain. He was killed by the power of Hua Fenglio's instrument, bleeding from every orifice. The Qin devil, someone said. Many people had heard of this name, but seeing him in action made them realize how truly extraordinary Hua Fenglu was. Let's go, said the swordsman. Protecting himself with a force field, he went to Xiafan's side to retreat together. Seeing this, Tang Mo and Gu Mu also ordered an evacuation. Qing Shui led the Dark Qilin knighthood away from this place of trouble. Hua Fenglu attempted to chase after his enemies, but stopped after taking a single step. He began to cough up blood. This was going to be the end of the legendary Qin devil. He could no longer chase after them. Even so, the sound of his instrument never ceased. Yi Futian jumped down the canyon and felt the wind around him. Just as he was about to land, he was swept up in the wind, but not even the wind could defy gravity. He began to fall once more, and Yi Futian felt no strength in his legs. Would he die like this? He did not die, but he did see the demons and monsters gather around him. They looked as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Asked the snow ape. Just as he spoke, Yi Futian's thunder dragon spirit was released. Senior Dragon and I are linked by fate. I have my life spirit thanks to him, so I came to express my gratitude, said Yi Futian loudly. He was not going to give up a chance to live even at a dead end like this. Demons and monsters stormed towards him, not paying attention to anything he said. Yi Futian could smell blood. It came from the mouth of a demon boa. He was out of hope now. Pang! A large hand smacked the demon boa far away. The snow ape stood in front of Yi Futian like a large mountain. It looked down on Yi Futian and asked, "This life spirit? It was given to you by the old dragon." Yi Futian's eyes twinkled and he spoke. Last year when I was training on Mount Tianyao, Senior Dragon's image appeared. After observing it, my life spirit was created. You created the life spirit by observation? The snow ape stared at Yi Futian. Show me your natal spirit. Yi Futian nodded. The world tree appeared. The ancient tree swayed in the wind, just like a real tree. The snow ape shuddered, his eyes suddenly turning red. His large body fell to the ground, his head landing in front of Yi Futian. What's wrong? Asked Yi Futian, withdrawing his life spirit. The snow ape looked extremely sad. Child. The snow ape stuck out its finger to caress Yi Futian's face. Tears formed in his large red eyes, and he began to cry. This was enough for Yi Futian to share his deep sadness. Why is it you? The snow ape's body shook as he continued to cry. Do you know me? Yi Futian's voice lowered, seemingly affected by the snow ape's emotions. You poor child. The snow ape was unable to pull himself out of his melancholic state. Slowly, he stood up, lifted his head, and let out an earth-shattering scream. His fists pounded down on his chest repeatedly. The snow ape's scream resonated throughout the mountain, and the demons and monsters bowed down as they shook in fear. The snow ape then got down on his knees and gave Yifutian a deep bow, one fit for royalty. Senior. Yifutian was dumbfounded. The demons and monsters of the canyon were bowing down to him. May you bring me back up there? Asked Yifutian. He was worried about Hua Fenglu. Of course, answered the snow ape. He lifted his head and held on to Yifutian with his huge hands. His feet stomped down on the ground, shattering it, and in a second they were catapulted back to the peak of the mountain. The whole mountain shook along with their movements. Letting go of Yifutian, the snow ape placed him on the ground. Master! Yifutian's heart squeezed at the sight of Hua Fenglu. He was still strumming away at his instrument, the strings now tainted with blood. Yifutian, called out Hua Fenglu. He could not believe his eyes. Yifutian was safe and sound. A cord snapped and his instrument disappeared. Hua Fenglu spit out blood once again and fell to the ground. Master! Yifutian sprinted to his side and held Hua Fenglu in his arms. There's someone over there. The snow ape looked ahead. Yifutian raised his head to see that the swordsman had returned. When he saw Yifutian and the snow ape together, the swordsman's heart pounded. How could it be? Kill him, Yifutian said coldly. The snow ape took big steps toward the swordsman, who began to run, but his speed was no match for the snow ape. The snow ape gave out a loud growl and stomped down on the swordsman. Before his demise, he managed to shout out a warning to his companions. Run! 3 roars came from the snow ape, and from a distance the swordsman's companions shook in fear. What was the demon king doing outside the canyon? Hua Fenglio's life was hanging on by a thread, but he still smiled at Yifutian. Don't worry, this isn't enough to kill me. My powers were disabled once. Doesn't matter if it happens a second time. I told you to leave me be. Why did you do this? If I was already dead, then you would have died in vain, shouted Yifutian. His eyes were red. As your master, I couldn't just let you be driven to your death and do nothing about it. That's humiliating, laughed Hua Fenglu. Besides, you know I have a bad temper. So, you feel good about yourself now? Well, I'm pissed. If something had happened to you, what would I do about Fox? Asked Yifutian. You would marry her, chuckled Hua Fenglu. Yifutian lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he closed his eyes, in pain. Why are you crying? My daughter is beautiful. Are you not willing to marry her? Hua Fenglu was acting as if nothing had happened. I'm crying because you messed up my life. If you die, then I don't even get the chance to kick you to the curb when I'm successful, said Yifutian as he placed Hua Fenglu on his back, carrying him into the canyon. You make it sound like you got the short end of the stick here, Hua Fenglu said from behind. Of course. If I become emperor, then you're the emperor's father-in-law, Yifutian answered nonchalantly. Hua Fenglu lifted his head to watch the sunset and smiled. Yuxing approached them from the edge of the canyon. Yifutian stared at him. What are you trying to do now? Are you also trying to die with me by jumping off? No, replied Yuxing, shaking his head. Yifutian was even madder now. What happened to being loyal to friends? If you had died, then I would have avenged you. Yuxing lifted his head, finally looking Yifutian in the eyes. His eyes were also red. Fine, I forgive you, said Yifutian. He looked over at the snow ape who had just returned. Can you bring me to the statue? Okay, but anyone who sees us together has to die, said the snow ape seriously. Yifutian was shocked at his words and looked over at Yushang. They are some of my closest friends and family. Don't even think about it. As for the others, leave it to me. The snow ape nodded and brought the 3 to the entrance of the statue. Yifutian pushed open the door and entered alone. The inside was empty. All that was there was another statue of Emperor Yiqing, but this one was life-sized. The spiritual qi inside was packed as if there was a matrix somewhere. When Yifutian took a step inside, the matrix lit up by itself. It got brighter as endless amounts of spiritual qi rushed into the life-size statue. This caused the statue to break apart, releasing a virtual image. It was Emperor Yi Qing. The two met eyes and Emperor Yi Qing spoke softly to ask, "What is your name, child?" "Senior, my name is Yu Futian," he answered. He was not sure why he felt so at peace even though the most legendary character in history was standing in front of him. "We share a surname. Release your life spirit for me," requested Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian did exactly that, as requested. Upon seeing his life spirit, Emperor Yi Qing froze. Then he let out a pained expression. It was the same reaction that the snow ape had. It seemed like he was about to cry. His virtual image approached Yi Futian and embraced him. He then said, "My dear child, why is it you? Why must it be you?" His voice cracked as he cried. Yi Futian wanted to cry with him. Softly, he spoke, "Senior, haven't you been waiting for me? Who exactly am I? You are not the one I have been waiting for. I didn't think it would be you." His voice was filled with sadness. His virtual image returned to its original place. Emperor Yi Qing looked at Yi Futian with gentle eyes and told him, "Child, you are the future emperor of the divine prefectures, the ruler of the world." Yi Futian was looking at Emperor Yi Qing with confusion. His godfather had used to tell him the same thing. He was curious why they had such high expectations for him. His father had told him that he inherited his natal spirit from his ancestors. However, it was apparent that Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape recognized his natal spirit. "I would not even dare to think about becoming emperor. Could you please just tell me who I am?" Yi Futian asked in a lowered voice. "Child, you have to trust yourself. You are destined to be the emperor because of your natal spirit," Emperor Yi Qing said patiently. However, Yi Futian was dejected because he had not received a clear answer. "As you're not waiting for me, I believe it's time for me to leave now." "You are wrong." Emperor Yi Qing now looked at Yi Futian, full of kindness. "I feel sad about meeting you in such a situation. However, no one would be more appropriate than you to inherit my power. Your treasures. You are giving me all of them." Yi Futian was surprised. "Yes, my natal spirit, my original spells, and everything else." Emperor Yi Qing nodded. "Could you please teach my friend your martial arts techniques? He was born to be a warrior." Yi Futian was thinking about Yu Sheng. He believed that Yu Xin would be perfect for those techniques. "Is his surname Yu?" Emperor Yi Qing asked. "How did you know that?" Yu Futian was surprised. "If you had not been born into this world, he would have carried my inheritance. However, since you are here, you deserve all of them. He was born into this world only to help you." Emperor Yi Qing rejected his suggestion. Yu Futian felt sad about this. He believed it was unfair to Yu Sheng. "Child, there's not much time left for me, even though I want to see you grow up." Emperor Yi Qing's voice was low and sad. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, "Could you please tell me what the relation is between you and me?" Emperor Yi Qing shook his head. He now looked at Yi Futian with kindness and a trace of sadness. Soon, the illusory figure of Emperor Yi Qing turned into a bright light, which shot toward Yi Futian's forehead. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a piercing mental power enter his head. His body was trembling because of the anguishing pain. This is already the third time. Yi Futian was disappointed, then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Yu Shang and Hua Fenglu were sitting beside him. They had both entered the statue. The snow ape and the monsters were guarding the outside. "You are so lucky." Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian. Xia Fan had summoned someone so powerful, an Arcana Plane swordsman, to seize the treasures of Emperor Yi Qing. They had even released the monster Tide to attack the guardians of Qizhou City. However, all that they had done had just helped Yi Futian in the end. Yi Futian smiled wryly, yet he was still confused and depressed about what had happened. He closed his eyes and entered his life palace. There was another natal spirit now in his life palace, the Storm of Eyes. The eyes were made up of total darkness, almost like a black hole. There was horrifying mental power inside the natal spirit. This new natal spirit came as a gift rather than a result of cultivation. Yi Futian had to admit that he was lucky. Soon after, he opened his eyes. The next moment, his eyes became as dark as the Storm of Eyes. A robust mental power was filling his eyes. Hua Fenglu was surprised by this new power granted to Yi Futian. He vaguely felt the sense of an emperor. His eyes then turned back to normal. Hua Fenglu asked him, "Spirit elemental?" "Yes, it's beast mastery." Yi Futian nodded. Besides the sorcerers of the 7 elements, there were some special mandate sorcerers. For example, Hua Fenglu specialized in music spells. There were also some beast masters. In fact, all these special sorcerers were categorized as mind controllers, who attacked their opponents with the mental power of the spirit elemental. So, Emperor Yi Qing was a beast master, Hua Fenglu mumbled. And he was a powerful cultivator in martial arts. Yi Futian remembered and added, sorcerers specializing in mental power were powerful offensively. However, they had weak defenses. I guess that was why he enhanced his techniques with martial arts cultivation. That just made him perfect. Hua Fenglu nodded. Emperor Yi Qing was the legend who had unified the whole continent. So his talents must have been incredible, incomparable. Take your time to look through the treasures you have received. Just ignore us. Hua Fenglu was happy with Yi Futian's situation. Okay. Yi Futian closed his eyes, and then pieces of memories were swarming in his mind. He saw the dragon riding on the cloud, the bird flying over the sky, and the giant apes stomping on the earth. They were so real that Yi Futian almost felt like he could reach out and touch them. The dragon serves for my strength, the ape serves for my power, and the bird serves for my speed. I can make use of them and form my body to perfection. Yi Futian was shocked deep inside. He had already possessed the soul of the dragon, and now he was using freedom meditation to extract the souls of the ape and the bird. Gradually, the wind, earth, and metal element powers raged around in his body, and new natal spirits began to show up in his life palace. Yi Futian finally understood why Emperor Yi Qing had let him inherit all the treasures rather than Yushang. He had the rarest of talents. He could actually create new natal spirits on his own. Before long, he had 2 new natal spirits in his life palace. In his life palace, he already had many natal spirits other than the original world tree, the sun, the thunder dragon, the guqin, the storm of eyes, the bird, and the ape. It was even more impressive that the natal spirit of the bird had 2 elements, which were wind and metal. After he opened his eyes, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Yushang with confusion. "What are you looking at?" Hua Fenglu looked back curiously. He noticed that a weird smile had shown up on Yi Futian's face. "Professor, I just have too many natal spirits in my life palace now. The treasures I received from Emperor Yi Qing were too powerful for me." Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Hua Fenglu was embarrassed. He only had 1 natal spirit, and it was destroyed a long time ago. He pretended to be mad at Yi Futian. "Get out of here." Yi Futian also started to laugh. He took a deep breath and said, "You are also lucky, Professor, to have such a lucky son-in-law." Yushang's notion about how shameless Yi Futian could be was reaffirmed entirely at that moment. As for Hua Fenglu, he almost wanted to kick Yi Futian's ass right now. During the next month, Yi Futian kept cultivating in the canyon of Mount Tianyao. The relentless monsters led by the snow ape locked down this area to make sure no one could approach Yi Futian. Yi Futian was practicing his skills on a bunch of demon beasts. A demon bull pounced toward Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian didn't even try to evade the attack. He headed straight on to the demon bull to counter the attack. While he was charging, the roar of the dragon came out of his body. He made a fist and punched the demon bull hard. That punch looked as if it was landed by the giant ape. With a loud thump, the demon bull was knocked away by that punch. Yi Futian didn't let the demon bull go that easily. His hands reached out to clamp down on the throat of the demon bull. The attack this time changed into another form. Yi Futian almost looked like he had wings and began flying with the movement of a bird. A demon panther also started to attack, but she missed Yi Futian because he was too fast. She saw the counterattack coming, but it was already too late to dodge it. Yi Futian's arms were like the wings of a bird, and his thunder-like strike left the demon panther with a deep wound on her body. The other monsters kept growling. They had been intimidated by Yi Futian. "Now your body moves like a dragon, you are strong as an ape, and your speed is like the bird. You have made impressive progress during the last month." Hua Fenglu felt satisfied with his work. "I am still so far away from the abilities of those true divine creatures. Yi Futian remembered the images in his mind. Hua Fenglu understood and tried to comfort him. Your level is not high enough to fully develop the power inside your body. You are only in 2-star glory plane and you're trying to fully seize power from those divine creatures. Yi Futian was still sad about this fact. He looked at the snow ape and said, I need to leave now. Okay. Have you decided on which beasts to take away with you? Your mental power is not strong enough for those giant creatures yet. However, you can control some beasts and monsters that are in the Dharma plane, the snow ape told him. You're not coming with me? Yi Futian tried to gain her sympathy. He believed that if the snow ape agreed to follow him, he would be the most powerful mage in East Sea Prefecture. Sorry boy, I have to stay here. As long as I am here, no one will know that the treasures have been taken. Remember, don't let anyone know that you have inherited the treasures. Otherwise, those greedy people would. The snow ape stopped. Yi Futian was upset. Even though he understood what the snow ape meant, Yi Futian looked at the monsters around him. He needed to stay under the radar so no one would know that he inherited the treasures by picking a monster that wasn't too flashy. Could you please call a dark-winged eagle to my side? Yi Futian asked. Sure, the snow ape agreed, then called on a dark-winged eagle that was in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian walked toward the dark-winged eagle. He started to release the power from his eyes, which was generated by his natal spirit, the storm of eyes. The snow ape stared at the dark-winged eagle to prevent the eagle from resisting. The dark-winged eagle was a wind element creature, and her mental power was also of the Dharma plane level. Therefore, without assistance from the snow ape, Yi Futian would not be able to mentally control the eagle. This was the first time he had initiated the beast mastery ability with the storm of eyes. He felt as if the figure of the dark-winged eagle was imprinted on his pupils. His ruthless mental power was planting his will inside the eagle to control her, and the body of that eagle was shaking in the process. Suddenly, the dark-winged eagle reached her limit. She finally surrendered to the power of Yi Futian, and their souls started to resonate. Phew! Yi Futian took a deep breath. The dark-winged eagle finally bowed down to him. Hua Fenglu actually knew the reason why Yi Futian had picked the dark-winged eagle as his first subject. Yi Futian was still upset that Hua Jiyu had left with the black eagle. Goodbye, Snow Ape. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Fenglu finally left. They looked at the statue of Emperor Yi Qing with a sense of attachment and gratitude. Go now. The Snow Ape nodded. The dark-winged eagle flew into the air, the sight of Yi Futian, the Snow Ape, the statue, and the monsters becoming smaller until they were tiny dots. Finally, they were gone. Go escort them, the Snow Ape commanded. The monsters obeyed her orders. People around Mount Tianyao were frightened by this herd of monsters. They were shocked and wondered why another monster tide was coming.